Chapter 977. I like interacting with smart people. Miss Ching Chung, it looks like you understand how I do things. If I can grow strong enough to interfere in the battle between the Ghost Empress and the Mountain Monarch, I will definitely make a trip to the Ghost Domain. Xiao Chun carefully put away the soul-returning grass. However, he did not care much. The other party's honesty prevented him from harboring any ill will. Choosing sides was not without its benefits. The Ghost Empress, Shi Sun, could be considered a peak expert, comparable to the Holy Lord of the Three Holy Masters' Holy Land. Xiao Chun indeed needed the soul-returning grass in his hand. More importantly, he did not regret what he did. Be it repelling Xie Zishuan or using a clone to kill Mo Lien, it was his own decision. Even if Xiao Chun had to do it again, he would not hesitate to make the decision. A bladesman never hesitated. Seeing Xiao Chun agree, Ching Chung heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She recalled the encounter on the 8 Ghost Palanquin in the Underworld Land. The encounter on the 8 Ghost Palanquin in the Underworld Land gave her a taste of Xiao Chen's temper. One should not threaten the other party at any time. One should use an unexpected method. Perhaps one might even obtain the desired result. Yuan Su said calmly, "Since Miss Ching Chung is here, you can tell me how much you know about the Yellow Springs Road now, right?" Ching Chung glanced at Yuan Su and said with a smile, "To you all, the Yellow Springs Road is actually not dangerous. As long as you do not turn back, you will definitely reach the Bridge of Helplessness. Do not turn back on the Yellow Springs Road." This was not the first time Xiao Chun heard Ching Chung say this. However, why could one not turn back? Don't ask me why. Those who dare to turn back are all dead. Ching Chung shrugged to indicate that she did not understand, either. This matter is strange. 10,000 years ago, this saying never appeared. The Yellow Springs Road is a popular experiential training ground in the 9 layers of purgatory. There are always ghost race disciples who come here to hunt soldiers. This saying only slowly spread in modern times. There are too many strange things, so not many people come to the Yellow Springs Road. Xiao Chun remembered this saying. Then, he turned around and stepped in the gates of hell without hesitation. Descending the 9 nether, entering the gates of hell, crossing the Yellow Springs, no matter what danger it was, as long as he could revive Ao Jiao, no matter how big the risk was, it would all be worth it. When the others saw Xiao Chun enter, they pondered for a moment before entering one after another. They were also very curious about the Yellow Springs Road. As far as the eye could see, the scenery had changed. Apart from the red spider lilies blooming at the side of the Yellow Springs Path, the Yellow Springs Path, the Yellow Springs Path, the Yellow Springs Path was filled with red spider lilies. Only black and white existed between heaven and earth. Everything was either black or white, including themselves. They were all assimilated into this world. His body was only black and white. After sensing the condition of his body, Xiao Chun did not find anything wrong with it. It was just that all the colors on his body had disappeared. His strength was still there, and so was the power of the laws. Xiao Chun's heart calmed down. He squatted down and plucked a few red spider lilies from the Yellow Springs Road. The 3 items needed to revive Ao Jiao were the red spider lily, the resurrection grass, and the 3 live stone. Now, only the 3 live stone was left. The stone of 3 lives was at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, beside the Bridge of Helplessness. One only needed to break it and obtain a small piece. Let's go. Be careful. There are soldiers here. In the past, before the Yellow Springs Road changed, many experts of my race liked to come here to hunt soldiers. After refining them, they could become strong helpers. Ching Chung said carefully as she looked around. Soldiers were the army of the Netherworld Palace. They were previously soldiers who had experienced fierce battles. After they died, they were used by the 10 Yama Kings of the 10 Halls. After they died, they were trained to strengthen the rule of the soldiers. They were either used to defend against strong invasions or to expand territory in the Netherworld. They were extremely strong existences. Xiao Chun stood up and carefully put away the red spider lily. The sky was gray, and the ends of his vision were hazy. It was like there was no end to this road. After hearing Ching Cheng's reminder, Xiao Chun constantly circulated his law energy. Rings of purple electric light appeared behind him as he quickly walked forward. Every time Xiao Chan walked for a distance, a headless corpse would fall to the ground, appearing before the group. Xiao Chan flipped the corpse over. The other parts of the body were undamaged. The group exchanged glances, not knowing how this person died. After that, they saw several corpses every once in a while. All of them were headless corpses sprawled on the ground. Their cause of death was unknown. The endless Yellow Springs Road was a world of black and white. Headless corpses kept appearing, adding a strange atmosphere to the Yellow Springs Road. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing appeared in front. A group of heavily armored Een soldiers wielding weapons rode a war chariot and quickly flew over. Een soldiers are passing by. Little ghosts, quickly make way. A Een soldier, standing on the war chariot, shouted loudly. These Een soldiers had lost their true intelligence long ago. Their memories stopped at the moment when the netherworld shattered and the cycle of reincarnation ceased. Every day, at every moment, these Een soldiers repeated the same actions, guarding the endless Yellow Springs Road. The reincarnation lamp is useless against these Een soldiers. Just kill them. There are no generals among them. It is not very problematic, Qing Chung reminded when she saw Xiao Chan raise the reincarnation lamp. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chan put away the reincarnation lamp. Then he executed the Kuan Peng fist, and a huge Kuan Peng appeared, surrounded by electricity. The force of the punch flipped the war chariot over. The others quickly made their moves. Although this group of Een soldiers was difficult to deal with, it was as Qing Chung said, there were no truly powerful existences among them. After about 7 minutes, all the Een soldiers on the war chariot died. Before they died, they said, Een soldiers are passing by. Little ghosts, make way. Xiao Chun, who had stopped attacking, was about to continue on his way. When he heard by calling him, he habitually turned his head back, wanting to ask what was the matter. Halfway through, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically as he suddenly reacted. This voice was indeed the same as Bai's. However, Bai always addressed Xiao Chun as elder brother Xiao Chun and not Xiao Chun alone. However, it was already too late to turn his head. The instant Xiao Chun turned his head, he saw an extremely horrifying scene. A headless Buddha descended from the sky, giving off a scarlet Buddhist light. When it stretched out its palm, it expanded infinitely. Then, 2 fingers moved to clamp down on Xiao Chen's head. Kassier. The 2 fingers gently clamped down, and Xiao Chen's head was removed. Then, he turned into a headless corpse lying on the ground. This was no different from the corpses Xiao Chen saw earlier. It's not my head. It's not my head. Who took my head? The headless Buddha gently placed Xiao Chen's head on its head and tried a few times. The Buddha's belly wriggled and gave off dull, demonic sounds as it tossed the head away. The only thing the Buddha did not notice was that before the head landed on the ground, it disintegrated on its own, turning into air and scattering. Bai and the others were horrified. They could not help but turn their heads to see what was happening. Quickly go. Don't look back. A figure appeared in front. It was the originally dead Xiao Chun. Bai rejoiced and quickly ran over. Xiao Chen's headless corpse on the ground slowly turned into air and scattered as well. Only after Xiao Chan was far away did he stop. The others quickly stopped to ask what was going on. Xiao Chen's heart had not calmed down yet, still thumping endlessly. This was a situation that had not happened in a long time. His mental state was in utter chaos. In that instant earlier, he felt that he could not dodge at all and would die in the next moment. Even if a great Grandmaster-level martial sage or the blue-robed emperor came, they would not be able to dodge that Buddha's palm. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun executed the life bestowal spell and materialized a clone out of the air. Then his true body quickly fled, barely managing to avoid this calamity. If that headless Buddha had continued fighting, Xiao Chun would have died for sure. Fortunately, after fleeing for so long, they did not see that headless Buddha attack again. Perhaps it was because Xiao Chun had not completely turned his head around. What did you see earlier? Qing Chung asked anxiously. Everyone knew that one should not look back on the road to the Yellow Springs. However, human curiosity was always the strongest. Everyone wanted to know what they saw when they turned their heads around. Xiaoqin calmed himself down and said, I saw a headless Buddha. However, I only saw its side and did not see its exact appearance. Yuan Su was the most knowledgeable of the group. He immediately said, in hell, only the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva is related to Buddhism. His abilities are incredible, comparable to the Buddha. However, he is not a Buddha, but a Bodhisattva. Due to the long period of time, many people could not distinguish the difference between a Bodhisattva and a Buddha. Yuan Su could not explain in detail. Yuan Su could only give a simple explanation. Buddhas were equivalent to the immortal lords of the immortal epic. Bodhisattvas were Mahayana, immortal cultivators who had not undergone their tribulations yet. However, this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was somewhat special. His abilities were boundless, and his abilities were much stronger than those of ordinary Buddhas. Because the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva made a great vow to not become a Buddha until hell was empty, he did not become a Buddha and only addressed himself as a Bodhisattva. Chung muttered, I've heard a little about this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. However, since he is so powerful, why did someone chop off his head? The expressions of the others changed slightly as well. According to Chung, the changes to the Yellow Springs Road happened 10,000 years ago. That was to say, 10,000 years ago, this Bodhisattva, who was even stronger than an immortal lord, was still in hell and had not been beheaded. Based on the timeline, 10,000 years ago was the time when the Qing Emperor was in power, sweeping through the world, unrivaled. If the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was really beheaded 10,000 years ago, then the one who did it might have been the Qing Emperor. Who could have beheaded the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who was even stronger than an immortal lord? Aside from the Qing Emperor, there was no one else who could have done it. However, was the Qing Emperor really that strong? Xiao Chan shook his head and stopped thinking about this. He said, let's stand side by side for the rest of the way. No matter what we hear, do not turn back. After Xiao Qin's narrow escape from death, the five no longer dared to doubt his words about not turning back on the Yellow Springs Road. In this black and white world, the Permitha flower, the only one with color beside the Yellow Springs Road, burned like a flame, looking incredibly scarlet. Later on, the five met with several strong Yin soldiers. There were even Yin soldiers that rivaled great Grandmaster level martial sages. The five used their full power and fought with all their might before barely managing to kill the Yin soldiers. The seemingly endless Yellow Springs Road was an excellent land for experiential training. The headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva behind them constantly tested their mental states. Chapter 978. The endless stream of Yin soldiers tempered everyone's martial techniques in this life and death situation. Only by bringing out their strength to the peak could they persevere. The Yellow Springs Road was not easy to traverse. Even after walking for 3 months, they still could not see the way back. Everyone's strength had improved significantly here. Even Xiao Chun had completed the Summer Saber and Spring Saber in 3 months. Now he could execute the complete, flawless 4 seasons. More importantly, with the tempering of the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva behind him, Xiao Qin's Saber Soul successfully advanced to great perfection. For some reason, the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's voice rang out in Xiao Qin's ears most of the time. All sorts of illusory voices turned into different people in Xiao Qin's heart, calling out his name. The voices were either sorrowful, joyful, pained, or desperate. Several times, Xiao Qin nearly turned his head back. However, his unwavering heart as a bladesman allowed him to persevere. The 4 strands of Saber Soul around the Wheel of Thunder became even brighter, reaching 7 strands. This was the sign of a great perfection Saber Soul. During the battle with the Yin soldiers, Xiao Qin merged the 2 into 1, forming his own unique lightning Saber Soul. In the end, when facing the great Grandmaster-level Yin soldiers, Xiao Qin would be able to block them by himself. Helplessness, helplessness. After another 5 days, a few cries of helplessness rang out in everyone's ears. Following that, the sound of flowing water filled the air. Xiao Chun and the others revealed joy on their faces as they looked to the front. At the limits of their vision, they finally saw a river blocking their way and the vague silhouette of a bridge. If there were no surprises, that should be the Bridge of Helplessness. The 3-life stone was beside the Bridge of Helplessness. After knocking off a piece, they would be able to collect the 3 items needed to revive Ao Jiao. Let's go. The fatigue of the past few days was swept away. Xiao Chun revealed joy on his face as he quickened his pace, quickly moving forward in this black and white world. 4 hours later, the group moved as fast as lightning and arrived before the Bridge of Helplessness. The headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who had been following them, was no longer there. Black winds blew on the Bridge of Helplessness, and the water flowed endlessly. Qing Cheng's expression froze as she muttered, "It broke." Indeed, it was broken. Only half of the Bridge of Helplessness remained, hanging alone above the Helplessness River. It was unknown where the other half of the Nirvana cycle had drifted to when hell was shattered. However, whether it was broken or not had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. He was currently hammering on a huge rock beside the bridge. It was the Stone of 3 Lives. Unfortunately, its divinity was gone. If the infernal realm was still around and the 6 paths of reincarnation hadn't been destroyed, then the Stone of 3 Lives could reveal a person's past and future. After successfully knocking down a 3-life stone, Xiao Chun revealed a smile. After spending 4 months in the 9 hells of purgatory, he had finally gathered all 3 items. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chun felt worried. The Saber School ranking competition had already begun in 4 months. By the time Xiao Chun rushed back, the once-a-decade Saber School ranking would have already ended. If he couldn't get the 10,000-year flame crystal, would Sita Leihong still call back Ao Jiao for him? Hee, Brother Xiao Chun, you don't have to worry anymore. Sister Ao Jiao will be back soon. Bai's face revealed a sincere expression of happiness. The mental tribulation that troubled Brother Xiao Chun was finally resolved. If Bai encountered a disaster in the future, Xiao Chen's elder brother would be able to help him. Would he descend to the 9 underworlds, pass through the gates of hell, and walk to the Yellow Springs for his sake? Congratulations! Yuan Su and Kong Yuan also cupped their fists and congratulated him. Xiao Chen did not want to disappoint them, so he did not show the worry in his heart on his face. He said sincerely, "Many thanks to the 2 of you. If not for your help along the way, this Xiao would not have been able to make it here." Kong Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiao is too humble. Even without the 2 of us, with Brother Zhao's strength, you would have only needed a little more time to make it here." Yuan Su's expression suddenly changed. He pointed in the direction of the Bridge of Helplessness and said, "What is that ghost race girl trying to do? Why is she on the Bridge of Helplessness? She's about to fall off." Xiao Chen looked around and saw Qing Cheng standing on the Bridge of Helplessness with a somewhat dazed expression. If she took another step, she would fall off. Whoosh! The situation was urgent. There was no time to think. Xiao Chen shot forward and landed on the Bridge of Helplessness, pulling Qing Cheng back. Qing Cheng recovered her wits, feeling like she just woke up from a dream. "Sorry, I just wanted to see if the cycle of reincarnation still exists." The immortal Tao no longer existed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were shattered. Naturally, reincarnation no longer existed. Based on Qing Cheng's appearance, there was clearly something she was hiding. Xiao Chun was not willing to ask about other people's private matters. He said, "Let's go. The Bridge of Helplessness is broken, and we cannot cross this path. We should return." The way back, as long as they followed the source of the water of helplessness, they would be able to walk out of the 8th layer of purgatory. Qing Cheng smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to step off the Bridge of Helplessness, suddenly, countless prayers and praises came from Xiao Chen's body. The black bridge of helplessness under his feet shone with a golden light. It turned into a golden jade bridge of helplessness. Gold and diamonds extended from where it broke off. A bridge that led to the other shore automatically extended forward. This sudden scene confused everyone. Even Xiao Chun himself did not know what was going on. The golden jade bridge of helplessness extended all the way to the fog-covered world on the other shore. Yuan Su was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The golden jade bridge of helplessness. According to legend, when a person of great virtue dies and enters the heavenly Tao, the bridge of helplessness will become made of gold and jade. It will shine brightly and sweep away the death chi. I blinked and smiled. Elder brother Xiao Chun is a good person. The golden jade bridge of helplessness. Unfortunately, the cycle of reincarnation is already broken. Otherwise, you would be able to enter the heavenly Tao. The three chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the bridge of helplessness. Then, they stood side by side with Xiao Chun. As they looked at the fog-covered world on the other shore, they felt somewhat curious. According to legend, after crossing the bridge of helplessness, one would arrive at the land of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Based on one's good and evil merits, one would be reborn. Qing Cheng said in understanding, I know why this golden jade bridge of helplessness appeared. In the skin-flaying hell, you purified tens of thousands of skeleton phantoms. Those were all evil spirits that had their skins flayed. They sank in Last Breath Lake for tens of thousands of years. Purifying them was a great merit. Xiao Qin did not care. Yes or no, it was not important. Now that the cycle of reincarnation was broken, no matter how great the merit was, it could not enter the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of the good and evil beneficence art in the painting where the Qing emperor drew the saber. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. I want to go over and take a look. I will not give up until I personally see the cycle of reincarnation shatter. Qing Cheng's gaze was resolute. She took a step forward and rushed to the other shore. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the fog-covered world. Don't move. I'll go and check on her. Xiao Chun frowned heavily. He waved his hand to stop by and the others. Then, he took a few large strides down the bridge of helplessness and arrived at the other shore. The fog before Xiao Chun slowly scattered, and a vast black sea appeared before his eyes. There were tens of thousands of aggrieved spirits and withered skeletons in the sea, all doing their best to move forward. These were the evil spirits of the various hells, wanting to escape the sea of bitterness and surpass the cycle of reincarnation. However, they did not know that the cycle of reincarnation was already broken. Even if they went over, it would still be a sea of bitterness. A gigantic headless monk sat cross-legged in the center of the sea. He formed the universal world seal with his left hand and the Amitabha Buddha seal with his right. A boundless might spread out from his body. It was like a tall mountain, like the sea, like the sky, like the earth. Xiao Chun felt horrified. This was the physical body of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. The headless specter that he saw on the Yellow Springs Road was the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's body. The Buddhist light behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva should have been golden. However, in this black and white world, it looked very plain. Although the physical body was dead, the magic might still remain. The many withered skeletons in the black sea did their best to swim over, wanting to reach the world behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and surpass the cycle of reincarnation. However, amid the formless magic might, with every step they took, their bodies shrank. The further they went, the more they shrank, becoming as insignificant as a grain of rice. It looked like they were advancing with every step. However, in reality, they were getting further and further away from the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. They could never swim over. Xiao Chen looked around and found Qing Cheng. She was on a specter ship, doing her best to swim forward. Her body and the specter ship slowly shrank, not even realizing it. What kind of obsession does this girl have? The cycle of reincarnation is already broken. Even if she can cross this boundless black sea, what is the point? Furthermore, with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's physical body here, there is no way to cross. Fortunately, she did not go far. If I am careful, I can pull her back. Qing Cheng's specter ship had just left the shore. If she had gone any further, even if Xiao Chun wanted to save her, he would not have been able to. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and tapped his forehead. He released the will of thunder and had it hover above his head. Unexpectedly, the purple lightning talisman did not turn black and white in this Yellow Springs realm. It remained purple, flickering with a dazzling electric light. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he saw that the incomprehensible strokes on the talisman gave off some kind of divine light and a faint immortal might. Xiao Chun thought, this definitely has something to do with the powerful divine lightning in misleading Fog Lake. I wonder who the master of that divine lightning talisman is. Xiao Chun only copied that person's talisman, yet it did not get assimilated in this black and white world. However, this was a good thing. With the lightning talisman above his head, Xiao Chun leaped out and landed on the Black Sea. Xiao Chun immediately felt a formless might bearing down on him, making it hard for him to move. That headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who was originally only 5 kilometers away, immediately became 10 times farther. Xiao Chun thought to himself, oh no, his body must have shrunk as well. He quickly brought out the will of thunder that contained his great perfection saber soul to its greatest might. His body trembled, and he suddenly grew several times larger. To Xiao Chun, the skeletons paddling on the Black Sea were like ants. In reality, Xiao Chun knew that it was not that his body had grown larger. Instead, it was that the skeletons in the water could not resist the might and pressure. Their bodies had shrunk significantly. Xiao Chun took a step forward with much difficulty. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the specter ship, along with Qing Cheng, into his palm. Qing Cheng, who was on the specter ship, still did not understand what was happening. She stood at the bow of the ship in a daze as she sent out several strong martial techniques. However, those martial techniques also became infinitely smaller in Xiao Chen's palm. As long as they were in the Black Sea, they would not be able to fly out of Xiao Chen's palm. Without any time to explain, Xiao Chun turned to leave. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 979. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it is too late. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. This is what the Buddha said. All life has a Buddhist nature. Good and evil, turning back and clinging to it, it is all in a single thought. If one's heart turns to Buddha, one can become a Buddha with one thought. Suddenly, boundless Buddhist chanting rang out in the surroundings of the Sea of Oblivion, merciful and merciful, calling for all life to turn back and become a Buddha. When the Buddhist chanting entered Xiao Chen's ears, a seed appeared in his heart. All the evil deeds he had done in his life turned into a clinging thought in his mind, inflicting unbearable pain. That seed turned into a benevolent old monk sitting in a lotus flower, materializing a world of bliss. The pure land of ultimate bliss was created. There was joy everywhere, and the light of Buddha shone brightly. There was no pain or torture. This startled Xiao Chun. This was to purify him, turning him into an idiotic follower. If he really listened to this Buddhist chanting and turned back, everything in the past would vanish like smoke. Losing himself would be even more horrifying than death. The purple lightning talisman above Xiao Chen's head quickly entered his sea of consciousness and shattered all the evil thoughts. The planted seed also disappeared. Huangdang. After losing the protection of the will of thunder, Xiao Chun felt the world spin around him. It was like he fell from a tall cliff. When his feet landed firmly on the ground, he discovered that he was standing on Qing Cheng's specter ship. Xiao Chun, why are you here? Qing Cheng, who was at the bow of the ship, asked in shock. Her voice also contained a trace of unexpected joy. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. Right now, he was probably like Qing Cheng. His body shrunk countless times. At this moment, the Buddhist chanting still lingered. Xiao Chun could not leave, even if he brought out the will of thunder again. He could only speak to Qing Cheng and wait for an opportunity to leave. When Qing Cheng heard what Xiao Chun said, she could not help but turn pale. It turned out that everything that happened earlier was just walking on the spot. There was no way to cross this sea of bitterness. Qing Cheng said coldly, "This Kitagarbha Bodhisattva is really capable. He is trapped in this land of reincarnation, blocking the path of hope. He is no different from a bandit trying to take advantage of the situation. Xiaoqian thought about it and agreed. Since hell had been destroyed, the evil spirits in hell would naturally want to reincarnate and become human again. But this guy just had to die and block this place, causing people to be unable to cross this sea of bitterness for the rest of their lives. Then he took the opportunity to preach about Buddhism, enlighten all living beings, and recruit followers. To put it nicely, he swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. "It's fine. I'll bring you out after his Buddhist voice fades away," Xiaoqian said calmly. However, Qing Cheng shook her head resolutely. "You should go. I'm not going back. I must personally see the cycle of reincarnation shatter. Otherwise, I will not give up." Xiaoqian's expression flickered as he thought of something. "You want to resurrect someone through reincarnation, don't you? The 6 Daos have already been shattered. Reincarnation no longer exists. This is impossible." Qing Cheng countered with a question. "Did you see it for yourself? Since I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it means that there's still hope. As long as there's a trace of hope, I won't give up." Xiaoqian said calmly, "I only believe in this life, not the next. Even if I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it." Bang! Suddenly, a resplendent saber light appeared in the sky, illuminating this black and white world with many colors. The instant that saber light froze, it was like time and space were behind it. All the Buddhist chants vanished in an instant. The withered skeleton evil ghost that was struggling in the sea of bitterness suddenly became quiet, no longer screaming. The saber light flashed and instantly entered the headless Kitagarbha, Bodhisattva's back. The world turned black and white again. What kind of saber light is this? How is it that even the might of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva could not block it? It easily pierced through it, Xiaoqian muttered to himself. Although he felt excited, he still could not understand it. Qing Cheng said, "This is the saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind 10,000 years ago. The Qing Emperor was the one who chopped off the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head. This is hope. If the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer exist, why would the Qing Emperor put in so much effort to fight this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Could the saber light from 10,000 years ago illuminate the entire Yellow Springs River?" The Buddhist voice had already faded. If Xiaoqian wanted to leave, all he had to do was take out the will of thunder that contained his great perfection saber soul and leave the sea of bitterness. There was no need to struggle here. However, when Xiaoqian saw the stunning saber light that flashed by, he was certain that the Qing Emperor had chopped off the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head. Xiaoqian's heart wavered. Just because he did not want to think about some things did not mean that he did not want to know the answer. "What's wrong? The Buddhist voice has already faded. Are you not going to leave?" Qing Cheng asked with a smile. Xiaoqian replied calmly, "I'm not leaving. You don't have to leave either. Wait for a while. I'll bring you through this headless bald donkey." Qing Cheng's eyes lit up. She said, "You have a way? Just wait." Xiaoqian did not reply. He sat cross-legged at the bow of the warship and cultivated calmly, waiting for that saber light to arrive again. When that saber light arrived earlier, the blue dragon in the universe ring stirred restlessly. Whether it was as he guessed or not, he would be able to find out once more. When Qing Cheng saw the situation, she could only helplessly sit beside Xiaoqian. She took out a green pearl and stared at it in a daze. A strand of soul was fixed in the transparent pearl, maintaining a leaping posture. Although the ghost race had the ability to collect souls after death, they did not have the ability to resurrect people. They could only refine all sorts of combat-type souls. Furthermore, after refining a soul, it would not be the original soul. It would just lose its intelligence and memories. "Who is this person? Is she someone you want to resurrect?" Xiaoqian suddenly asked as he opened his eyes and looked at Qing Cheng. A nostalgic expression appeared on Qing Cheng's beautiful face. "This is my mother. When she died, I was only 6 years old. My master kept her soul after she died. However, he could not bring her back to life. I wanted to come to the Yellow Springs Road for a long time already. However, I could not make up my mind. I kept finding excuses for myself, saying that Last Breath Lake is too dangerous and that I should go when I am stronger. Actually, I know this myself. I'm just afraid of this final hope shattering, not daring to face it. If not for you wanting to come to the Yellow Springs Road, I do not know when I would be able to take this step. There are some things that I have to see for myself before I can feel at ease. Xiaoqun could hear the sadness in Qing Cheng's voice. She also knew that even if he crossed this sea of bitterness, all that awaited him was a sad ending. However, as she said, there were some things that he had to see for himself before he could feel at ease. 3 life stone, soul returning grass, and Permitha flower. You collected these to revive the item spirit, right? Qing Cheng asked Xiao Chun, changing the topic. Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat surprised expression, Qing Cheng smiled and said, "Don't find it strange. This secret technique actually originated from my ghost race. Unfortunately, it is useless on living creatures. However, based on your expression, you do not seem to be very happy. Didn't you already collect all 3 items?" Unexpectedly, this Qing Cheng was so observant. Xiao Chun answered honestly, "I missed the timing. I did not expect that I would have to walk the Yellow Springs Road for 3 months." Xiao Chen's original plan was to collect the 3 items and return within 3 months. That way, he would be able to participate in the Saber School ranking competition and obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, successfully reviving Ao Jiao. After that, it would be the king conferral ceremony in another 2 months. Everything was going according to plan. However, who could have imagined that just the Yellow Springs Road would take 3 months? Adding on the 1 month before that, the Saber School ranking competition would definitely start. Xiao Chan would definitely not be able to obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. He did not know how to inform Sita Leihong. Qing Cheng smiled and said, "In that case, it looks like you are in some trouble. Sita Leihong is a very difficult person to talk to. He does not even give face to a sovereign martial emperor." Xiao Chan did not feel confident. If he had no other choice, he could only ask the sect master to personally make a trip. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. The Buddhist chanting rang out once more. The many skeleton phantoms in the sea of bitterness all struggled and roared in pain. However, Xiao Chun, who was on the specter ship, had been waiting for a long time already. As he resisted the torture of the Buddhist chanting, he waited quietly in anticipation. The saber light that illuminated the entire Yellow Springs Road appeared once more, shattering the Buddhist chanting and illuminating this black and white world with many colors again. The blue dragon medallion in the universe ring started trembling intensely again. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun grabbed the blue dragon medallion with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! A strong light shot out. Xiao Chun and Qing Cheng closed their eyes at the same time. When they opened their eyes again, they were shocked to discover that the saber light was no longer there. Instead, the blue dragon medallion became dazzling. The blue dragon medallion lit up the surrounding 100 meters with many colors. It was a stark contrast to the black and white world on the sea. Unexpectedly, the Qing Emperor's medallion sucked in that saber light that had existed for 10,000 years. At the same time, Qing Chong was shocked to discover that the skeleton phantoms beside the specter ship earlier were now as small as ants. The distance between the two and the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was no longer endless. There were only 5 kilometers left. This would not take much time for the two. "Let's go. I'll bring you over." The specter ship carried the two into the air and flew. The 5 kilometers were covered in less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea. When the two got closer, they discovered that blood flowed continuously from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head. The sea of bitterness before them was made of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's blood. When the two saw this, they could not help but feel horrified, their hair standing on end. After flying past the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the other parties might vanished. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the blue dragon medallion above his head. He revealed a smile on his face. No matter what, this unexpected harvest of saber light was indeed a big surprise. In the future, If Xiao Chun met with an opponent he could not defeat, he could use this saber light to defeat the blue-robed emperor. Behind the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva were the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were 6 huge, shattered whirlpools. Each whirlpool represented a cycle of reincarnation. From the right, there were the heavenly Tao, the Azura Tao, the human Tao, the animal Tao, the hungry ghost Tao, and the hell Tao. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The 6 paths of reincarnation were shattered beyond recognition. There was no way to reincarnate. The worry in his heart vanished. Just as Xiao Chun was about to say something, he saw Qing Ching walk over to the whirlpool, representing the heavenly Tao, and toss in the pearl, containing her mother's soul. This is... Xiao Chun felt confused. The shattering of the 6 paths of reincarnation did not seem to affect Dao Qing Cheng. She smiled and said, "Consider it a thought. According to rumor, after one enters the heavenly Tao, they can be reborn in the immortal world. They can leave their mortal bodies and not suffer the pain of the 6 paths of reincarnation." Chapter 980. Without the cycle of reincarnation, there was nothing much to see here. Xiao Chun accompanied Qing Cheng to watch for a while before turning to leave. However, what the two did not know was that the instant Xiao Chun turned around, the shattered human path whirlpool merged back together, forming a complete cycle whirlpool. A treasure light gathered, and a mysterious passageway opened, leading to an unknown place. Xiao Chun sensed something and turned his head back to look. The complete cycle passageway only existed for an instant before it broke apart long ago. He did not see anything. Qing Cheng turned her head back as well and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Chun smiled and thought to himself, "The 6 paths of reincarnation are really broken. There is only this life in the world. There is no next life." The two successfully crossed the sea of bitterness and met up with Bai's group again on the Bridge of Helplessness. After a simple explanation of what happened, they set off. On the way back, the group followed Qing Cheng's directions and placed the Spectre ship on the Bridge of Helplessness, heading upstream. Half a day later, the Bridge of Helplessness was broken. After passing through a patch of fog, the group miraculously appeared in the underworld land, the place that separated Yin and Yang. Qing Cheng smiled and explained, "Don't find it strange. After the hell shattered, several spatial tiers formed. Several of these spatial tears are not too dangerous. Instead, they're shortcuts to the 9 layers of purgatory. However, only our ghost race knows about them." When the group returned to the surface, they all took in deep breaths. They finally made it out of the 9 layers of purgatory alive. Qing Cheng returned the cycle banner to Xiao Chun. Then, she smiled and said, "I'll take my leave. There are less than 2 months left to your king conferral ceremony. At that time, if nothing unexpected happens, I will go and join in the excitement." After getting rid of her mental tribulation, Qing Cheng felt much more relaxed. After saying goodbye to everyone, she left calmly. There was half a month between the Sword School ranking competition and the Saber School ranking competition. Based on the time, they should still be able to make it if they rush back now. Xiao Chun used the Freedom Wings, and so close yet worlds apart continuously. Finally, he managed to send Bai over before the competition began. However, Xiao Chun was not as lucky. The Saber School ranking competition had already ended 7 days ago. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's first disciple, Wen Xiren, successfully made it into the top 10. News of this had already spread throughout the entire profound domain, spreading his name everywhere. Xiao Chun felt somewhat nervous as he arrived at Sword Forging Peak. He did not know if Sita Leihong would be able to accommodate him or not. Sword Forging Peak was the same as before. Swordsmen seeking Situ Leihong to forge swords lined up from the top of the mountain to the bottom in an orderly fashion. Xiao Chun did not line up. Instead, he headed for the sword forging mountain manor at the top of the mountain amidst everyone's gazes. Its Chun came and came. White-robed Xiao Chun defeated the first disciple of the sword, Sovereign Lu Xiaoyun, in Heavenly Cauldron City 4 months ago. He probably earned a lot at the longevity fruit auction 3 months ago. I remember that a few old quasi-emperors rushed over and pushed the price of the longevity fruit to a sky-high price. Several great Grandmaster-level martial sages did not manage to buy it. However, it is strange. The Saber School ranking is held once every 10 years. Given his strength, he should have a chance to make it into the top 10. Why is he not there? If it were in the past, the name Shao Chun would have been somewhat distant to the people of the Profound Domain. However, Shao Chun had easily defeated the Purple Knight Sword Sect's Ouyang Feng at Sword Forging Peak. Then, he held a high-profile auction for the longevity fruit. After that, he defeated the Sword Sovereign's Chun Chen's first disciple in Heavenly Cauldron City. The most famous person in the Profound Domain was none other than Shao Chun. Along the way, Shao Chun listened to the discussions around him without showing any expression. He had something on his mind. He wanted to meet Situ Leihong quickly, but he did not know how to bring it up when he did. Suddenly, Shao Chun felt two pairs of eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. They did not hide their murderous intent at all as they stared at him. Shao Chun turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze. His lips curled up involuntarily, revealing a smile. The owner of this gaze was the person who wanted to teach Shao Chun a lesson when he first arrived at Sword Forging Peak. In the end, Shao Chun ended up getting slapped in the face by Ouyang Feng, who got slapped down by his own senior. There was an old man beside Ouyang Feng. This old man also wore the robes of the Purple Knight Sword Sect and looked very similar to Ouyang Feng. Based on this appearance, it was not hard to guess that they were father and son. This old man was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. He was in high spirits, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. This old man did not look old at all. His eyes were like swords. Everywhere he looked, it was like a sharp sword piercing through space. Shao Chun took a glance and lost interest. It was best not to provoke this old man. Otherwise, he would not mind using a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to test his strength and see how strong he was. After taking a few steps, Shao Chun overtook the two of them. "Stop right there." Ouyang Feng whispered a few words into the old man's ear, and that old man's expression turned extremely unsightly. Then, he shouted coldly, stopping Shao Chun. Shao Chun could not be bothered with this old man, so he continued walking forward. Whoosh! The purple-robed old man was enraged. He took a big stride forward and arrived in front of Shao Chun. Then he said, "Little friend, did you not hear what this old man said? This one is telling you to stop." Shao Chun did not mind. He smiled and said, "My legs are under my feet. What does it have to do with you whether I stop or not? You have a sharp tongue. Let this old man ask you. For months ago, did you use your strength to bully the weak, sow dissension, and injure my son?" The purple-robed old man asked with an overbearing aura. Indeed, they were really father and son. With this, Shao Chun probably could not enter the Mountain Manor directly. However, Shao Chun did not show any fear. He smiled gently and said, "What you said is true. However, did I injure your son? How come I don't remember? I think it was just a gentle touch. At that time, many people could prove it. Your old friend, Diao Tao, could prove it as well." At the mention of this matter, the purple-robed old man could not stop the rage in his eyes from spewing out. He spent a lot of effort to calm himself down. If not for the purple-robed old man running around seeking miraculous medicinal pills, Shao Chun would not be able to recover without at least half a year. To think that the purple-robed old man was not embarrassed to say that it was just a gentle touch. As for that Diao Tao, this was the name that the purple-robed old man did not want to hear the most. For the sake of a longevity fruit, Diao Tao disregarded their relationship of many years and directly sent Ouyang Feng tumbling down the mountain. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Good, very good. In that case, this old man will gently touch you as well. After the purple-robed old man said this through clenched teeth, he no longer suppressed his rage. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Shao Chun. The purple-robed old man thought that it would be too degrading for him, a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, to draw his sword to deal with a junior. However, The purple-robed old man relied on his huge advantage in cultivation to send a palm strike over. When the palm strike flew out, the wind howled. At the level of great Grandmaster-level martial sage, a casual palm strike could break mountains. Furthermore, this palm strike was sent out in rage. The surging palm wind combined with the purple-robed old man's mountain-like heavy aura. Before the palm wind arrived, a huge pressure already pressed down. Several of the people behind Xiao Chun could not help but move back. However, Xiao Chun himself did not move at all. When he saw the horrifying aura of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the might of the purple-robed old man's palm strike was like child's play to Xiao Chun. Since the other party was being arrogant and did not even draw his sword, then there was no need for him to draw his sword. Myriad heaven-divine fist, deities descending, 20 dragon force. Dragon roars resounded, and 20 huge dragon-shaped strands of energy appeared behind Xiao Chun. They soared up and down, stirring up the sky and making the sky change color. They roared in unison, and dragon might covered the sky, not giving the purple-robed old man any chance to regret. When Xiao Chun faced this palm strike that was as fast as a storm and as mighty as a mountain, he took a step forward and met it head-on. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a horrifying sound rang out. Xiao Chun's punch sent the purple-robed old man flying back. The purple-robed old man's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. After the purple-robed old man landed, he felt incredible pain in his right hand. Cracks spread out on his bones. His entire right arm was temporarily crippled. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, old sir. My body is very brittle and cannot be touched. I am not like your son, who has thick skin." After smiling faintly, Xiao Chun swaggered off. The purple-robed old man trembled in anger. However, he had been too careless this time. His right hand was temporarily crippled, and he could not hold a sword at all. Even if the purple-robed old man wanted to take revenge, he did not have the strength to continue fighting. The other swordsmen lining up on the mountain all showed extremely grave expressions. The purple-robed old man, Ouyang Long, was a bona fide great grandmaster-level martial sage. However, even such a great grandmaster-level martial sage wanted to bully the weak. Yet, with one punch from Xiao Chun, he did not dare to retaliate. When the purple-robed old man saw the other party swagger off, he did not even dare to give chase. How unfortunate! This Xiao Chun is not participating in the Saber School rankings competition. What a pity. With such strength, he can definitely compete with Wenziren. In the past few years, the momentum of my Sword Dao lineage has been completely suppressed by the Saber Dao lineage. Wenziren already suppressed the profound domain's younger generation swordsmen to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Now, another Xiao Chun appeared. If only Yen San were here. With Yen San's strength and talent, he would definitely be able to compete with those two. Yen San is obsessed with the Sword Dao. He has never been interested in the Sword School ranking. He is nowhere to be found. Even the Yin clan does not know where he is. The swordsmen present all gave the purple-robed old man some face. Even after Xiao Chun sent him flying with one punch, no one mocked him. Ouyang Feng walked over to the purple-robed old man and grumbled, "Father, what's wrong with you? Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Just go up and chop him down with one strike." Ouyang Long was already upset after losing so much face. When he heard Ouyang Feng's grumbling, he immediately slapped Ouyang Feng. "Shut up." Ouyang Long's expression turned extremely cold. He could not be bothered with Ouyang Feng anymore. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries, quickly recovering from the injuries on his right arm. Ouyang Long was prepared to wait for Xiao Chun to come out. At that time, he would not give Xiao Chun a chance and would directly fight him with his sword. If Ouyang Long could not defeat Xiao Chun today, he could forget about staying in the profound domain in the future. Inside Sword Forging Manor, when Xiao Chun saw Sita Leihong's calm appearance, he did not know what to say. After all, back then, Xiao Chun had said that he would help the other party obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. Now he was going back on his word. Furthermore, he needed the other party's help. After thinking for a while, Sito Leihong still did not say anything. Xiao Chun could only probe. Senior, I'm sorry about the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. I came late. Chapter 981. Sito Leihong smiled and said, It's fine. I knew about it long ago and already made arrangements. What arrangements? When Xiren just agreed to your challenge. He will fight you 7 days from now. The wager is the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, Sito Leihong said unhurriedly. Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. Challenge? When was that? How come I don't remember challenging him? Sito Leihong did not act like a senior at all. He smiled and said, I helped you make the challenge. Why don't you agree? If you don't agree, I can cancel it. Xiao Chun was speechless. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Senior is really considerate. Well said, well said. There is no need to thank me for this. Just help me get the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, Sito Leihong said casually, waving his hand. To think that Xiao Chun had been on tenterhooks for a long time. However, Sito Leihong had already made arrangements for him. I will hand the 10,000-year-old flame crystal to Senior 7 days from now. I will leave the lunar shadow saber to Senior. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out the lunar shadow saber, the 3 life stone, the Permitha flower, and the soul returning grass. Sito Leihong nodded and waved his hand. Wait for the good news. You don't have to worry about me. Let's go. I will not send you off. Since Sito Leihong sent him off with tea, naturally, Xiao Chun did not intend to remain. Xiao Chun was still thinking about the results of the longevity fruits auction. He did not know how much wealth it had brought him and whether he could use it to buy some secret treasures containing dragon souls. For when Xiren to be able to enter the top 10 of the Saber School ranking, he definitely had the strength to defeat great Grandmaster level martial sages. However, Xiao Chun did not know how strong he was. Xiao Chun needed to asking Qiong about all these things. He had to meet the other party quickly. The moment Xiao Chun left the mountain manor, he did not have time to think. A resplendent sword light shot at him like a meteor tearing through the sky. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and quickly materialized the flawless saber Dao. He used his body as a saber and his hand as the edge. With one move, the saber changed hundreds of times. His hair, clothes, shoulders, and arms, there was not a single part that was not a saber. A boundless saber hum resounded throughout the sky. As Xiao Chen's hair fluttered, he thrust his finger forward and clashed with his sword light. Bang! A purple energy burst forth from Xiao Chen's fingertips. A thunderous roar resounded as the 100-meter sword light shattered. The purple-clad old man, Ouyang Long, had been storing up power and waiting for a long time. Yet, Xiao Chun broke it with a finger. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived in midair. When he met Ouyang Long's gaze, he felt incomparably furious. He said coldly, Your skin is extraordinarily thick. A great Grandmaster-level martial sage actually sneak-attacked me. Ouyang Long's right hand had already recovered, and he was holding a 4-foot-long sword that gleamed with a cold light. A boundless sword intent flowed out from the tip of the sword, and the sword wind howled. It came and went without a trace for 5 kilometers, stirring up the clouds in all directions. He said in a cold voice, Cut the crap. If you cannot get past me today, you can forget about leaving Sword Forging Peak. The swordsmen below looked at each other. They did not expect Ouyang Long to be so angry. This time, Xiao Chun is in trouble. Earlier, Ouyang Long did not use his sword and got injured in his carelessness. Now, he is probably serious. You should not show off too much. If Xiao Chun had taken Ouyang Long's palm strike and let him get back at him, this matter might have passed. Ouyang Long has cultivated for 400 years and is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Sword Dao. If he used his full strength, there would not be any suspense in dealing with the junior. As the discussions rang out, everyone shook their heads. They did not think much of Xiao Chun. When a great Grandmaster-level martial sage truly got angry, the energy that burst out would be a horrifying scene. Ouyang Feng, who was below, was incredibly excited. His father finally used his full strength. This time it would be easy. As long as Xiao Chen's hand was injured, Ouyang Feng would personally step forward and ruthlessly stomp on Xiao Chen's face to wash away his shame. Otherwise, the anger in his heart would never dissipate. Don't blame this old man for bullying the weak today. I'll give you 3 moves. As long as you can receive these 3 moves, this grudge will be written off, Ouyang Long said expressionlessly. Xiao Chen's expression turned extremely sullen. He found it very funny. Written off? Such an overbearing attitude made it seem like he was the one in the wrong. Back then, on Sword Forging Peak, Ouyang Feng had been mocking Xiao Chen, attacking with vicious moves. Xiao Chen had endured many times before he was forced to make a move. Even when he made a move, he did not take Xiao Chen's life. Today, the same scene happened on Sword Forging Peak. Xiao Chen was careless and got injured, unable to even hold his sword. As long as Xiao Chen took another step forward, he would have been able to defeat Xiao Chen in a sorry state. However, Xiao Chen did not do so. In the end, not only did Xiao Chen not appreciate his kindness, but after he recovered, he disregarded his status and sneak attacked Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he pretended to be righteous, saying that he would settle this grudge in 3 moves. How laughable! How extremely laughable! A white-robed figure flew sharply in the air. As his long hair fluttered, it revealed a delicate face with a Neptune headscarf. His facial features were distinct and hid a hidden sharpness. Whoosh! Xiao Chen removed the blue headscarf from his forehead, and his aura suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's originally delicate and reserved face immediately turned sharp. The state of kingship was incredibly tyrannical. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He said, "What a good settling this grudge in 3 moves. Ouyang Long, you really think highly of yourself. What do you have to settle this grudge with me in 3 moves? Today, I will defeat you in 3 moves. It is fine if this grudge is not settled." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, his will of thunder, which contained his great perfection saber soul, surged out with boundless might. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a purple lightning talisman hovered above his head. Immediately, thunderclouds churned in the sky for 5 kilometers around. As they moved up and down, lightning flashed and thunder roared. There was a boundless sharpness in these berserk thunderclouds. It was like the thunderclouds for 5 kilometers around were an inextinguishable treasure saber. In an instant, it suppressed Ouyang Long, who unleashed his aura without holding anything back and stirred up the winds and clouds. Great perfection saber soul. The people below felt the swords in their hands tremble, about to fall out of their hands. They prostrated themselves on the ground, their expressions filled with extreme shock. It really is a great perfection saber soul. A small perfection saber soul is already sufficient to fight a great perfection sword soul. A great perfection saber soul can completely suppress Ouyang Long's small perfection sword soul. With this, he can make up for the difference in cultivation. Flawless night, perfect and flawless moon. Xiao Chen swiped his fingertip, and resplendent moonlight suddenly bloomed. The sky immediately turned dark. Back then, when Xiao Chen used his full power, this flawless bright moon had blocked Diwuk's split-second initial knowledge. Now that Xiao Chen's strength had improved significantly, and more importantly, his saber soul had reached great perfection. The might of this flawless bright moon had increased significantly. The moon on Xiao Chen's fingertip shone with a dazzling light and an overwhelming might. The light made it difficult for Ouyang Long to open his eyes. Ouyang Long's expression had long since changed. When he saw this full moon, he brandished his sword. 900 purple knight sword formations appeared in the air around him. As they spun, they formed a large purple knight sword formation. Boom! The bright moon on Xiao Chen's fingertip turned into a saber light and crashed into this large sword formation. Whoosh! 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 The sword formation lasted for a moment before crumbling in the air. Strands of sword light scattered in all directions, blasting the surrounding mountains for 50 kilometers into pieces. Only the sword chi that landed on Sword Forging Peak was easily erased by mysterious energy. Spring, summer, autumn wind, winter snow. Flawless 4 seasons, growing and multiplying endlessly. After Shao Qin's flawless bright moon broke Ouyang Long's purple night sword formation, he stood on a lightning dragon. With a flash of electric light, he charged over to Ouyang Long, who had retreated 1 kilometer. Red peach blossoms filled the sky. Peach blossoms bloomed, filling the air with a fragrance. There was no spring wind or saber light. The blazing sun was like the high noon sun, burning everything in the world. Its light was like a saber, and the blazing sun was like a sharp blade. The merciless autumn wind swept through the world, leaving nothing alive. Winter snow drifted in the air. No color could be seen for 50 kilometers around. The world was one color, and no saber light could be seen. Endless cycles, growing and multiplying endlessly. This was the first time Shao Qun completely executed the repaired flawless 4 seasons. The various mysterious phenomena of flawless 4 seasons cycled continuously. Spring saber, summer saber, autumn saber, and winter saber. For sabers chopped down, cycling endlessly. In the sky, Shao Qun forced Ouyang Long back 50 kilometers. As Shao Qun approached, thunderclouds spread for 5 kilometers around. The thunderclouds stretched endlessly, surging with shocking thunder. Flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. 18 azure saber lights filled the sky and the ground, containing the subduing dragon profound slash. As they flickered, they struck Ouyang Long at nearly the same time. Pu Ci. Ouyang Long vomited a mouthful of blood. This saber strike knocked him back again, landing on sword forging peak with a loud bang. The surroundings fell silent. When Shao Qun said that he would defeat Ouyang Long in 3 moves, he did so in a clean and efficient manner, not dragging his feet at all. Ouyang Feng looked at Ouyang Long, who fell back to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock, and he gaped speechlessly. The scene that Ouyang Feng imagined did not happen. His father did not beat Shao Qun to the point where he could not retaliate. Instead, his father was defeated in 3 moves. "Father, how are you?" Ouyang Feng asked worriedly as he picked up Ouyang Long whoosh. A strong wind scattered, and Shao Qun landed calmly without any expression on his face. The many swordsmen who were watching immediately opened up a path. "I'll kill you, you bastard." When Ouyang Feng saw Shao Qun land, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He charged at Shao Qun without care for anything else. His entire body was full of openings, and he did not have any technique at all. Shao Qun's figure flashed, and his clothes fluttered. As his hair fluttered, one could hear the metallic clanging of sabers as he easily dodged Ouyang Feng. After that, Shao Qun grabbed Ouyang Feng, who had brushed past him, and pulled him back, tossing him forcefully. The mountain peak trembled, and Ouyang Feng landed heavily on the ground. Then he vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. When Ouyang Feng thought about the strength that Shao Qun had just displayed, he calmed down. Now he was so frightened that his body trembled. "Shao Qun, I admit defeat. I swear that from today onwards, I will never seek trouble for you again." As Ouyang Long watched Shao Qun walk over, he felt fear in his heart for some reason. Then, he pulled down his old face and begged for mercy. Shao Qun's expression did not change as he stopped walking. His expression was unfathomable. Ouyang Long clenched his teeth and took off the spatial ring in his hand. He said, "These are the resources that I always carry with me. There are 3 million black astral coins and 5,000 kilograms of various divine materials in there. I only beg you to let us father and son off today. I guarantee that I will not seek trouble for you again." Chapter 982. Shao Qun stretched out his hand and grabbed the spatial ring. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly left this place. These 2 father and son were not benevolent people. Although they said that, they definitely would not do it. Shao Qun wanted to kill the 2. However, he did not want to see blood on this sword-forging peak. After all, whether Ao Jiao could be revived depended on Sita Leihong. Secondly, The two had the Purple Knight Sword sect, one of the 9 ranks of the great families, behind them. Although the Purple Knight Sword sect's strength and accumulations were not comparable to the peak of the 9 ranks of the great families like the Haotian sect, they were in the profound domain. However, in the profound domain, offending the Purple Knight Sword sect and the other party's main camp would be problematic. After a few flashes, Xiaoqin stood on a lightning dragon and vanished from the many swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Seeing the Ouyang father and son on the ground in sorry states, the other swordsmen all sighed softly. They were also swordsmen, but when they saw Ouyang Long defeated by a bladesman like Xiao Chun, they all felt some resentment. To some extent, these people all held grudges against Xiao Chun. If it were a regular battle, they might have made a move to help, even blocking that bladesman. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's strength and sighing at the speed of his growth, these people felt apprehensive and could only watch as Xiao Chen left. Furthermore, the two had brought this upon themselves for being in such a sorry state. As the saying went, the evils brought upon themselves are the hardest to bear. They would not gain much sympathy. After flying for 250 kilometers in one breath, Xiao Chun casually stopped on the top of a tree. Then, he closed his eyes and replayed the earlier battle in his mind. The earlier 3 moves could all be considered martial techniques, surpassing heaven-ranked. With the support of his great perfection saber soul, their might had more than doubled. These were Xiao Chen's 3 strongest killing moves. In today's battle, he mainly relied on his great perfection saber soul. If not for his great perfection saber soul, Flawless Bright Moon would not have burst forth with such strong might, suppressing Ouyang Long's aura in one go. If Ouyang Long had comprehended a great perfection sword soul as well, this battle would have been even more difficult. After defeating his opponent in 3 moves, Xiao Chun maintained a calm mind, gaining a clear understanding of his own strength. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and an expression of comprehension appeared in them. He pushed off the ground and left in satisfaction. 2 days later, Ying Qiong, who had received Xiao Chen's message, met at the largest inn in Heavenly Cauldron, Xiao Chun. Jean de Bao and Old Jiu also went with them. The 2 of them had good expressions on their faces. Clearly, they were very satisfied with the way they handled the black goods. Chen's face and said he dragon said, Chun said he of the 2. Lord had he? And said, Xiao Chun had, and Xiao had. Fatty Jean said enviously, comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. This fat lord spent a lot of effort to sell those goods for 5 million black astral coins. You did not even do anything, and you managed to get 30 million black astral coins. However, Xiao Chun did not feel too surprised. This fat lord had spent a lot of effort to sell those goods for 5 million black astral coins. You did not even do anything, and you automatically obtained 30 million black astral coins. However, Xiao Chun did not feel too surprised. He had heard those swordsmen talk about it at Sword Forging Peak. A few old blue-robed emperors, who were nearing the end of their lifespans, had come to the auction of the longevity fruit. Naturally, the blue-robed emperor was wealthy. After his people died, he would gain nothing. For the sake of his lifespan, he was willing to spend money. Xiao Chun drank a cup of wine and said, I'll give you another longevity fruit. I do not have any requirements. Help me spend all 30 million black astral coins in 3 days. Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu gaped. What do you want me to do? 30 million black astral coins? I need to spend it all in 3 days. Ying Xiong felt confused as well. Doubt filled her pretty face. Help me collect secret treasures containing dragon souls. They have to be at least sage grade. If there are king grade ones, don't let them go, no matter how much money you have. Ying Xiong frowned slightly and said with some difficulty, secret treasures containing dragon souls are not easy to find. I'm afraid it will not be easy to spend these 30 million black astral coins. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I know. Incomplete secret treasures will do as well. Ying Xiong smiled and said, Incomplete secret treasures will do as well? In that case, this will be easy. The Flourishing Heaven Pavilion has stores all over the Kunlun realm. Every year, there will be piles of incomplete secret treasures. After chatting for a while, the topic shifted to the duel between Xiao Chun and Wen Xiren. In merely 2 days, the news of Xiao Chun's duel with Wen Xiren spread throughout the entire Profound Domain. If there was anyone in the Profound Domain who could rival Xiao Chun in fame, it would naturally be Wen Xiren. The Saber School ranking was established once every 10 years. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years since the ancient era. However, in the past 1,000 years, no one from the younger generation managed to make it into the top 10. When Xiren managed to make it into the top 10 despite a group of great Grandmaster-level martial sages participating, obtaining the 6th rank. Once this news spread, it caused an uproar. Speaking of which, why did you think of challenging Wen Xiren? Given your character, you would not be so ostentatious, right? Ing Xiong asked with a smile. Clearly, he had guessed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Kim Tae-ho looked around and chuckled. Brother Xiao, how confident are you of winning? This fat lord will go and start the bet. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to make some money, it would be too unfortunate. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he said, I do not know much about Wen Xiren, so I can't say for sure. However, I have to win this match. Suddenly, footsteps came from downstairs. A group of guards escorted the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord to the top floor. When the young city lord saw Xiao Chun, he smiled faintly and tossed a heavy wooden box to the young city lord. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and caught it. After he opened it, an overwhelming heat wave spewed out, and flames assaulted him. If not for Xiao Chun's strength being far greater than before, he would definitely be injured if he opened this box. Xiao Chun had always been extremely calm. However, when he saw this item, he could not help feeling excited. He quickly closed the box, and his expression changed somewhat. Brother Xiao, there is no need to overthink. Senior brother told me to deliver this. 5 days from now, he will have a fair fight with you in Heavenly Saber City. It will be a simple fight, and he does not want you to be disturbed by anything. The item in the box was none other than the 10,000-year-old flame crystal that Xiao Chun dreamed of. When Xiren's breadth of mind surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. Xiao Chun's favorable impression of this bladesman, whom he had never met before, immediately improved significantly. With the 10,000-year-old flame crystal in hand, Xiao Chun no longer felt any burden. Late at night, in the guest room, Xiao Chun looked at the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and entered deep thought. There were still 5 more days before the fight with Wen Xiren. Now that he had obtained the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, this fight would be much simpler. However, this was a fight between bladesmen. There was no need for Xiao Chun to think about the consequences of losing. Without any burden, he could just fight to his heart's content. Xiao Chun did not know what kind of person Wen Xiren was. However, at the very least, this breadth of mind greatly increased Xiao Chun's interest in this fight. After putting away the wooden box, Xiao Chun silently flew out of the window and arrived at a desolate place outside the city. If Xiao Chun wanted to test his moves, he naturally had to find a large, quiet place with no one around. An inn was definitely not an option. Xiao Chun could only go outside the city. He would return 3 days later and meet with Ing Qiong. The night was cold and desolate. Occasionally, a cold wind blew in the forest, rustling the leaves. There were still 3 more moves of the myriad heaven divine fist: Eternal Myth, Dusk of Deities, and Burial of Deities. Xiao Chun had never truly executed these 3 moves before. Even among the deity race, those who could practice these 3 moves were few and far between. Without reaching a certain age and cultivation realm, or with extraordinary comprehension ability, one would not be able to do so. The final 3 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist were also known as forbidden moves among the deity race. They possessed extremely horrifying might. They would not be any weaker than the divine sovereign secret techniques that every divine sovereign left behind. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and allowed the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to start surging bit by bit. As he circulated the myriad heaven divine fist, motes of golden light shot out from Xiao Chun's body, illuminating the forest. The golden light gathered, and a deity statue suddenly appeared behind Xiao Chun. This deity statue looked no different from Xiao Chun. However, it looked solemn and dignified, exuding might without being angry. Eternal myth. This was Xiao Chun's own myth. The myriad heaven divine fists sang of the ancient deity sovereigns of the deity race. Xiao Chun was not a member of the deity race and did not believe in gods. If one's heart was not sincere enough, logically speaking, one would not be able to practice the myriad heaven divine fist. However, Xiao Chun blazed a different path, creating his own myth and being loyal only to himself. He did not believe in gods and only believed in himself. Who was the myth? He was the myth. Xiao Chun continuously poured such thoughts into his heart, like he was hypnotizing himself. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like spring water. As the magic energy drained, the deity statue behind Xiao Chun grew increasingly denser. Its figure became more realistic, and divine might gathered in its eyes. Bang! With a boom, the deity statue behind Xiao Chun grew incredibly huge. It was now 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Finally, a trace of divine might gathered. Not a single tree remained in the forest. Under the sweep of the divine might, it turned into nothing in less than one breath. Xiao Chun's expression turned solemn. His face looked like it was carved, dignified, and holy. Praises came from the air. With a thought, Xiao Chun raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. The deity statue behind Xiao Chun stretched out its hand and slapped the air in front of it. A huge hand that covered the sky formed. This palm covered a distance of 25 kilometers. The golden light that shot out in all directions immediately illuminated the entire night sky. This palm strike seemed to make the distant sky sink by half a meter. The flat ground caved in deeply. Xiao Chun silently circulated his energy and withdrew this move. The deity statue slowly faded away. Then, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and entered deep thought. Just relying on Xiao Chun's magic energy to condense divine might was insufficient. If Xiao Chun could be like those deities of the deity race, forging deity statues in the deity domain and the lower realms, he could build temples for the people to worship and provide the power of faith. In that case, the might of this eternal myth could double. Following that, Xiao Chun started to materialize Dusk of Deities. This move was even more mighty, and the state it contained was even vaster and vaster. Cultivators of the deity race, without strong mental energy, would not be able to practice it. Normally, only those who reached the level of the blue-robed emperor were qualified to practice these two moves. Of course, this was just the qualification. Whether one could successfully practice, it still required extremely high comprehension ability and a strong physical body. There was a huge difference between Dusk of Deities and Eternal Myth. Dusk of Deities did not need to condense divine might. The state that Xiao Chun needed to materialize was that of the destruction of the ancient divine kingdom, the arrival of the end of the world, the end of the myth, the fall of the gods, and the fall of prosperity. Chapter 983. From a certain point of view, this was closely related to Di Wux's split-second initial awareness. Split-second initial awareness represented the beginning of glory. That first brilliant light illuminated the darkness. The dusk of gods represented the decline of glory, the end of a legend. In that instant, the blood-stained setting sun was the final, sorrowful light of dusk before darkness descended. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to test it out. He sat cross-legged on the ground. First, the scene of Di Wux executing split-second initial awareness appeared in his mind. Following that, the scene of Di Wux summoning the divine kingdom image appeared. Then, the scene of the 12 keepers working together to summon the divine kingdom image appeared. All sorts of scenes appeared in his mind. If there were any missing parts, Xiao Chun would fill in the gaps. After sitting there for 6 hours, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Without getting up, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Late at night, The pitch-black night immediately turned into a blood-stained canvas. A dispirited setting sun hung in the distant sky. Strands of beautiful, blood-red fiery light fell to the ground like a meteor shower. Every meteor was a fallen deity. Mournful music rang out in the gloomy sky, filling the entire world with a solemn and stirring atmosphere. Bang! A strand of scarlet light shot out of Xiao Qin's fingertip and instantly tore through 5 kilometers. It looked like a waterfall in the sky, lingering for a long time. With a casual wave of his hand, all sorts of mysterious phenomena vanished. Night fell once more. The setting sun was gone, and the scarlet light no longer appeared. Only the scarlet waterfall that Xiao Qian executed in the sky did not scatter. Its might still lingered, and an apocalyptic aura spread out. Everywhere the waterfall passed, all the birds and beasts within 5 kilometers fled in panic. Xiao Qian slowly stood up and patted the dust off his body. Then, he muttered, "This is still not enough. If I can see a deity of the deity domain fall with my own eyes, I can better materialize this solemn state. Or I can find one of the 7 thrones, the despair throne, to strengthen the power of this move." In the blink of an eye, the corners of Xiao Qian's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "Having flaws means that there is room for improvement. Right now, the power of this move is basically sufficient." The myriad Heaven Divine Fist had one last move left, the burial of deities. Compared to dusk and finality, it was an even colder and more profound state. It was the final sentence of a glorious legend. However, Xiao Qian did not dare to test this move rashly. He faintly felt that there was something deeper to this move. At this moment, the myriad Heaven Divine Fist that Xiao Qian comprehended had already broken away from the introduction on the surface. He had a more complete understanding of it. Many things and details that the God Clan's experts couldn't see, he had completed them and even added some of his own things. By relying on the large amount of divine liquid essence absorbed from the heavenly dew divine spring, Xiao Qian's originally strong comprehension ability had already reached an unimaginable level. For 3 days, Xiao Qian stayed here, repeatedly practicing these 2 moves. Although Xiao Qian did not make any major breakthroughs, he became much more familiar with executing the moves. At the very least, he could execute them with a thought. With some control, he could control the timing of his attacks, drawing them back and forth as he pleased. When the appointed time with Ying Qiong arrived, Xiao Qian unfurled the freedom wings and executed the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart a few times. Then, he rushed back to the city in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Inside the inn, Xiao Qian sat down and drank his tea leisurely, quietly waiting for Ying Qiong to arrive. Xiao Qian felt very confident in Ying Qiong's ability to handle matters. Since the other party said that he could obtain a large number of secret treasures containing dragon souls, he would definitely be able to obtain them. "Young master, someone sent a letter to this in 3 days ago." When the waiter saw Xiao Qian arrive, he immediately came over happily. "A letter? Who sent it?" Xiao Qian put down his teacup and tossed a black astral coin to the waiter. Then, he took out the letter and did not rush to read its contents. Instead, he looked at the signature. "Senior sister, from Shui Lingling," Xiao Qian read softly. Then, he opened the letter and read it carefully. After a while, Xiao Qian put down the letter. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Xiao Qian picked up the teacup and took a sip. A bitter taste lingered on his tongue. "Haha, young master, Xiao rarely shows such an expression. Did something happen?" Ying Qiong arrived with a smile on her face. Without saying anything, Xiao Qian pushed the letter back to the other party. After Ying Qiong read it, her originally smiling face turned extremely angry. "How can they do this? This is too much." Shui Lingling's letter was announced to the world in Bushan Palace. 2 months later, Xiao Hoju would hold his king conferral ceremony in White Emperor City. He would be conferred the White Tiger King, but he did not mention Xiao Qian at all. Ying Qiong could not help feeling angry. This was originally Xiao Qian's king conferral ceremony, but the 3 holy masters' ceremony dragged on for half a year. By the time Xiao Hoju was conferred king, Xiao Chun had only become a foil. At the end of the letter, Shui Lingling expressed some worry. The three holy masters' place seemed to have connections with the three sovereign noble clans of the human race, the Jiang clan, the Yin clan, and the Lin clan. They would make a move against Xiao Chun during the final period, preventing him from appearing at the king conferral ceremony. I'll send someone to escort you back. Ying Xiong also expressed his worry. If Xiao Chun missed the king conferral ceremony, it would be equivalent to him giving up. It would be very difficult for him to be conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the future. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Give me the secret treasures containing the dragon's soul first." The Haotian emperor had said that within 3 years, the blue-robed emperor would not make a move against Xiao Chun. This was the rule between major characters. This was a promise that Ing Zongzong had made to Xiao Chun from behind. It held great weight. Without this promise, without Ing Zongtian, who had expressed his stance long ago, Xiao Chun's path would be even more difficult than it was now. Since the blue-robed emperor could not make a move, Xiao Chun had nothing to fear. If he could not get past this hurdle, he would not have the face to participate in the king conferral ceremony. Ying Xiong gave Xiao Chun a somewhat reproachful look. Then, he followed Xiao Chun's instructions and took out the secret treasures containing the dragon soul one by one. Aside from a few complete sage-grade secret treasures, all the king-grade secret treasures were fragments. Not a single one was complete. Most of the secret treasures were damaged beyond recognition, far inferior to the half of the flood dragon scissors that Xiao Chun obtained. Seeing Xiao Chun carefully look through every secret treasure containing the dragon soul, Ying Xiong asked somewhat nervously, "How is it? Are these enough?" In Ying Xiong's eyes, these secret treasures were basically a pile of trash. At most, the materials had some value. In the eyes of others, they were not worth mentioning. Aside from specialized blacksmiths, no cultivator would buy these things. Xiao Chun raised his head and said, "Not bad. Many thanks. There should be more than this, right?" Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, Ying Xiong's somewhat worried expression vanished. He smiled and said, "There is still some left, but not much. You have not finished spinning your 30 million black astral coins. In that case, it should not be a problem to increase his strength by 2 dragon force. After all, the materials of these secret treasures could not compare to the flood dragon scissors, which was once an immortal equipment. The dragon soul was also not as strong as the flood dragon spirit." Xiao Chun had not finished spinning his 30 million black astral coins. As Xiao Chun had expected, secret treasures containing dragon souls were not easy to find, even if they were fragments. 3 days was indeed rather short. It was already very impressive that Ying Xiong could help Xiao Chun to this extent. If Xiao Chun had to search for them himself, he would not even be able to find half of them in 3 days. Ying Xiong stretched out his hand and tossed over a spatial ring. "I don't want your 30 million black astral coins. Most of these are discarded items piled up in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's warehouse. There is basically no use for them." Xiao Chun received the spatial ring. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Even the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion could only obtain a few fragments of secret treasures containing dragon souls. In that case, if Xiao Chun wanted to gather 10 dragon force and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art, where should he go to find these secret treasures containing dragon souls? Ying Xiong seemed to have noticed Xiao Chun's doubts. He said, "As the saying goes, dragons hide in the depths. Dragons hide in the depths of the 9 abysses. There are more secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean." The heavenly starry ocean was a vast and boundless place filled with islands, sects, and countless experts. To many of the cultivators of the Kunlun realm, it was a mysterious place. "It looks like I really have to make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean in the future," Xiao Chun thought to himself. The saying "dragons hide in the depths" is not wrong. After bidding farewell to Ying Xiong, Xiao Chun brought the secret treasures containing dragon souls to the guest room. Not wasting any time, he immediately circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art to consume these secret treasure fragments. There were too many of them. Xiao Qin spent an entire day before he finished consuming them all. Just as he had expected, this casual strike added 2 dragon strength to the foundation of 3 dragon strength. Collecting secret treasures containing dragon souls was indeed a shortcut for cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Qin stood up and checked his strength. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression. With 5 dragon force and a casual strike, he could barely exchange moves with a great Grandmaster level martial sage without using a martial technique. By circulating deities descending, he could fight a great Grandmaster level martial sage without needing to multiply his combat prowess tenfold, saving a lot of energy. Xiao Chun took out the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal again. Then, he revealed a grave expression as he muttered to himself. Ayo, Jiao should be back by now, right? Given Situ Lei Hong's abilities, for days should be more than enough to revive Ayo Jiao. Let's go. Not suppressing the anticipation in his heart, Xiao Chun leaped out of the window and executed the Freedom Wings, so close yet worlds apart magic skill, flying towards Sword Forging Peak. With each step, Xiao Chun traveled 50 kilometers. Now he was close to 1,000 kilometers. After taking 10-odd steps, Sword Forging Peak came into view. Xiao Chun rushed up the mountain. His hurried pace stunned the many swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak. Xiao Chun had entered Sword Forging Peak many times. The swordsmen who came here all saw Xiao Chun remain calm and collected. Even when facing the mocking of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiao Chun did not get angry. At the very least, he did not show it on the surface. His pace had never been so hurried. When a swordsman looked at Xiao Chen's expression, they could easily capture a trace of nervousness. What exactly happened? Why is the white-robed Xiao Chun in such a rush? Could it be that he is under too much pressure from the upcoming duel? I heard that when Xiren is in the limelight this time, several older generation great Grandmaster-level martial sages fell to his saber. The younger generation bladesmen are indeed at their peak in the past few years. Unfortunately, although there are many outstanding talents of the Sword Dao, there are no peak experts who can match them aside from Yin Shisan, whose whereabouts are unknown. The rarely seen nervousness on Xiao Chen's face and his hurried expression confused the swordsmen, causing them to speculate. Chapter 984. After entering the mountain manor, the bellboy led Xiao Chun to Situ Lei Hong, who had a calm expression as he hugged the lunar shadow saber and drank tea. Haha, little friend Xiao Chun is here. What's wrong? You feel that you cannot defeat Wen Xiren, so you want to take the saber back in advance? I'll have to disappoint you. Without the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, I will not give you this saber. Situ Lei Hong smiled, but his tone did not change at all. Before Situ Lei Hong finished speaking, the lunar shadow saber in his embrace started trembling intensely. The force far surpassed Situ Lei Hong's expectations. Whoosh! The saber shot out. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and caught the flying lunar shadow saber. Then he closed his eyes and felt it. He saw a familiar figure within the lunar shadow saber. This person's eyes were tightly shut as she floated on the lake. At first, Xiao Chun rejoiced. However, he called out in his heart. However, Ayo Jiao did not open her eyes. He could not help but ask anxiously, Senior, what's going on? Situ Lei Hong grabbed with a flip of his hand, and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber back into his grasp. Only then did he reveal a satisfied expression. Bang! However, in less than a second, the lunar shadow saber struggled free again and flew toward Xiao Chun. Damn! Situ Lei Hong cursed without the air of a grandmaster. Is this fellow that good? This old man went through a lot of trouble to save you. After cursing, Situ Lei Hong saw the worried expression on Xiao Chen's face. He smiled and said, Brat, don't be unaware of your blessings. This is her fortuitous encounter. When she wakes up, this saber of yours will have a chance of ranking high on the divine weapon ranking. When Xiao Chun heard that, he immediately revealed an irrepressible expression of joy. He did not care whether he could rank high on the divine weapon ranking or not. As long as Ayo Jiao really came back to life, everything would be fine. Senior Situ, I will never forget this great kindness. Xiao Chun knelt on one knee and performed a cupped fist salute to Sito Leong. A man would not kneel even if he had money. He would kneel to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Other than that, even if you beat him to death, Xiao Chun would never kneel to a third person. However, no matter what, Sito Leong could accept Xiao Chen's kneel, could accept Xiao Chen's bow for Ao Jiao. Sito Leong's smiling face was embarrassed by Xiao Chen's kneeling. With a wave of his hand, he helped Xiao Chen up. He said helplessly, "You brat, you're really..." Unable to continue, Sito Kai sighed and said, "I have seen countless people in my life. You are the only one who dares to be so stubborn over a saber. Take the saber. You can use it without worry now. With the help of this saber, your chances of victory in the fight with Wen Xiren will increase by 20%. Xiao Chun thought of something and handed the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal to Sito. When Sito Leong opened the wooden box and took a look, his expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, "This Wu Xiaoyan's disciple is an interesting person. This battle is going to be interesting. Let's go, let's go. There's no need to be pretentious." Suddenly, Sito Leong glanced around and saw Xiao Chun preparing to draw his saber in the hall. Startled, he put down the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and shouted, "Don't move, boom!" Before Sito Leong finished speaking, he saw a flash of light. The saber light shattered the entire hall in one breath of time. A strand of saber light soared into the clouds within the mountain manor, tearing through 50 kilometers of clouds and piercing into the sky. The long line of swordsmen at Sword Forging Peak looked up in shock, not understanding what was going on. The swords in the hands of several swordsmen rang out as they broke. The entire Sword Forging Peak turned chaotic. Outside the famous heavenly saber city of the profound domain, there was a lake called Nine Dragons Lake. The lake water was clear and boundlessly vast. When one looked into the distance, they could not see the end of the fog. There were 9 mountain peaks around the lake. They were very tall and looked like huge dragons soaring into the clouds. The mountain peaks looked like dragons. However, the dragons that each mountain peak looked like were different. They all had very distinct characteristics. According to rumor, these 9 mountain peaks were formed by the divine dragons of the Immortal epoch. In the distant past, someone once heard the mountains roar like a dragon roar, stirring and mournful. This made the legend of the mountain peaks being formed by the divine dragons seem somewhat ethereal. The mountain peaks were very tough, able to withstand a strike from the blue-robed emperor without collapsing. Each mountain peak suppressed a peak spirit vein. Back then, when the sword and saber clashed before the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyan advanced to martial emperor, they fought 9 times on this 9 Dragons Lake. They had fought 9 times on the 9 Dragons Lake, and all 9 times they had ended in a draw. They had become lifelong rivals. The last time the two fought on 9 Dragons Lake, they had advanced to the blue-robed emperor at that time. They each represented the peak rising talents of the sword and saber factions of the profound domain. That battle was very soul-stirring and exciting. Even after thousands of years, it was still a well-known story, praised by everyone. The result of the battle was still a draw, but the end of the battle. However, at the end of the battle, the two used their comprehensions to break through the bottleneck of Emperor Wu at the same time, both becoming emperors. In the sky, there were 2 descending roads of emperor, and 2 people were running together. At the same time, they stepped onto the peak and pushed open their respective doors to Emperor Wu, stepping onto the Great Tao. It was also that battle that caused the originally unknown 9 Dragon Lake to become the famous Holy Land of Duels in the Xian region. The standards were extremely high. Later, because of the frequent duels, Heavenly Saber City set a rule that only blue-robed emperor-level existences could duel here. Perhaps there really was a mysterious spiritual energy in this place. Many years later, a few more people advanced to martial emperor after dueling here, making 9 Dragons Lake even more famous. However, the grand feat of the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyan and the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian advancing to martial emperor together never happened again. Today, Another duel would take place at Nine Dragons Lake, opening the door for two bladesmen of the younger generation. Neither side of the duel was as strong as the blue-robed emperor. However, they still allowed the duel to take place at Nine Dragons Lake. The reason was none other than the two people's names. One was the white-robed Shao Chun, and the other was the Saber Sovereign's disciple, Wenziren. At this moment, countless large ships and flying spirit beasts floated above the white clouds outside the mountain peak. Even more cultivators stood there. All of them looked into the distance, towards the center of Nine Dragons Lake. A blue-clad cultivator sat cross-legged in the center of the lake. This youth had delicate features and looked spotless. He exuded an ethereal air from head to toe. A long saber floated quietly on the water's surface beside the youth's left hand. Simple and unadorned patterns were carved on the saber scabbard. The complicated patterns gave off an ancient aura. An ancient word was carved on both sides of the saber's hilt: Luo River. Around the blue-clad youth were a few water people the size of a cultivator. They were currently fighting each other, practicing some kind of profound saber technique. While the blue-clad youth looked like he was resting, in reality, he did not relax at all. He made full use of every spare moment to cultivate. Several people on the ship above the clouds would occasionally turn their heads to look into the distance. Their expressions of anticipation contained some excitement and nervousness. However, every time they turned their heads back, they were disappointed. As time passed, they could not help feeling somewhat anxious. Strange, when Ziren arrived early in the morning. Why is there no sign of Shao Chun yet? It is almost noon already. This is too worrying. Naturally, the cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news were here to watch the duel between Shao Chun and Wenziren. However, no one showed up after so long. It was hard to avoid feeling anxious. Could it be that the recent rumors are right? The saber in Shao Chun's hand is just a decoration, completely crippled. The rumors have been spreading rather ferociously recently. I heard that Shao Chun was severely injured in the 9 layers of purgatory and has been suppressing his injuries, unable to fight for long. I even heard that after Shao Chun defeated Ouyang Long in 3 moves on Sword Forging Peak, he immediately vomited 3 liters of blood. I don't know who started the bet recently, but the payout for Shao Chun is already 1-3. In the end, all the bets are on Wenziren. It looks like something is indeed wrong. Fortunately, I resisted the temptation and bet all 500,000 black astral coins on Wenziren. Me too. I bet half of my 1 million black astral coins on Wenziren. No matter what, Wenziren's strength has always been stable. His performance in this saber school ranking competition spoke for itself. His chances of victory are at least 50%. As for Shao Chun, it is hard to say. When bets were placed for duels, especially for famous ones, there would normally be people opening bets. This was not a rare thing in the Kunlun realm. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky. Noon was about to pass, but there was still no sign of Shao Chun. Everyone could not help feeling suspicious. Above the white clouds, on the deck of the profound domains, Ing Clan's warship, Kim Taeho continuously calculated the bets he had received since the bets opened. Lord Gio stood at the side, clearly excited. The amount of bets was unexpectedly large. If the results were as Fatso said, they would have made a huge profit this time. However, if they lost, not only would they have to pay back all the astral coins they obtained from selling the illegal goods, but they would also have to work for the Ing clan for the rest of their lives to repay the debt. The two of them were not famous. Naturally, they had to find someone to vouch for them. Kim Taeho had a glib tongue, getting Ing Cheong to vouch for them. Hence, the bets opened smoothly. Lord Gio said nervously, "Why does this Lord Gio feel a little nervous?" "Fatso, aren't you going overboard with this rumor? What if Shao Chun really loses?" Kim Taeho shouted, "How can that be? 3 days ago, a strand of saber chi destroyed most of the manor on Sword Forging Peak. Others might not know, but this fat lord is absolutely certain that the lunar shadow saber has completely recovered." However, Ing Cheong, who was at the side, smiled softly and said, "That is hard to say. Even if the lunar shadow saber is unsheathed and Shao Chun's strength increases significantly, When Xiren's river water saber is not something to be trifled with. The saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian put in a lot of effort to enter the divine weapon ranking in the future for the sake of this river water saber. Kim Taeho said embarrassedly, "Little sister, don't scare this fat lord. If this fat lord loses, the one who will suffer the greatest loss will be you." A crafty look flashed in Ing Qiong's eyes as she sized up Kim Taeho. Then, she nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. This lady naturally has a way to recoup my losses from you. You better pray to God and Buddha to protect yourself." "What are you trying to do?" "This fat lord is not selling his body," Kim Taeho said as he quickly took a few steps back, feeling flustered from Ing Qiong's gaze. Ing Qiong could not help laughing. She burst out in laughter and said, "Dream on. With all that fat on your body, how much is 1 kilogram? Ka, ka, ka." The water figures materializing mysterious martial techniques around the blue-robed bladesman when Xiren suddenly shattered, turning into droplets of rain falling from the sky. Such a change instantly attracted everyone's attention. When Xiren opened his eyes and grasped the river water saber beside him, then he slowly stood up and stared at the empty water in front. Chapter 985. He was as gentle as water as he stood quietly on the water. His facial features were not considered handsome, but his sharpness was withdrawn. It was like he had merged with the entire Nine Dragons Lake. The Tao was natural, and the saber was like the Tao. He was like a treasured saber that drifted with the waves. Bang! The space in front folded up. The mountains and rivers turned hazy and indistinct. A white figure took a step forward in an extremely distant place. In the next moment, he stood on the lake, 1 kilometer away from Xiren. Ing Qiong's gaze immediately shifted over, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun is here. He finally came. If he had come any later, the sun would have set. Right now, our profound domain's bladesmen firmly suppress the swordsman. Today, the battle between 2 peak rising talents will definitely be a feast for the eyes. Xiao Chen's appearance allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the long-awaited duel would be ruined. Everyone would feel that it was a pity. "Sorry for the delay. So I came late," Xiao Chen said apologetically as he performed a cupped fist salute after sizing up Xiren. "It is not too late to come before the sun sets. How about competing with the saber first?" Xiren's aura was like water, but his character was extremely decisive. He did not hesitate at all. The moment he arrived, he immediately prepared for the duel. From a certain point of view, Xiren was very similar to Xiao Chun. They were both people who did not like to speak nonsense. Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he had no objections. Then, the two's right hands silently grasped their saber hilts at the same time. At this moment, the two's auras suddenly changed. In that instant, all of their sharpness exploded out. Thousands of sabers clashed, resounding over the vast lake, clanging endlessly. Thousands upon thousands of water pillars containing boundless saber intent soared into the sky above the lake, soaring into the clouds. A resplendent light, as bright as the sun shone. The lunar shadow sword and the river water left the two's right hands at the same time, shooting forward like meteors. Just like that, the atmosphere of a great battle suddenly descended. No one expected the two to be so decisive, starting the duel without saying anything. What was a duel of sabers? Bladesmen were no stranger to this. Simply put, it was drawing one saber in an instant. The moment they clashed in midair, whoever saber was knocked away would be the loser. This seemingly simple action contained too many factors: aura, cultivation, will, saber soul, the angle at which the saber was drawn, the control of the environment, and everyone's comprehension of saber techniques. The slightest mistake would put him at a disadvantage in the saber competition. In addition to the above, there was another very important factor, which was the saber itself. When an ordinary saber clashed with a high-grade famed saber, it went without saying who had the upper hand. In a situation where both sides had similar talents, the saber itself was the deciding factor in a saber duel. Seeing Xiao Chun agree to Xiren's request without hesitation, The many cultivators watching outside the white clouds were all startled. Who in the profound domain did not know that when Xiren's river water saber was personally forged by the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian? The materials used and the effort put in were all for the divine weapon ranking. Although it was only a subdivine weapon now, as long as it advanced to a divine weapon, it would charge into the divine weapon ranking. It would become one of the 10 great divine weapons. The divine might it contained rivaled that of a primordial emperor treasure. The famed river water saber was famous everywhere. In the past few years, this saber had chopped down countless older generation cultivators. Who knew how many treasures had been chopped in half by the river water saber? During the saber school ranking competition, when Xiren had used this saber to chop down 8 great grandmaster level martial sages, ranking within the top 10 of the saber school ranking. This had also pushed the prestige of this saber to the peak. This Xiao Chun is too arrogant to think that he really dares to compete with Wen Xiren. How unfortunate. Originally, I was looking forward to this battle. Now, there is nothing to see. If his saber is not good, he could have just said so. Why the need to be stubborn? Given Wen Xiren's character, he will definitely give up on competing with the saber. Both sides will fight with sabers of the same quality. With that, he still wants to participate in the king conferral ceremony. I think he should stop embarrassing himself. Who cares? I bet on Wen Xiren winning. That's true. Rumors spread everywhere. Many bladesmen expressed that it was a pity. These people could not be blamed for having such one-sided discussions. This was because the fame of the river water saber had flourished in the profound domain in the past few years. Lord Zhou's ears were very sharp. When he heard the discussions around, he could not help but feel even more uncertain. Fatso, are your words accurate or not? At this moment, Kim Taeho felt uncertain as well. He could not help but look at Ing Xiong. Ing Xiong's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "This is rather strange." Given Wen Xiren's character, he would not ask to compete with his saber despite knowing that his saber is better. What's going on? When Kim Taeho heard that, he immediately showed a bitter expression. It's over. This fat lord is really going to fail this time. Regardless of what the others were discussing, the lunar shadow saber above the lake. The lunar shadow saber gave off a resplendent purple light. Electricity gathered and spun in the air, creating strands of flickering electricity. This caused the sky to turn dark for some reason. When Xiao Chun looked up, thunderclouds spread out in the sky as the lunar shadow saber danced. The surging thunderclouds were like true dragons swimming with the saber, breathing and swallowing the clouds. The wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning in the surroundings all moved with it. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, the world moved. Xiao Chun grasped the essence of the saber perfectly. However, the more this was so, the more the spectating cultivators felt it was a pity. Such exquisite saber skills were sufficient to prove that Xiao Chun lived up to his reputation. However, the saber in his hand was not up to par. He would definitely lose if he competed with the saber. Several people even sighed softly. It was not for anything else, but because there would be one less exciting battle between bladesmen. This might become a regret of their lives. On the other side, Wen Xiren's saber was as gentle as water. It had a gentle aura, like flowing water. However, as Wen Xiren drew his saber, the aura of this saber also changed in an instant. The roar of a mountain torrent erupted between the heavens and the earth, covering the surroundings and competing with the sound of thunder. The saber spun endlessly. Watery clouds covered the sky, and a heavy downpour fell. The rainwater was like a saber. When it landed on the water, it sounded like many treasured sabers humming and trembling. The falling rainwater turned into thousands of strands hidden at the bottom of the lake. As the undercurrents surged, the humming of the saber sounded like a powerful dragon roar, lingering on endlessly. It resonated with the watery clouds in the sky, resisting the 50 kilometers of thunderclouds bearing fangs and claws together. The famed saber, the river water, fell into the water like a saber. Amid the cool breeze and drizzle, the blue-robed Wenziren stood on the surface of the lake, looking spotless. As he did so, a dragon roar sounded. Time seemed to stop on this Nine Dragons lake. Xiao Chun and Wenziren stood calmly on the water. The horrifying, mysterious phenomenon in the surroundings did not affect them at all. It was like the hearts of bladesmen, absolutely calm and rational. Nothing could disturb them. As the two spinning sabers approached each other, several of the spectating cultivators in the sky could not help but close their eyes, unwilling to watch. The result was set from the very start. Without a divine weapon, what saber in the world could defeat the famed river water saber in a competition of sabers? Ing Xiong's heart could not help pounding heavily. Anxiety appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "This idiot! That is the famed river water saber, a treasure saber that the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian forged for the sake of breaking into the divine weapon ranking. Isn't he very smart all along? Why did he agree to compete with the saber without thinking?" Of course, time would not really stop. However, the two sabers storing up power gave others the misconception that time had slowed down. What would come? The instant the two sabers were about to clash, they suddenly accelerated. They were as fast as a glimpse, surpassing the speed of most cultivators' eyes. Then they quickly clashed. Before everyone could understand what was going on, they heard a crisp sound coming from the center of the lake. Where the two sabers clashed, a light encased them. Electricity flickered as two dragons clashed. The water spout soared into the sky and instantly swept up the two sabers, turning the chaotic situation even more chaotic. For a moment, no one could see what was going on. Thunderclouds and water clouds clashed in the sky. Loud sounds reverberated in all directions. Layers of clouds scattered like the sky was shattering, looking exceptionally scary. The undercurrent of the dragon roars on the surface of the lake under Wenziren's feet slowly faded. Ripples spread across the surface of the lake, and waves surged wildly. Wenziren moved up and down with the waves. At some point in time, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. What's going on? When everyone saw the blood at the corner of Wenziren's lips and then looked at the calm white-robed Xiao Chun, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, at the place where the two sabers clashed, light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. No one could see the result clearly. Someone whispered, "The instant the two sabers clashed, I seemed to hear the sound of a saber breaking." Could it be that someone's saber broke? That should be Xiao Chen's saber, the famed river water saber. If a divine weapon does not appear, no saber can break it. It looks like after Xiao Chen's saber broke, Wenziren was significantly injured as well. That makes sense. How unfortunate. This is truly unfortunate. Although I do not want to say it, white-robed Xiao Chun lost unjustly. No one believed that the river water saber could break. Since a saber broke, it had to be Xiao Chen's saber. Kim Taeho looked around and laughed loudly. He fanned himself and said, "Little sister Ing Qiong, this fat lord is going to relieve himself. My stomach is disappointing." Sensing that something was wrong, Fatso quickly tried to flee. However, he had only taken one step when a few Ing clan cultivators blocked his way with murderous expressions. Bang! Lord Jiao, who had slipped out earlier, was tossed back to the deck. He had an awkward smile on his face. When Fatso saw the situation, he immediately shut his mouth and squatted on the ground with a bitter expression. If one did not know better, one would think that he was constipated. Ing Xiong ignored these two clowns. Her pretty face was filled with uncertainty, disappointment, and worry. Bang! The chaotic scene in the center of the lake slowly scattered. The waterspout fell back to the surface, and the thunderclouds and watery clouds in the sky also vanished. A beam of sunlight descended, and a bright light shone. Under the blazing sun, the surface of the lake shimmered, making it look very bright. After everything calmed down, only a saber remained hovering above the lake. The saber stood proudly facing the blazing sun, flickering with a dazzling light. Chapter 986. That's not right. That is not Luo water. That is the lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, Someone's expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth and cried out in shock, as if he had seen the most unreasonable thing in the world. An uproar immediately spread among all the spectating martial artists. What happened? Where's Wenziron's saber? Impossible. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. However, as Wenziron stretched out his hand to the bottom of the lake, he grabbed the two halves of the river water saber. An unacceptable fact had happened just like that. Countless sabers broke. The famed Luo River, which carried the saber sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's hopes, broke. No one had expected that the result would be like this. It was the famed saber Luo Shui that was broken. As for the saber that belonged to Xiao Chun, it still stood proudly in the air, shining with a dazzling brilliance. The surroundings were silent for a long time. On the Ying family's battleship, Kim Taeho's jaw dropped. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. You almost scared this Lord Fatty to death. I really can't open this board so carelessly in the future. The solemn expression on Ing Qiong's face slowly relaxed, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. On Nine Dragons Lake, Wenziron held the broken saber. His expression was somewhat shocked, but he did not feel too surprised. Wenziron smiled faintly and put away the broken saber. Then, he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at Xiao Chun. I heard from Master 3 days ago that you obtained a good saber at Sword Forging Manor. However, I did not expect it to be so strong. What is the name of this saber? Lunar Shadow. Xiao Chun waved his hand and returned his saber to its sheath, answering honestly. Wenziron muttered to himself for a while. Then, he raised his head and smiled. Lunar Shadow, that is a pretty good name. I will remember it. Let's continue the duel. Upon hearing Wenziron's words, the surrounding cultivators frowned slightly. Wenziron's saber was already broken. Why did he still want to compete? Xiao Chun withdrew his palm and put away the Lunar Shadow saber. He nodded and said, I will not use a saber in this battle. You can choose another saber. Xiao Chun cultivated the flawless saber Dao. Having a saber in his hand was just icing on the cake. It wouldn't affect his combat strength, but it was different for the other party. Wenziron smiled and said, There is no need to choose a saber. The Luo water art that I cultivate has a great advantage in this Nine Dragons Lake. I have long heard of the flawless saber Dao. Let me see how extraordinary the saber Dao that made the ancient people show their sages is. Xiao Chun was not a stubborn and inflexible person. He could tell that Wenziron had already accepted the outcome of this battle. What he wanted was nothing more than to find an opponent who was on par with him, so that he could make a breakthrough in this battle. Since that was the case, then he would have nothing to worry about and fight to his heart's content. The two of them looked at each other and saw the raging fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The calm lake water surged with undercurrents. It was as if a great dragon hidden in the depths of the lake had opened its eyes and was accumulating power to soar into the sky. Feeling this atmosphere, the many cultivators on the warship and spirit birds all shut their mouths, waiting for an exciting battle to begin. Unexpectedly, the one to make the first move was Wenziron, who had broken his saber. When Wenziron smashed his palm on the water, there was a loud boom. 9 huge, 3-kilometer-tall waves surged out in all directions. The waves surged forward like huge dragons. 9 dragons roared ferociously, giving off a strong aura that could swallow up the world. In an instant, they buried Xiao Chun within them. Xiao Chen's gaze sank. The 9 huge dragon-like waves surged over. Each of them contained at least 10,000 tons of force. When they merged, they could even crush a tall mountain. Most importantly, every one of the 1,000-zhang tall waves contained a peerless sharpness. That was Wenziron's great perfection saber soul, which perfectly merged with the will of water. Wenziron drove his peak strength with just a gentle palm strike. Even without a saber, Wenziron could not be underestimated. Many of the spectating cultivators were bladesmen. When they saw Wenziron's palm strike, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. If they faced this palm strike, they would most likely be crushed in a meat paste on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Wenziron threw a palm strike and muttered to himself, Xiao Chun, this is just the beginning. Don't disappoint me. The waves formed the momentum of the 9 dragons. The instant they were about to merge, Xiao Chun made his move. A saber light lit up on Xiao Chen's body. His body became like a saber, his shoulders like a saber, and his hair like sabers. As his figure moved, he sent out 9 saber strikes. His shoulders, hair, palms, and other parts of his body clashed with the 9 waves. 9 explosions rang out. Outside 9 Dragons Lake, the 9 peaks trembled and gave off dragon roars, echoing for 50 kilometers around. As the sound waves spread out, the surrounding warships and spirit beasts seemed to be moved by a huge hand, flipping many of them over. Such a strange turn of events caused the remaining cultivators to feel fear in their hearts. They all rode on their warships and spirit beasts and retreated. Right after when Xiren broke the 9 waves, he used the many layers of water to charge over to Xiao Chun in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 Endless waves rose up on the 9 Dragons Lake. The two of them exchanged moves quickly, flying quickly over the vast lake. When Xiren used water as a saber, with a casual swing, the scattered lake water turned into boundless saber lights. With a thought, a wave containing strong force became the most ferocious saber technique. The sound of water surged endlessly. By relying on the terrain, when Xiren's aura actually surpassed that of Xiao Chen's. Even though when Xiren clearly did not have a saber in his hand, his aura flourished, each wave stronger than the one before. The river water incantation. I heard that the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian found this cultivation technique in an ancient remnant. When Xiren truly lives up to his reputation as a genius, he probably practiced this ancient cultivation technique to great perfection, just one step short of consummation. I really did not expect that after losing the river water saber, when Xiren could still hold the upper hand. When Xiren's strength made everyone's eyes light up, causing many praises to ring out. Xiao Chen remained calm. When Xiren's cultivation was one cultivation grade higher than his. His comprehension of the water saber, Dao, had already reached an extremely deep level. When Xiren could turn water into a saber as he pleased, giving him a great advantage in this 9 Dragons Lake. If Xiao Chun did not use the Lunar Shadow Saber, he would have a hard time dealing with such a person. Actually, the main problem was that Xiao Chun only used his saber techniques in this battle to show his respect. If he used the myriad Heaven Divine Fist, immortal arts, magic skills, and a strong physical body, he would be able to defeat When Xiren in 100 moves. If Xiao Chun wanted to defeat the Bladeless When Xiren, he would only need 100 moves. However, When Xiren's saber was already broken in this battle. Victory was no longer Xiao Chen's goal. Dragons roared endlessly as the two in the lake fought an intense battle. Xiao Chen brought out his flawless saber, Dao, to its limits. His opponent's exquisite water saber, Dao, broadened his mind significantly. For example, the other party's killing move, Moon and Water, was a great eye-opener for Xiao Chun. After witnessing the moon in the water, Flawless Bright Moon experienced a qualitative improvement. Flawless Bright Moon, Flawless 4 Seasons, and Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, the 3 strongest moves of his saber techniques. Xiao Chun executed them one after another, relying on the vast 9 Dragons Lake. Although when Xiren had a hard time receiving them, he managed to receive them one by one, preventing himself from collapsing on the spot. After 1,000 moves, both sides gained something. The victor was still undecided. However, both of them sat cross-legged on the lake, closing their eyes and thinking. On one side, it was drizzling. On the other, lightning occasionally flashed in the sky. Such a scene confused the other cultivators. This was clearly a duel. Why were both sides in such a rush to decide victor? After a long time, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes became withdrawn. In this battle, Xiao Chun did not hold back at all in terms of saber techniques. He could be said to have met his match, fighting to his heart's content. This was like a great test, allowing Xiao Chun to gain a comprehensive understanding of his saber techniques. At this moment, as long as Xiao Chun willed it, he could easily cross the line between superior grade martial sage and grandmaster level martial sage, becoming a Grandmaster-level martial sage. After that, when Xiren opened his eyes and said calmly, "I lost this duel. Let's fight again at Nine Dragons Lake 3 years from now. The victor is not decided yet. Let's just treat it as a draw." When Xiren smiled faintly and said, "To me, victory or defeat is nothing. You still have tricks up your sleeves. How can I not tell? I believe that you will give everyone a shock at the king conferral ceremony 2 months from now." Xiao Chun was very relaxed as he chatted with Xiren. The two just sat on the lake and chatted, discussing their views on each other's saber techniques. As they chatted and laughed, the two performed cup fist salutes and said their goodbyes. "Should we enter Heavenly Saber City and rest for a while? There are many spectators with ulterior motives," when Xiren suggested as he looked into the distance. If the land of the 3 holy masters really reached an agreement with the 3 sovereign noble clans of the human race, then this duel between Xiao Chun and Xiren would be an excellent opportunity for the other party to make a move. How could Xiao Chun not guess this? He had expected it long ago, so he did not fear these people. After entering Heavenly Saber City, Xiao Chun would have to come out sooner or later, so he rejected Xiren's invitation. This duel ended with Xiren taking the initiative to admit defeat. The spectators slowly scattered. This duel could not be considered startling. Aside from the initial exchange of sabers, which was very exciting and soul-stirring, the subsequent duel between the two was grand and shocking. However, neither side showed any intention of competing with the other. Rather than calling it a duel, it was more like an exchange of pointers between bladesmen. Both sides were evenly matched, testing each other's moves. There was no desire to win. All the bladesmen present were incredibly excited. As Xiao Chun and Xiren exchanged moves, they merged the saber techniques and saber Dao that they had learned and comprehended. Each of them combined the saber arts and saber Dao that they had learned and comprehended. More or less, they all gained something from it. Xiao Chun gently floated up and arrived on the Ying clan's warship. On the bow, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jio were grinning from ear to ear. When they saw Xiao Chun board, they quickly went forward to greet him. "Can you lend this fat lord your Dragon's Gate's warship for a while?" Kim Tae-ho asked in anticipation as he rubbed his hands together. Lord Jio, who was at the side, said, "Fatso won quite a lot from the opening of the bets. He is planning to reopen a merchant association without a warship or status." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I'll take some time to send a letter to Shui Lingling and get the Haotian sect to take care of your business. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and look for me directly." Ing Xiong walked over slowly and said softly, Big sister will invest the money you borrowed from me. Can I make a big share?" When Kim Tae-ho heard this, he rejoiced and nodded continuously. With the support of the Haotian sect and the Ying clan, given Xiao Chen's means, it would be hard for this merchant association not to become big. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In less than 3 years, this fat lord will definitely achieve some results." After chatting for a while, Fatso stood up and took his leave. Lord Jio quickly followed. After asking, Xiao Chen found out that Fatso had hired Lord Jio to be his bodyguard. Chapter 987. When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression could not help but turn somewhat strange. He could not help but laugh to himself. Kim Tae-ho was really good at picking people to be his bodyguard. Lord Jio might not be good at anything else, but when it came to escaping, even Xiao Chun had to admit that he was not as good as Lord Jio. Ing Xiong waved his hand and dismissed everyone on the warship. Then, he asked seriously, "Xiao Chun, do you really not want to send someone to escort you to the Tianwu Domain's central province?" The journey to the central province's Bushin Palace was very long. There were too many accidents and possibilities. Ing Xiong could not help but worry. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "There's no need. This should be the final test the Haotian Emperor gave me. If he really wants to send me, he can tear space and send me there in an instant. I still have to walk this path myself." Seeing Xiao Chen's insistence, Ing Xiong sighed to himself. He knew that the other party would not change his mind. He said softly, "Since that is the case, I will not try to dissuade you. Remember, you must succeed in the king conferral ceremony. Many of the old people in the clan are watching you. If you fail, too much time has passed. Some promises might not be able to withstand the test of time. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely guessed what the other party meant. The Sky Dome Realm's Ing clan must have been sent by the Kunlun Realm's Ing clan to protect the Xiao clan's descendant. From the looks of it, the Ing clan might be a contingency plan left behind by the Qing Emperor before he fell 10,000 years ago. However, whether Xiao Qian could help him or not would depend on his performance. I will. From the moment I revealed my identity, the title of Blue Dragon King was destined to be mine. The Bushan Palace did not belong to one or a few people. It represented the alliance of the entire human race, ruling over the vast Tianwu domain. There were also the countless stars in the starry heavens. Such a rule had lasted since the ancient era until now. This rule was deeply ingrained in every human cultivator. The Bushan Palace was the most legitimate ruler of the human race. The title granted by Bushan Palace was very important. This was not just an empty reputation. It also represented a kind of luck, one that was recognized by all the human cultivators. The title of Blue Dragon King was not won by the Qing Emperor. Instead, it was left behind by the founder of the Dragon Gate, a sacred land that had disappeared. The Dragon Gate's existence could also be traced back to the ancient era, which was even older than the Qing Emperor. However, the Dragon Gate developed to a peak in the hands of the Qing Emperor. As a result, when people mentioned the Dragon Gate, they would refer to it as the Qing Emperor's Dragon Gate. Every generation's Dragon Gate Master was the current generation's Blue Dragon King. This title was extremely important to Xiao Qian. Without this title, when they rebuilt the Dragon's Gate in the future, they would lose their status. They would not be recognized by the hundreds of millions of human cultivators. Without luck, they would not be able to rebuild the Dragon's Gate. Xiao Qian gently leaped off the warship and landed on the ground. Then, he raised his head and looked into the distance. Then, he started on this journey that he could only rely on himself to reach. As Xiao Qian traveled on a small mountain path, he was not in a rush. Instead, he continued to digest his gains from the battle with Wenziren. Flawless bright moon. Did the night or the moon come first? Was it the flawless night that made the moon flawless? Or was it the flawless bright moon that made the night perfect and flawless? Without the setting of the night, there would not be the radiance of the bright moon. After thinking for 3 days, Xiao Qian finally figured out the relationship between the two. Only the darkest night could bring out the most perfect moon. The peaceful days lasted for a month. Just as Xiao Qian was about to step out of the profound domain, a group of purple-clad people stopped him. These people were not the people of the Yin, Jiang, or Lin noble clans. They were all cultivators of the Purple Nightsword sect. There are not many of them, only about 20. Every one of them was at least a martial sage. With Xiao Qian's current judgment, these people's cultivations could not be considered high. However, all of them gave off a sharp light. Without exception, these people were all swordsmen who comprehended sword intent. The person leading them was the great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Ouyang Long. Back at Sword Forging Peak, Xiao Qian had let Ouyang Long off. There was another person beside Ouyang Long. This person was even older and gave off the aura of someone past his prime. It was unknown if he was an old monster who had lived for several hundred years. This person was not in closed-door cultivation, but was thinking about how to break through to the blue-robed Emperor realm. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Long pulled him out. This lineup before Xiao Qian was about half the strength of the Purple Nightsword sect. Even as a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Ouyang Long could not mobilize them. It looked like someone had convinced the Purple Nightsword sect. Xiao Qian remained silent. He only remembered the name Purple Knight Sword Sect in his heart. Ouyang Long was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "Haha, Xiao Qian, you have been very impressive in the profound domain these days. Unfortunately, you will not be able to return alive. Give this old man a longevity fruit, and this old man will not interfere with your journey to the central province." The white-haired old man beside Ouyang Long said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Xiao Qian's gaze did not linger on this group of people for long. He looked down from the sky and smiled. Even if I give you another 500 years of lifespan, it would be a waste. You will only have the life of a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Feeding it to the dogs is better than wasting it on you. The white-haired old man raged. What a sharp-tongued brat. Today, this old man will use your corpse to feed the dogs. Lay the formation. Right after the white-haired old man spoke, 20 martial sages with sword intent drew their swords and leaped into the air. Sonic booms rang out. Strong sword intents quickly merged in the air. Once they landed, a huge purple knight sword formation would form. With this sword formation, coupled with the strength of Ouyang Long and the white-haired old man, anyone under the blue-robed emperor would find it hard to escape death. Clang! However, just as the sword intents merged, a saber light lit up on Xiao Chen's body. A great perfection saber soul, containing the will of thunder, surged out from Xiao Chen's body. A resonant saber hum resounded, and a saber intent as vast as the sea spread out from Xiao Chen's body. At the most suitable opportunity, Xiao Chen instantly shattered the sword intents of these 20 martial sages, not giving them a chance to build up their power to its peak. Xiao Chen's figure moved, and countless saber lights flashed out of his body. Miserable cries resounded. The 20 martial sages had just leaped up when they vomited blood and fell to the ground, severely injured. Xiao Chen thought to himself, how unfortunate. There are too many of them. If there were not more than 10, with their scattered sword intents, he could instantly kill them all. The thing that the flawless saber, Dao, feared the least was being surrounded. With one move, Xiao Chen injured 20 martial sages who comprehended sword intent. Ouyang Long and the white-haired old man were greatly startled. Their plans were completely ruined. Whoosh! The white-haired old man's figure flashed, and he decisively retreated, completely betraying Ouyang Long. That old bastard! Ouyang Long cursed in his heart. Then, he turned around, preparing to flee. However, a white figure blocked Ouyang Long's path. I wonder, where did you get the courage to try and kill me? A swordsman who has not comprehended a sword soul is already nothing in my eyes. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Ouyang Long without any expression on his face. Damn it! A ferocious look flashed in Ouyang Long's eyes. He drew his sword, and a sharp light turned into a sword light piercing towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Ouyang Long wanted to force Xiao Chen away and create a chance for himself to leave. This sword strike contained all of Ouyang Long's strength. The sword light was so resplendent that no one dared to look at it directly. The sharpness of the sword light could pierce through a tall mountain. However, without a soul, no matter how strong it was just for show. Xiao Chen did not move at all. The instant the sword light touched his body, he stretched out his hand and clamped down. The two fingers of his right hand firmly clamped down on the sword. Buzz! A strong force came from his sword. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered wildly. Spider-like cracks spread out under his feet. In the next moment, countless boulders soared into the air behind Xiao Chen. They were densely packed and covered the sky. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He only used 2 fingers to clamp down on this great grandmaster-level martial sage's sword. Xiao Chen's body was like a saber, as steady as a mountain. His exceptional sharpness intimidated everyone. Ouyang Long's old face flushed red. A bona fide, great grandmaster-level martial sage with more than 300 years of cultivation actually had his sword clamped down on by a junior's fingers. Ding! Just as Ouyang Long struggled with all his might, trying to pull his sword out, a sword light charged at Xiao Chen's back. It was the white-haired old man who had returned. He smiled sinisterly and said, "The older, the wiser. Brat die." The white-haired old man had grasped this opportunity very well. It happened to be when Xiao Chen clamped down on Ouyang Long's sword. If Xiao Chen gave up now, it would give Ouyang Long a chance to attack. This sword strike contained all of Ouyang Long's cultivation. At the very least, it could pierce through Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen did not give up, he would be stuck in a dilemma. He would not be able to dodge the white-haired old man's sword strike. Hence, Ouyang Long felt incredibly cocky, smiling coldly. He He felt that even if Xiao Chun did not die, he would be severely injured. Clang, clang. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He was not surprised at the white-haired old man's sword strike. Xiao Chun exerted force with his 2 fingers, and the blue dragon energy in his body circulated quickly. Thunder roared in his body. Before Ouyang Long's incredulous expression, Xiao Chun twisted his fingers, and the sword shattered. Ouyang Long vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Then, Xiao Chun turned around and stretched out his hand. Like a treasured saber, all the sharpness gathered at his fingertip. A melodious sound rang out. That was the melodious hum of a saber. The night sky instantly turned pitch black. One could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hands, covering the sky. The instant night completely descended. Xiao Chen's fingertip happened to touch the tip of the white-haired old man's sword. The white-haired old man's vision went dark. Before he could adapt to this new environment, he saw a flash of light. Kassier! Kassier! The sound of the sword breaking rang out again. When the light grew brighter, a crescent moon shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. The light flashed and chopped the white-haired old man in half. Then it soared into the sky. The crescent moon spun gently and turned into a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Xiao Chun looked at the full moon in the sky and revealed a satisfied expression. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. This is the true, flawless bright moon. First comes the night, then the moon. When the night is perfect and flawless, naturally, the moon will not be stained by dust." However, there were several other reasons why Xiao Chun could kill the other party, a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, in one move. Firstly, the other party had been careless. Secondly, this was probably the first time the other party faced such a miraculous saber technique. Most importantly, rather than calling the other party a swordsman, he was more like a scoundrel. All he had was his cultivation. He was far from being a powerful, great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Furthermore, he was on the verge of death and had lost his drive. When Xiao Chun killed him, he was like a withered piece of rotten wood. It was not worth it. He was too proud. Chapter 988. Such a scene startled Ouyang Long, who was underground. As he looked at the white-clad Xiao Chun under the moonlight, he exuded the air of a grandmaster. The air of a grandmaster. Since when did he advance to grandmaster-level martial sage? That's not right. His cultivation is still far from that. He is not a grandmaster-level martial sage yet. Ouyang Long did not dare to think further. Ignoring the other Purple Knight Sword Sect disciples, he turned around and fled. With a thought, the bright moon in the sky slowly disappeared. As Xiao Chun watched Ouyang Long flee, a murderous intent flashed on his face. He stood on 2 lightning dragons and moved as fast as lightning, appearing like a flickering light. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun continuously. The might of his will supported the lightning dragons under him. This made Xiao Chun look like he was standing on a bolt of lightning, becoming one with it. He was astonishingly fast. With a few accelerations, he caught up to the injured Ouyang Long. Bang, bang, bang. Ouyang Long no longer had a sword in his hand. Furthermore, he was injured. How could he block Xiao Chun? In less than 10 moves, Xiao Chun knocked him to the ground, weakening him. Cough, cough. Xiao Chun, don't be happy too early. This time, not only will you not be able to go to the king conferral ceremony, but you can also forget about surviving. Ouyang Long knew that he would die for sure. He roared in despair, "You will definitely die on the way." Before Ouyang Long could finish speaking, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pointed. A saber light flashed, and a bloody hole appeared on Ouyang Long's forehead. Xiao Chun removed Ouyang Long's spatial ring and weighed it before placing it in his universe ring. Ouyang Long's dying words echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. "You are walking a dead end, a dead end." Xiao Chun looked into the distance, in the direction of the central province's Bushin Palace. Xiao Chen's footsteps did not hesitate at all. He did not shrink back at all as he walked forward without hesitation. He was like the heart of a bladesman, not panicking, not hesitating, rather breaking than bending. In the sky, on a heavy warship, The members of the three sovereign clans gathered together. Inside the control room, Yanshursi and the scions of the Jiang and Lin clans sat together. An old man stood behind each of them. They were the first elders of the three clans. In front of them, there was a mirror that looked like a water curtain. The scene of two great Grandmaster-level martial sages dying at Xiao Chen's hands appeared on the screen. These people all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never thought that Xiao Chen would actually grow to such an extent. The Lin clan scion had a gloomy gaze as he said, "We really can't let this fellow live. Otherwise, it will definitely become the second Qing emperor." At that time, if he were to take charge of Bushin Palace, there would definitely be no way for our family to survive. Yanshursi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. He absolutely won't be able to escape this time. Perhaps we might not even need to make a move." Although this group of people had seen Xiao Chen's strength, they were still very confident that they could kill Xiao Chen. Clearly, they had made ample preparations and had the means to kill Xiao Chen. 7 days later, Xiao Chen arrived at the city. This was a large city at the borders of the Profound Domain and the Tianwu Domain. It was called Strange Fire City. Along the way, aside from practicing martial techniques, Xiao Chen did not neglect the most fundamental cultivation. Xiao Chen had 49 peak spirit veins and the Purple Thunder divine incantation, which surpassed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. His cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. If not for the Purple Thunder divine incantation's 7th layer strengthening Xiao Chen's foundation, he would have successfully advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage long ago. He would not have had to wait until now. At this moment, Xiao Chen was only a hair's breadth away from Grandmaster-level martial sage. With just a little effort, he could advance to Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, Xiao Chen had even greater ambitions. Grandmaster-level martial sage was not what he wanted. Xiao Chen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to peak superior grade martial sage and directly advance to great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Only then would he be able to use his absolute strength to suppress the White Emperor cities, Xiao Hoju, killing all the people who were planning to cause trouble and ruin. This was not impossible. Xiao Chen did not lack resources at all. Furthermore, he had 48 peak spirit veins. Even the inheritors of the Holy Lands could not compare to him. What he lacked was only inner comprehension and vision. Those older generation great Grandmaster-level martial sages all had more than 100 years of comprehension and vision. What Xiao Chen wanted to do was to use this test as an opportunity to walk the path that those people had taken 100 years to walk in one step. This was also why Xiao Chen rejected Ing Qiong's offer to send someone to escort him. He could only walk this path himself. Otherwise, even if he went to the central province and appeared at the king conferral ceremony, he would just be embarrassing himself. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen started to size up the city before him. It was too quiet, very uncoordinated. Xiao Chen scanned the streets with his spiritual sense. The streets were empty. He stepped into the city. There were stalls, restaurants, and shops on the wide streets. There was only some dust. This city had not been empty for long. Boom! When Xiao Chen arrived at the center of the city, a sharp, cold, killing chi suddenly surged out of the silent city and soared into the clouds. Many elite soldiers wearing black armor and holding crossbows leaped out of the buildings in the city. Killing chi radiated from them, and there were at least 50,000 of them. When looking carefully, everyone's positions seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves, like they formed a strange formation. The many spears of killing chi all pointed at Xiao Chen. Even Xiao Chen felt unnatural. His muscles tensed up, and his law energy quickly pulsed. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, finding this somewhat incredulous. Earlier, when he scanned the city with his spiritual sense, he had not seen anyone. Ding! 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 The sound of horses galloping resounded. A few large black horses galloped over from the distance, kicking up a trail of dust as they galloped over. The horses whipped their whips, and in a few breaths, a small group of 100 cavalrymen arrived before Xiao Chen. The black armor of the 100 cavalrymen before Xiao Chen was even thicker and more solid than that of the elite soldiers. Occasionally, light flashed between the gaps of the armor. It was clearly a complete set of superior grade sage, grade secret treasures. A complete set of superior grade sage, grade secret treasures was much stronger than an ordinary king grade secret treasure. A complete set of 100 cavalrymen was a large sum of money. Without 20 million black astral coins, it would be difficult to obtain them. In fact, even if one had the money, it would not be easy. The black horse that Xiao Chun rode was not an ordinary spirit beast. Based on its characteristics, it was clearly a peak war horse, the Qilin horse. Just the horse itself was as strong as a martial sage. When the cavalrymen were 1 kilometer away from Xiao Chun, they stopped in an orderly fashion. They did not say a word, only looking coldly at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun searched his mind for information on Strange Fire City. As a large city at the borders, Strange Fire City was under the jurisdiction of the Bushan Palace. It had the responsibility of protecting the Tianwu domain in the first place. These soldiers on the roofs were all elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. They were much stronger than some of the disciples of the 9 ranks of the great families. The city lord, Wang Feng, had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. These cavalrymen before Xiao Chun might be the other party's personal guards. White-robed Xiao Chun, Strange Fire City's city lord, Wang Feng. I have long heard of your great name. As Xiao Chun pondered, a black-clad man stood on the tallest tower in the city and spoke to Xiao Chun. That tall tower was 10 kilometers away from Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could only see a black figure with his eyes. He could not make out the other party's appearance. When Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense over, an aura affected him. Similarly, he could only see a vague silhouette. Wang Feng stood on that tall tower, not doing anything. Wind and clouds churned behind him. The wind and clouds inhaled and exhaled all sorts of scenes, giving one a feeling of vast mountains and rivers, a majestic grandeur. The blue-robed emperor. This was the blue-robed emperor. No matter where he was in the Kunlun realm, he would be known as the blue-robed emperor. With one more step, he would be able to ascend to the great Tao and enter the realm of Emperor Wu. The other party set up such a large formation, but did not rush to attack. Xiao Chun did not know what they were planning. Xiao Chun did not make any changes. He said sullenly, "The Haoqian sects Xiao Chun greets City Lord Wang." 10 kilometers away, on the tall tower, Wang Feng smiled and said, "Even in such a situation, you can still remain so calm. White-robed Xiao Chun, you are rather courageous." "I, Wang, will not speak any nonsense. On behalf of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord, I invite you to stay in this small city for 1 month. After 1 month, the sky and the sea will be vast, and you'll be free to roam." Wang Feng's words were rather beautiful. After 1 month, the king conferral ceremony would have ended long ago. Xiao Chun asked calmly, "What if I say no?" Wang Feng had guessed Xiao Chun's answer long ago. He smiled faintly and said, "Then my 50,000 soldiers guarding the border will make sure you die without a corpse." Wang Feng's tone was calm and casual. However, right after Wang Feng spoke, the originally bleak killing qi in the city turned even colder. 50,000 pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Chun from the eaves. A cold, killing qi seeped out of their pores. Most people would not be able to endure such a formation. Fear would spread to every part of the body. It would be bad if one could bring out half their combat prowess. Strange Fire City guarded the border. As long as Xiao Chun entered the Tianwu domain from this direction, the other party would immediately discover him. Whether he entered the city or not, the result would be the same. Sorry for the offense. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Even if there were thousands of soldiers, he had to give it a try. He had to go to the king conferral ceremony. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun pushed off the ground, before he left the ground, countless sonic booms rang out. Many black arrows flickered with light, giving off ear-piercing screeches as they flew toward Xiao Chun. Without needing to look, Xiao Chun could guess that these were not ordinary arrows. They could definitely injure a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The 50,000 elite soldiers guarding the border of Strange Fire City were definitely not just for show. The arrows were like rain, covering the sky and the ground, not leaving any blind spots. Piercing sonic booms filled the air. The killing chi that Shao Chun stored up earlier exploded at this moment. Heaven and earth trembled as it erupted. Bang, bang, bang. A boundless saber intent shot out from every part of Shao Chun's body. The arrows shattered in the air, unable to get close to Shao Chun. Standing on a lightning dragon, Shao Chun moved as fast as lightning. His figure flickered endlessly in the air, sending saber winds everywhere. The black-armored soldiers on the eaves leaped around, appearing very agile. The arrows moved like beams of light, shooting out continuously. The black-armored soldiers closely followed Shao Chun. As long as he relaxed, 10,000 arrows would pierce his heart. The 100 black-armored soldiers below stared at Shao Chun's figure. They did not say anything, their faces expressionless. Even further away, Wang Feng, who was on the tall tower, smiled faintly as he stood upright with his hands behind his back. Chapter 989. He himself would not make a move on Shao Chun. The people of the higher circle would not do anything to him. Although Wang Feng could not come into contact with them, he had heard of them at his cultivation realm. If these 50,000 elite soldiers and 100 personal guards could not stop Shao Chun, the White Emperor City's Holy Lord would have nothing to say. Back then, these 50,000 elite soldiers had even wiped out a rank 9 demonic beast pack. If they still could not stop Shao Chun, it could only be said that he had overwhelming luck and was not fated to die. Shao Chun, who was in the air, was not in a good situation. The 50,000 elite soldiers caught hold of his every movement. This made it hard for him to move. It looked like he was flickering and moving without a trace. In reality, Shao Chun's position was fixed in a certain space. He could not charge out at all. If this continued, Shao Chun would exhaust himself to death here sooner or later. White-robed Shao Chun, this is just the beginning. Without the blue-robed Emperor's cultivation, you will not be able to break free of my 50,000 elite soldiers, Wang Feng said softly from the tall tower. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng saw all of this. He said softly, "As long as you nod your head, I will stop immediately. I will guarantee your safety for 1 month. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The methods of the 3 holy masters are rather gentle. After all, we were once colleagues. Walking further down this road, those people are not as easy to talk to as I am." What Wang Feng said was true. At the very least, the 3 sovereign noble clans would not show any mercy. However, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded hypocritical. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What was the point of putting on a false face? If not for the Hao Ian Emperor standing behind Shao Chun, if not for fear of the backup plans that the Qing Emperor left behind, why would the 3 holy masters be so careful? This was originally Shao Chun's king conferral ceremony. However, they delayed it by half a year, only officially announcing it to the world when Shao Hoju accumulated 1 million military merits. Shao Chun had accumulated 1 million military merits for the Bushan Palace. On Dragonwood Star, he had taken down 3 resource stars without expending a single soldier. After fighting the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors and risking his life to destroy the corpse refining pool, this was the result. They played tricks behind his back, causing him to be hunted down in the primal chaos domain, delaying his king conferral ceremony, and supporting Shao Hoju to suppress him. Now, they were even more outrageous. Not only did they send the 3 sovereign noble families to attack him, but they also sent 3 sovereign noble families to attack him. Not only did they get the 3 sovereign noble clans to attack him, but they also publicly sent people to block him. Even so, Shao Chun accepted it. He would just treat this as a test on his path to being conferred king. But he couldn't stand these people. Their actions were clearly like a slap to his face. Shao Chun still said seriously that the slap was for his own good. If I did not do it, Shao Chun would not do it. I gave you face by slapping you, but not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you were also stubborn. You deserve to be slapped. That's treacherous. Chun continued. Shao Chun with the Chun with the Chun with Chun, 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 chun with chun. Chun with chun with chun. Don't be ungrateful when I give you face. This Wang's patience is limited. Xiao Qian's lips curled up. His figure paused in the air, and he smiled. City Lord Wang, I really do not need you to give me face. You can give it to whoever you want. If you think that you can block me, trap me, or kill me like this, then I can only tell you that you are gravely mistaken. Right after Xiao Qian spoke, he silently circulated his flawless saber Dao. A cool breeze blew, and Xiao Qian's clothes and hair fluttered. Immediately, melodious tinkling rang out, sounding like the most wondrous treasure saber in the world, trembling gently. The originally formless saber chi in the air turned into saber lights. Not only did they shatter the arrows, but they also broke every bowstring. The sound of the bowstring snapping and the beautiful hum of the saber merged together, forming an exquisite melody. 50,000 elite soldiers. Only the blue-robed emperor can cross. In that case, I will show you how to cross it today. My body is like a saber. Even my clothes and hair can become sharp. On the eaves, the bowstrings of the bows and the hands of the 50,000 elite soldiers were all broken. The arrows that were entangling people finally stopped shooting. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng's face sank. He said coldly, "Personal guards, stop him." Thump, thump, thump. 100 personal guards of the city lord's residence, wearing secret treasure battle armor, soared into the air on Qilin horses. Black flames burned under the hooves of the horses. As the horses galloped in the air, these Qilin horses all looked incredibly ferocious. The blood of the ancient divine beast, the Qilin, flowed in their veins. As they neighed, they gave off an indistinct holy might. These 100 personal guards were only peak superior grade martial sages, not grandmaster level martial sages. However, they guarded the borders, often walking the edge of massacres, experiencing thousands of battles. Together with their full sets of secret treasure battle armor, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular grandmaster level martial sage. With 100 people working together, they could even contend against great grandmaster level martial sages. A group of people whizzed over, like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Their vigorous auras combined together, giving off a great sense of oppression. Clang! The 100 personal guards drew their weapons at the same time. Every one of them executed a different martial technique. However, they worked in tandem with each other, showing no signs of being scattered. Of all the people that Xiao Qian had seen, only the 13 keepers by Di Wux's side could surpass such tacit cooperation. When dealing with such a combination martial technique, one either had to find the other party's weakness or clash head-on. Aside from this, there were no other methods. Xiao Qian gave them a quick glance and rejected the first method. These 100 people had probably worked together for more than 100 years. The combination martial technique before Xiao Qian seemed to work as one, interlocking with each other. There were no openings to speak of. Since that was the case, Xiao Qian would use force to break through. His physical body had already reached rank 4 sage body. Furthermore, with the divine materials that he had consumed, his resilience and recovery abilities had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Of course, this was just an ordinary blue-robed emperor. The Kunlun realm was vast and boundless. There was no lack of blue-robed emperors who had not reached the level of Emperor Wu, but their physical bodies had already reached the level of Emperor Wu's golden body. Emperor Wu's golden body was hard to injure by ordinary weapons, impervious to fire and water. At higher levels, he could even regrow broken limbs and regrow flesh. That was a horrifying level. Right now, Xiao Qian was still far from it. A huge shadow soared up from behind Xiao Qian. The owner of the shadow could not be seen clearly. However, the silhouette was that of a divine bird with folded wings. Even before it spread its wings, it was already so huge, like a tall mountain. Its shadow covered the 100 personal guards. Kuin Peng Fist, great rock spreading its wings, hating the sky for being too low. Bang! The instant the 100 personal guards clashed, Xiao Qian punched. The instant the Kuin Peng spread its wings and soared, Xiao Qin's aura immediately overwhelmed the 100 people in front of him. The might of this punch completely brought out the 5-dragon force in his body. Xiao Qun formed the stance of the Kuan Peng, spreading its wings. When the fist wind swept out, it knocked back the 100 personal guards. Although the other party retreated, his aura did not fall into disorder. He pulled on the reins, and the horses neighed as their auras gathered again. On the other hand, after exhausting the Kuan Peng fist, Xiao Qin's aura weakened slightly. He suppressed them. Interesting. The Qilin horse is indeed a peak warhorse. What Xiao Qun praised was the horse, and not the person. If not for the Qilin horse, even if his punch could not severely injure the 100 people, it would be enough to scatter them. However, if this was all it took to trap him and stop him, then it would be too naive of him. Today, Xiao Qun had to pass through Strange Fire City. His face did not need this group of hypocritical people to give in charity. Xiao Qun would definitely appear at the king conferral ceremony. An electric light flashed, and Xiao Qun charged over first. There were no repercussions from clashing head-on. Wang Feng, who was in the tall tower, frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Bang! 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 Before Wang Feng could detect anything, Xiao Qun threw 100 punches and 5 dragon-shaped clumps of energy. 5 dragon-shaped energies surged up and down behind Wang Feng, stirring up the wind and clouds. The dragons roared endlessly, their might lingering. Holding nothing back, Xiao Qun faced 100 punches in a row. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. On the other hand, the 100 personal guards were in an even worse state. Cracks had already appeared on the skin under their armor. Blood leaked out and dyed their armor red. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. The initial sharpness no longer existed. The strand of aura that connected them also became weak. Wang Feng's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Personal guards, quickly retreat." Smiling coldly, how could Xiao Qun allow these 100 people to retreat? A divine light descended from the sky. Under Xiao Qin's control, myriad heaven divine fist deities descending tripled his combat prowess. He punched with 15 dragon force. Dragon might covered Xiao Qin's head, and his long hair fluttered. He wanted to finish off this group of personal guards with this punch. Blood splattered. When his punch flew out, a strong wind blew, and space trembled. There was a rustling sound, and the heavily injured personal guards in their armor turned into a mist of blood. Their bones turned to dust, not even leaving a corpse behind. The Qilin horses that Xiao Qun rode howled in agony as they fell to the ground. Xiao Qun stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the 100 sets of battle armor in the air into his universe ring. Good. Xiao Qun, you have truly angered me. Today, this strange fire city will be your burial ground. Wang Feng's expression sank. These 100 personal guards had helped him through many calamities when he became the blue-robed emperor, so they had a deep bond with them. In the past few years, these 100 personal guards had also contributed greatly to guarding the borders. They were like Wang Feng's left and right arms. Now, Xiao Qun actually killed them all. Furthermore, it was in such a miserable manner, beating them until not even their corpses remained. Wang Feng hated that he could not personally make a move and kill Xiao Qun. However, he endured in the end, form the 1,000-dragon arrow formation, and trap him to death. The 50,000 elite soldiers whose bowstrings had been broken earlier had already changed their bows and nocked arrows. Beams of scarlet light soared into the sky for where the black-armored soldiers stood. As the arrows shot out, a vast formation suddenly formed in Strange Fire City. The arrows formed arrow dragons in the scarlet light that filled the sky, moving around in the air. The number of arrows increased. In the blink of an eye, the number of arrow dragons in the air reached 1,000. Scarlet clouds covered the sky, and the air froze. An arrow dragon flew at Xiao Qun. The long dragon, formed by the arrows, showed a ferocious expression. It bared its fangs and claws, looking like a living creature. A scarlet light flowed on the dragon's body. Xiao Qun tilted his body, and a bright saber light soared up from his body. Then, he ferociously smashed down like a saber chopping down. Bang! The arrow dragon shattered in an instant. However, the arrows did not shatter like before. With the support of the scarlet light, they became unbreakable. Chapter 990. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his body surge, and his internal organs trembled intensely. The energy contained in the arrow dragons was even greater than that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage when he burst out with his full power. The arrow dragons in the Thousand Dragon formation seemed to come in an endless stream, either crashing into Xiao Chun directly, tearing with their sharp claws, or sweeping with their tails. They covered the sky, leaving no space to dodge. In a few breaths, Xiao Chun scattered more than 100 arrow dragons. However, he did not have it easy either. If not for the fact that he had a Tier 4 physique, just the recoil alone would have shattered his bones. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng showed a sullen expression. This 1,000-dragon arrow formation had not been activated for many years already, so it exhausted a lot of energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Feng would not use it. However, he needed to use it now. Otherwise, if he really let Xiao Chun escape, he would be utterly humiliated. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of demonic geniuses who fell along the way. Xiao Chun, you are regretting it now, right? However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. I tried to advise you nicely, but you stubbornly refused to listen. Even if you agree now, I will not stop. However, Xiao Chun remained incredibly calm in the 1,000-dragon arrow formation, not panicking at all. He materialized his flawless saber Dao and weaved through the arrow dragons, appearing perilous all around. At this moment of life and death, Xiao Chun's heart remained calm. He was completely immersed in the battle, ignoring Wang Feng's words. After a long time, Xiao Chun's figure paused in the air. It was like he did not see the arrow dragons flying at him at all. Xiao Chun wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips and muttered to himself. Indeed, only by comprehending between life and death can one further integrate the flawless saber Dao. It is time to break the 1,000-dragon arrow formation. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chun's grasp. Then, he gently grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. Wang Feng showed a stern expression as he looked at Xiao Chun, who suddenly had a saber in his hand. He did not care. He smiled coldly and said, "You are already a spent force. Let's see how you're going to turn things around. You can forget about leaving this city in my hands." Just as Wang Feng spoke, he slowly drew that simple and unadorned saber by 2 centimeters. The half-inch saber light was as dazzling as the sun. A scarlet light spread in the air, filled with killing qi. Under the illumination of the saber light, it was like snow melting. Strange Fire City returned to normal, and the world became clear. The light was too dazzling. The 50,000 elite soldiers on the roof were caught off guard, and they all closed their eyes out of reflex. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows. He revealed a shocked expression, even more shocked than when Xiao Chun displayed 15 Dragon Force. A top-notch sub-divine weapon. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this guy have? This is an existence that can enter the divine weapon ranking in the future. Previously, when Xiao Chun displayed 15 Dragon Force and a Rank 4 Sage body, Wang Feng had not been too surprised. As far as he was concerned, they weren't much of a threat to him. However, with a sub-divine weapon that could enter the divine weapon list, everything will be different. All the divine weapons in the world were only as strong as Emperor-grade secret treasures. In Xiao Chun's eyes, they were not startling treasures. However, the 10 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking were very different. There were only 10 of them in the entire world, and they could rival Primordial Emperor treasures. Primordial Emperor treasures were the peak Emperor-grade secret treasures. There were only 3 of them in the entire Tianwu domain, and they were all in the hands of the 3 Holy Masters. If this saber really managed to enter the divine weapon ranking in the future, the 3 Holy Masters would not be able to do anything to this person. At that time, when Xiao Chun became a martial emperor and sought trouble for him, even the White Emperor City's Holy Lord would not be able to protect him. With this thought, Wang Feng could not help feeling regret. He should not have agreed to the White Emperor City's Holy Lord's request. However, as Xiao Chun said, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now that he knew regret, it was too late. Bang! The lunar shadow saber was drawn, and many illusory figures shot out from Xiao Chun, materializing thousands of different saber trajectories, looking very dazzling. This was the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber, which Xiao Chun had not used for a long time. Earlier, he relied on his flawless saber Dao to contend with 1,000 dragons. Although Xiao Chun was surrounded by danger, he managed to find the weak point of this 1,000 dragon arrow formation. All he had to do was force back the scarlet light, filling the sky, and separate the arrow dragons from the formation in the city. Then, he would find the weak point of the arrow dragons and send out 1,000 saber strikes in one breath of time, destroying all these arrow dragons and breaking the formation. This sounded simple, but it was incredibly difficult to actually do it. First, he had to force back the scarlet light and separate the arrow dragons from the formation. Without a peak subdivine weapon like the lunar shadow saber, any great grandmaster level martial sage would not be able to do this easily. Even if one managed to do this, it would be pointless if they could not send out 1,000 saber strikes in one breath of time. Wang Feng was right when he said that only the blue-robed emperor could break the formation. Unfortunately, Wang Feng ran into Xiao Chun. This 1,000-dragon arrow formation could not trap him. Ka! Cracking sounds rang out at the same time. The 1,000 arrow dragon skeletons were all destroyed. By the time the scarlet light closed in again, it was already too late. The figures merged back together, and Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then, he took a step forward, and his white robes fluttered. He only showed his back to the 50,000 elite soldiers in the city as he broke the formation. Wang Feng watched as Xiao Chun left, slowly vanishing from his sight. Wind and clouds surged behind him. Wang Feng's forehead opened, and an indistinct spot of golden light appeared. Overwhelming energy surged in his body. Ripples appeared in the space in front of Wang Feng, somewhat uncontrollable. All he had to do was take a step forward, and he could instantly catch up to Xiao Chun. Within 10 moves, he could kill Xiao Chun. However, Wang Feng did not take this step in the end. He scattered the heavenly laws in his body and closed the vertical eye on his forehead. The surging wind and clouds slowly calmed down. Wang Feng looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. "City Lord, should we give chase?" The commander of the 50,000 elite soldiers asked as he flew forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Wang Feng did not reply. Instead, he looked up. A black warship stuck close to the barrier of the sky, flying as fast as lightning. Its speed was close to the limit of the Kunlun realm. Never mind. He already broke the 1,000-dragon arrow formation. There is no point in giving chase. Since those people are confident of killing him, we will just ignore them. After a long time, Wang Feng withdrew his gaze and said, "I will leave the position of Strange Fire City's city lord to you. I will not be returning for the next 100 years." Wang Feng suddenly said something strange. Then his figure flashed, and he flew back to the starry heavens before that commander's confused gaze. Wang Feng suddenly said something strange. His figure flashed, and under the confused gaze of the commander, he flew back to the starry sky. Pu Ci. After traveling 500 kilometers away from Strange Fire City, Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, still feeling some lingering fear. In the end, when Xiao Chun broke the 1,000-dragon arrow formation and left, he felt a sharp gaze on his back, extremely dangerous. This made Xiao Chun very nervous. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame stored up power in his eyes, ready to unleash the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram at any time. The blue dragon medallion that sealed the Qing Emperor's saber light for 10,000 years already appeared between Xiao Chun's fingers. If Xiao Chun guessed right, the owner of that gaze should be Wang Feng. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move in the end. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat problematic. The blue-robed emperor's cultivation is indeed terrifying. The purple and white lights in Xiao Chun's eyes vanished. He put away the blue dragon medallion and sighed softly. The difference between the blue-robed emperor and great grandmaster level martial sage was like heaven and earth, a vast chasm in cultivation. The heavenly sage laws in the other party's body had already been refined into the higher level heavenly laws. Heavenly laws and heavenly sage laws were only one word apart, but they were completely different. The difference between the two was like quintessence and essence. There was no comparison at all. They were just short of an opportunity to condense a heavenly world in their sea of consciousness. Then they could push open the Emperor's door and ascend to the great Tao, embark on the Emperor's road, and become the person at the top of the pyramid. Xiao Chun thought to himself, now that I run into the blue-robed Emperor, I have no chance of defeating him by relying on my own strength. The higher-level Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could more or less help him fight for a chance to escape. The saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind should be able to kill the blue-robed Emperor. However, that was his final trump card. Xiao Chun could protect himself even if he ran into Emperor Wu. Using it on the blue-robed Emperor would be too much of a waste. I have to advance to great grandmaster level martial sage first. There is no point in thinking too much now. Xiao Chun thought to himself. Earlier, when he was in the Thousand Dragon Arrow formation, he had been on the brink of death. This allowed him to gain several more comprehensions and improve his understanding of the flawless saber Tao. He was now 70% confident of advancing to great Grandmaster level martial sage the instant he advanced to Grandmaster level martial sage. With a flip of his hand, a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries and a sage-grade essence nurturing pill appeared in his palm. Then, he swallowed them at the same time. When he killed the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei in the 9 layers of purgatory, he had obtained 2 bottles of sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries, enough for him to use for a long time. The injuries and exhaustion he suffered in the earlier battle healed quickly. In less than an hour, he would be able to return to his peak state. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun frowned. A black warship appeared, and 6 people jumped off, blocking his path. 3 of these people were not unfamiliar to him. They were the scions of the Yin clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan. The people of the sovereign noble clans finally appeared. His first senior sister's words were unfortunately spot on. The strength of these 3 had improved significantly. However, they still could not catch Xiao Chen's attention. Xiao Chun fixed his gaze on the 3 old men with extremely high cultivations that he could not make out. However, it was unrealistic for just 3 peak great grandmaster level martial sages to block him. Based on the other party's confident expression, the situation did not seem right. Xiao Chun raised his guard. Make your move, elders. There is no need to waste words with him. However, please leave the final chance to kill him to the 3 of us. Yan Shirsi remained expressionless as he looked at Xiao Chun like a dead man. Then, he moved to the side with the scions of the Jiang clan and Lin clan. The 3 of them had suffered greatly at Xiao Chen's hand before. This left a shadow in their hearts. If they could not get rid of this shadow, it would become a mental barrier in their hearts, forever preventing them from reaching the great Tao. Only by killing Xiao Chun personally could they get rid of this shadow. The 3 old men did not say anything. They casually waved their hands, and a secret treasure appeared in each of their hands. Boom! A boundless aura surged out and knocked Xiao Chun back. The tortoise spirit shield, the profound Yin umbrella, and the 10,000 beast cauldron, the emperor-grade secret treasures of the 3 sovereign noble clans. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression as he infused the immortal will of thunder into his body. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble before he managed to stabilize himself. 3 bona fide emperor-grade secret treasures were all here. No wonder these 3 were so confident. Emperor-grade secret treasures possessed horrifying might. Furthermore, 3 of them came at the same time. Chapter 991. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. The Yin clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan really put in a lot of effort to kill him. The situation before Xiao Chun was extremely dangerous, even more horrifying than the obstruction in Thousand Dragon City. However, the only consolation was that only Emperor Wu could bring out the full might of the Emperor-grade secret treasures. As a great Grandmaster level martial sage, one could only bring out a tenth of the Emperor Grade's secret treasure strength at best. The burden on one's body was similarly great. Every time one used it, they would have to pay a huge price. But even so, it was extremely difficult to obtain a chance of survival. Xiao Chun quickly analyzed the situation. Based on the information he obtained, he had a vague plan to deal with this situation. A tenth of the Emperor Grade's secret treasure strength was equal to a strike from the blue-robed Emperor. Using 3 Emperor Grade secret treasures in succession was equivalent to receiving 3 moves from a quasi-emperor before he could hope for a chance of survival. Xiao Chun, back then, you snatched our secret treasures and even dared to boast shamelessly. Today, we will bury you here and make you pay the true price. The first elders of the 3 clans each stood on one side. The 3 Emperor Grade secret treasures sealed off this space, restraining Xiao Chen's freedom wings. With the Emperor Grade secret treasures locked onto him, it would be very difficult to leave. Enrich smiled coldly, wanting to see the despair on Xiao Chen's face after being forced into a dead end. Unfortunately, Enrich was disappointed. Aside from initial shock of getting knocked back, Xiao Chun did not show any panic or despair on his face. Brother Yin, just ignore him. Later, he will beg for mercy. I don't believe that he can survive after spending so much effort in the 1,000 Dragon Arrow formation, the Lin Clan Scion said with a smile. When the Lin Clan Scion saw the situation, he smiled. The rightmost Jiang Clan Scion said coldly, as long as the 3 first elders find an opening, they will attack at lightning speed. Within 3 moves, he will become a cripple. At that time, we can torture him however we want. Inside the primal chaos domain, the 3 first elders held the Emperor Grade secret treasures in their hands. He had wanted to kill Xiao Chun, but in the end, not only had he been beaten into a sorry state, he had even lost his secret treasure. This was a great humiliation. Now that he had forced Xiao Chun into a situation of certain death, he could not help but feel proud. The purple talisman containing a great perfection saber soul hovered above Xiao Chen's head. He did his best to resist the might and pressure from the Emperor Grade secret treasure, not letting himself reveal any openings. The 3 old men showed astonished expressions. The profound umbrella, the tortoise spirit shield, and the 10,000 Beast Cauldron were 3 Emperor Grade secret treasures. Although the 3 of them could bring out only a tenth of their might, when they worked together, their might and pressure could kill some Grandmaster level martial sages. But now, after such a long time, under the heavy pressure, Xiao Chun was actually still able to maintain his original state of mind, not revealing any flaws at all. Faintly, one could even see a sharpness and an intense competitive spirit. Don't hold back. We have to cripple this brat with a single blow. Otherwise, there will be trouble this time. The Yin clan old man snorted coldly, and the heavenly sage laws in his body poured into the profound umbrella above his head. The profound umbrella immediately unfurled, and the scarlet profound flames started burning even more intensely. Strands of cold chi flowed towards Xiao Chun from all directions. As long as a strand of it entered, it would immediately turn into a cold poison, inflicting severe damage on Xiao Chun. The first elders of the Jiang clan and Lin clan quickly follow behind. The shield formed by the simple and unadorned tortoise shell flickered with dense talisman scripts. When the might and pressure arrived, space became like water, squeezing into all sorts of shapes. The Lin clan's 10,000 Beast Cauldron gave off an even more oppressive might. The ferocious roars of various ancient, mutated beasts came from the cauldron. The roars rose and fell like endless waves, rumbling deafeningly. With the pressure from the 3, Xiao Chun clearly could not contend with them with just the immortal will of thunder and the great perfection saber soul. Xiao Chun's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Sweat dripped off his forehead. Cracks appeared on his skin, and blood flowed out. The ground under Xiao Chun's feet instantly cracked. The ground moved, and the sky spun. It was like the universe was overturning. Seeing Xiao Chun gradually unable to hold out, his aura weakening, and many small openings appearing, the three old men revealed expressions of joy on their strained faces. Soon, in just a while, Xiao Qian's aura would completely crumble. At that time, they would not need to use too much of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's energy to cripple Xiao Qian. After all, they would have to pay a significant price to bring out even a tenth of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's energy. If they could reduce the price, they would definitely do their best. The expressions on the faces of Yin Shirsi and the heir of the Jiang and Lin clans slowly turned interesting. All they needed was a lightning-quick strike, and the name Xiao Qian would disappear from the world. Suddenly, Xiao Qian vomited a mouthful of blood, and his aura crumbled. The purple lightning talisman above his head turned into motes of electric light flying everywhere. Attack! The Yin clan first elder's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the umbrella. His figure flashed, and the profound Yin umbrella flew toward Xiao Qian. A sinister wind blew, giving off an overwhelming chill. Before the profound Yin umbrella arrived, a layer of frost already covered Xiao Qian's body. His black hair turned snow white, and his lips turned bloodless. When the Jiang clan and Lin clan first elders saw the situation, they hesitated and stopped attacking. Based on Xiao Qian's situation, with his aura crumbling and the cold poison invading him, he could not retaliate at all. There was no need for them to attack. In that case, there was no need to use the Emperor-grade secret treasures and damage their physical bodies for nothing. However, the two did not notice a trace of mockery flash on Xiao Qian's bloodless face. Xiao Qian smiled to himself. I made the right bet. I knew that this group of people would not be fearless. Bang! With a flip of Xiao Qian's hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared. When the profound Yin umbrella was less than 10 meters away, he drew it at lightning speed. In that instant, a dazzling light froze Xiao Qian's figure. The frost on his body instantly melted, and the scattered electricity gathered back together. The immortal will of thunder that contained the great perfection saber soul turned into a purple lightning talisman and reappeared above Xiao Qian's head. The instant Xiao Qian drew his saber, his aura that had already crumbled gathered back together, becoming even stronger. A sharp light surged out, clashing with the Emperor-grade secret treasure. By relying on the might of lunar shadow, Xiao Qian suppressed the Emperor-grade secret treasure that the other party could only bring out a portion of its power. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the scene seemed to freeze. There was a crisp sound, and the Yin clan first elder's profound Yin umbrella was knocked out of his hand by Xiao Qian's saber strike. Another saber light lit up. It was Xiao Qian's left foot kicking out at nearly the same time, landing heavily on the Yin clan first elder's chest. Blood spurted out as Xiao Qian kicked the Yin clan first elder back, shattering his ribs. 5 Dragon Force, 25,000 tons of force, was not easy to endure when kicked out with the flawless saber Dao. This sudden change happened in an instant. Xiao Qian, who was clearly on the verge of dying, actually exploded out and injured someone, knocking the Yin clan first elder back. We were fooled by this brat. He scattered his aura on his own. The Jiang clan and Lin clan elders were startled. They had not expected Xiao Qian to do that. By scattering his aura, it meant that he had to endure the might of 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures. The internal injuries he would suffer would be no joke. Even if he could suppress it temporarily, when it erupted, it would be a lot to bear. Furthermore, if the two of them had attacked together, his old and new injuries would erupt together. Even a deity would not be able to save him. When the two of them looked at Xiao Qian, they trembled in fear. This kind of person was too ruthless. He was ruthless to his enemies, and even more ruthless to himself. Whoosh! Now that an opening appeared, Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he charged out. When he arrived before the 3 scions, his lips curled up in a cruel smile. These 3 showed horrified expressions. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking about how to torture Xiao Qian before killing him. In the next moment, Xiao Qian kicked the Yin clan first elder away and charged over to them. You 3 pieces of trash want to kill me? Today, I will cripple you first." A cold light flashed on Xiao Chen's saber. He executed his strongest killing move, the subduing dragon profound slash, expressionlessly. Out of sight, out of mind. Since Xiao Chun found an opportunity, he would not give the three a chance to flee. "Stop!" The Jiang clan and Lin clan's first elders shouted in fright. How could they dare to hold back? They used their 2 emperor-grade secret treasures to charge over without holding anything back. They wanted to stop Xiao Chun from attacking with their emperor-grade secret treasures. However, not only did they fail to kill Xiao Chun, but Xiao Chun even killed their science. If word of this spread, the various clan heads would be enraged. Right now, Xiao Chun was as strong as a great grandmaster-level martial sage. If he used his full power, how could the 3 scions be a match for him? Furthermore, he used his strongest killing move, the subduing dragon profound slash. When Xiao Chun attacked, he did not intend to let the 3 live. 18 azure saber lights swept out and turned the 3 scions into a scarlet light. Xiao Chun personally killed the 3 scions in front of the first elders of the 3 clans. No one had expected such an ending. The 3 scions would not be able to rest in peace even in death. Before coming, they had looked at Xiao Chun like he was a dead man. They had casually treated Xiao Chun like a turtle in a jar, wanting to use him to vent their anger and get rid of the shadow in their hearts. For the sake of killing Xiao Chun, the 3 clans brought out their secret treasures. They were very bold and ruthless. However, Xiao Chun was even more ruthless than them. Relying on this ruthlessness, he broke out of this certain death situation with a flip of his hand. Bastard! After the scions died miserably, the first elders of the Jiang clan and Lin clan went berserk. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron and the Tortoise Spirit Shield charged over at the same time. Tens of thousands of ancient tortoise shells lined up to form the Tortoise Spirit Shield. The shock wave from it arrived first. Space was like water, rippling as it was compressed. These were spatial ripples. With just a gentle wave, they could shatter a mountain range for 50 kilometers around. The Jiang clan's first elder poured his heavenly sage laws into the Tortoise Spirit Shield without caring about the expenditure. Blood leaked out of the corners of his eyes, and his face aged 10 years. The might of the Tortoise Spirit Shield was startling. Such horrifying energy already rivaled the strike of the blue-robed emperor. However, it was only a tenth of the might of an emperor-grade secret treasure. This showed how horrifying the true explosive power of an emperor-grade secret treasure was. If it were in Emperor Wu's hands, he would probably only need 1 wave to crush Xiao Chun into a meat patty. Even a rank 4 sage body would not be enough. Fortunately, the Tortoise Spirit Shield only had a tenth of its strength. It was just an attack from the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chun still had some confidence in blocking it. Sheathing the saber, Xiao Chun stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground. Then, he quickly formed hand seals and materialized the 5th move of the myriad heaven divine fist, Eternal Myth. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and a deity image appeared behind him, looking exactly like him. Chapter 992. Countless praises rang out. Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn and dignified as he continuously burned his magic energy, storing up divine might. When a spatial wave arrived before Xiao Chun, he finally succeeded in gathering divine might. The deity statue became 1,000 times larger, radiating a bright light and radiating divine might. Xiao Chun leaned over and smashed down with a palm strike. Bang! He blocked the layers of spatial waves. The waves stirred, and a spatial storm spread out in all directions. The deity statue behind him slowly cracked and returned to nothingness. Xiao Chen's body shook, feeling dizzy. The Jiang clan elder flew back, blood flowing out of his mouth, making him look even older. Roar! Right after the wave passed, the Lin clan first elder used the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. The 100 ancient mutated beast images that he summoned instantly arrived before Xiao Chun, drowning Xiao Chun within. A ruthless expression flashed on the Lin clan first elder's aged face. He raised the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, wanting to control the 100 ancient mutated beasts to tear Shao Chun to pieces. These 100 ancient mutated beast phantoms weren't something that the Lin clan's scion had summoned with his replica could compare to. They already possessed simple intelligence and were even more ferocious. Their bodies were already infinitely close to the physical bodies of the ancient mutated beasts. When 100 ancient mutated beasts appeared, they could even injure the blue-robed emperor. However, Shao Chun happened to not be afraid of this. With a flip of his hand, the holy beast medallion appeared in his palm. A strand of azure light shot out and instantly intimidated the 100 ancient mutated beast images around him. Shao Chun continued burning his magic energy, wanting to use the holy beast medallion to suck in these 100 beasts. However, Shao Chun's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped. An even stronger aura came from the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. It was like formless chains firmly binding these 100 beasts. The holy beast medallion's suction could not break the chains at all. While Shao Chun was distracted, the 100 ancient mutated beasts started to struggle. The holy beast medallion wanted to break free from the deterrent force of the holy beast medallion. Decisively withdrawing, the wind howled as Shao Chun took the opportunity to escape the encirclement of the 100 ancient beasts. The old man from the Lin family widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Shao Chun intimidate the mutated beasts before calmly jumping out of their encirclement. Damn it! He wanted to continue controlling the exotic beasts to attack, but summoning these 100 exotic beasts had already cost him quite a bit. If he wanted to continue controlling it, he would have to rest for a while. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it. Shao Chun paused in the air and glanced at the 3 who were heavily injured. This was a great opportunity. He could kill the 3 of them and even take the opportunity to snatch the 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures. In the blink of an eye, Shao Chun rejected this decision. His current body was also not optimistic. In the first place, he had not fully recovered from the battle at Strangefire City, so he decided to take a risk. The might of the 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures surged into Shao Chun's body at the same time, but he managed to suppress the injuries he suffered. The first elders of the 3 clans sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly recovering from the injuries from activating the Emperor-grade secret treasures. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. This time, they made a huge joke of themselves, bringing 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures to kill Shao Chun. Not only did they fail to kill Shao Chun, but the scions of the 3 clans that accompanied them all died at Shao Chun's hands instead. The deaths of scions were not a big deal. The sovereign noble clans had many descendants and many outstanding talents. With the intense competition, there was never a lack of successors. Although it was rare for the scions of the sovereign noble clans to die at a young age when they went out on experiential training, it was not unheard of. The most important thing was the face of the sovereign noble clans. This time, the face of the entire world would be completely thrown away. In the distant horizon, Enchanting and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyan stood side by side. They peered through space and saw everything that happened. Lu Xiaoyan hugged his sword and smiled. This fellow is really ruthless. I wonder if those old fogies of the Yin clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan can sit still. Enchanting smiled and said, "It looks like my sovereign's tribulation has gained a few more problems." "What's wrong? You don't look worried at all." "Those old fogies of the 3 clans are not weak," Lu Xiaoyan said with a smile. "With me, Wu Xiaotian, around, is there a need to be afraid?" Space tore open, and the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian, walked out, wearing tight robes and holding a treasure saber. Buzz! The moment Wu Xiaoyan appeared, the sword in Lu Xiaoyan's embrace trembled uncontrollably. A surging sword intent waited to be unleashed. "The Void Sword's temper is still the same as before," Wu Xiaotian said softly with a smile. The Void Sword was forged by Sita Leong. It was a divine weapon ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. Lu Xiaoyan suppressed the Void sword intent and smiled coldly. "Your time saber has not changed, either. It is still the same as before, like a dead ghost." The time saber was also ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. For the sake of his sovereign's tribulation, Ingzongtian actually managed to get the profound domain's saber sword 2 sovereigns to come. No wonder he was confident that he would succeed in his tribulation. Let's go. If you want to fight, wait until I undergo my tribulation. There will be a chance for you two to make a move then. Clearly, Ingzongtian had already guessed this would happen. He smiled, not surprised at all. Although the two did not like each other, they knew what was more important. They both snorted coldly and ignored each other. In a desolate mountain range, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing. By now, the battle with the 3 sovereign noble clans had already lasted for half a month. For the past half a month, the other party's pursuit had not stopped. Xiao Chun fought as he moved, getting closer and closer to the central province. During this time, several people from other factions joined in as well. During this life-or-death chase and all sorts of enemies, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the martial Tao deepened. After shaking off a group of pursuers, there were less than 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. Finally, Xiao Chen made his decision. He would break through the bottleneck of peak superior grade martial sage and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one step. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stretched out his hand. 10 peak spirit veins origins appeared. He intended to use this to break through the bottleneck. Then, he would consume all 10 peak spirit veins in one go and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one go. What kind of concept was this? Xiao Chun cultivated for half a year before consuming 1 peak spirit vein to advance to peak superior grade martial sage. Such a horrifying speed was already shocking enough. Now, Xiao Chun wanted to consume 10 peak spirit veins in one go, all for the sake of advancing to great grandmaster level martial sage. There were 2 ways to be conferred king. One was to become a sovereign martial emperor and become a king, having their own title. If the king title that one wanted already had an owner, one would have to challenge the other party. Only by defeating them could one obtain it. For example, after the Thunder King became a sovereign martial emperor, he immediately challenged the Thunder and Lightning Palace's palace master, who held the title of Thunder King, for the sake of obtaining the title of Thunder King. However, the result was rather tragic. The Thunder King, who was of the same generation as the Qing Emperor, won in the end. As for the Thunder King, Sang Mu, he died mysteriously. The other way was the king conferral ceremony that the Bushin Palace was about to hold. The title of king was conferred by the Bushin Palace based on military merits. Below king were the marquis, nobility, and duke. Compared to the former, the latter were definitely less important. However, they were no less solemn and dignified. In fact, they might even surpass the former. Only with 1 million military merits could one be conferred king. Accumulating 1 million military merits was not an easy task. One could exchange military merits for all sorts of rare spirit pills, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques in the Bushin Palace. It would be very difficult for regular cultivators to not use them. Furthermore, it was not easy to obtain military merits. In the past 1,000 years, no more than 20 people had been conferred the title of king in the Bushin Palace. No more than 10 had been conferred the title of king before the age of 100. None had been conferred the title of king before the age of 50. Now, the White Emperor City's young city lord, Xiaoju, had already accumulated 1 million military merits at the age of 35. He inherited his ancestor's title and was conferred the title of White Tiger King. One could easily imagine what a grand event this was. The 3 vice palace masters of the Bushin Palace worked together to send out invitations to the world to hold a king conferral ceremony in the central province's Tianwu City. Who were the 3 vice palace masters? They were all sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, they were the masters of the 3 holy masters' holy lands, the Vermilion Bird Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. It had been many years since the 3 holy lords worked together to send out invitations. This time, the 3 holy masters sent out invitations together. This showed how important this matter was to them. Given the prestige of the 3 holy masters in the Tianwu domain, if there were no surprises, all the sect masters of the various sects or famous cultivators who receive invitations would show up as promised. In fact, there would even be the phenomenon of selling invitations. Outside the Tianwu domain, the reputation of the three holy masters as holy lands would no longer be as useful. In the eyes of the cultivators of the other domains, the strongest of the human race would definitely be the Thunder King. The main reason why the cultivators of the other four domains took time out to participate in this king conferral ceremony was a very short and insignificant sentence at the bottom of the invitations. With one glance, 99% of the people would automatically ignore this sentence. Xiao Chun, 1 million military merits, conferred king on the same day. There were only 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. No matter how close the cultivators who received the invitations were, they would have to make a move now. Tianwu domain, Haoqian's sect. When Shui Lingling saw the invitation, she revealed a playful smile. The invitation introduced Xiao Hoju's background in detail, as well as the various things he had done since he made his debut. There were hundreds of words in total. Xiao Qian's name was clearly written in gold. The picture on the back of the invitation was also exquisite. Xiao Hoju rode the holy beast white tiger, standing on a tall peak and looking into the distance. His cloak fluttered in the wind. At the bottom corner was the news of Xiao Qian's conferral of king. There were only 10 simple words, written in the same color as the invitation, written in a place that was easy to overlook. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice such a sentence. This was indeed the case. The strong publicity from Bushan Palace also made many ordinary cultivators of the Tianwu domain forget about Xiao Qian's conferral of king. They all forgot about Xiao Qian being conferred king. They only knew that Xia Hojue was conferred king. Shui Lingling closed the invitation and asked the first elder, Han Qinghe, "Uncle Han, how has junior brother Xiao Chun been?" Han Qinghe replied, "There's been bad news recently. After he barged into Strange Fire City, 3 sovereign noble clans using their emperor-grade secret treasures blocked him. Originally, he would have died. However, for some reason, he managed to force his way through and even killed the scions of the 3 sovereign noble clans. However, he is severely injured as well. In the past few days, he has been hiding from the pursuers, disappearing without a trace." Worry appeared on Shui Lingling's gentle face. She did not know how Xiao Qian managed to get so far. There were still 10 more days to the king conferral ceremony. If Xiao Qian died on the way, then all his efforts would have been for naught. Chapter 993. Xiao Qian only hoped that Xiao Qian could appear safely at the king conferral ceremony. At that time, even if he could not be conferred king, at least no one would dare to touch him openly. After hesitating for a while, Han Qinghe said hesitantly, "There is another piece of bad news. I'm not sure if I should say it or not." Shui Lingling's heart sank as she had a bad feeling. "Speak then." "The deity race has made a move as well. 10 great Grandmaster level martial sages with temporary deity statues have already set off. They need to block Xiao Chun at the last moment. No matter what, they cannot allow him to appear at the king conferral ceremony." Casting a deity statue meant having a statue of oneself in the deity race's sacred hall. Then, one could receive worship from the crowd and absorb the power of faith. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. In reality, most of them only had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. However, the strength that they could erupt with far surpassed that of a regular blue-robed emperor. They relied on the power of faith. If these 10 deity race great Grandmaster level martial sages found Xiao Chun, the consequences would be dire. Shui Lingling's expression changed slightly. "No, we cannot let junior brother Xiao Chun continue on alone. We have to help him." Han Qinghe sighed softly. "The sect master already said that we are not allowed to make a move. This path can only be walked by Xiao Chun himself." Shui Lingling's expression changed as she calmed down. She understood in her heart that this path was chosen by Xiao Chun himself. Back on the Haoyan star, Xiao Chun had withdrawn his sharpness and was not famous. However, Xiao Chun had already seen the true dragon hidden in his eyes. After the battle on the proud son of heaven ranking, everyone in the world knew about Xiao Qin's identity as a descendant of the Qing emperor. From that moment on, Xiao Qun had already made preparations to bear everything. Xiao Qun had to walk this path of king conferral alone. Eventually, he would appear at the king conferral ceremony and inherit the Blue Dragon King title that belonged to him. Let's go and participate in junior brother Xiao Qin's king conferral ceremony. He will definitely appear in Tianwu City. The worried expression on Xue Lingling's face disappeared and was replaced by confidence and determination. At the king conferral ceremony, the white figure that had never disappointed her would definitely appear with pride. Kunlun Realm, Kwafu clan's residence, young master Kwafu Zhu. Ren Kongjua looked at the small words at the bottom right corner of the red invitation letter, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "I hope that you will show up. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this before." In the heavenly saber pavilion, Xiao Qun had gone to ask for Lord Jio's hand in marriage. In the end, Xiao Qun had used Lord Jio to make fun of him. Xiao Qun had always remembered this great humiliation. He had been waiting for this king conferral ceremony to deal a fatal blow to the other party. In the Azura clan, which was also a powerful ancient clan, Lan Xiaobai, Yu, and the others were taking turns passing around an invitation. Yu's face was filled with doubt as she said, "Xiao Qin's name, Brother Xiaobai. How come I don't see it?" Lan Xiaobai smiled helplessly and pointed to the bottom corner, with the words of the same color as the invitation letter. "It's here. Why is it so small? I can't see it clearly," Yu said gloomily as joy flashed on her face. The person beside her said to Lan Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, what are your plans?" Lan Xiaobai sighed. In the past year, he had traveled everywhere. In the end, he discovered that his reputation could not move anyone. It was practically impossible for him to organize a heroes convention to compete with Diwuk. "I will make a move against him. If he can survive and successfully conferred king, I will be willing to stand on his side." At the same time, in the Ghost Domain, the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors had already set off for Tianwu City in the central province under the lead of the heaven-punishing corpse god's personal disciple. In the chaotic demonic sea, the merfolk race Queen Yao Yin received the invitation letter. A bright light flickered in her eyes as she looked at the unremarkable words at the bottom right corner. "It has begun. I have to send someone to deliver the congratulatory gift." After crossing the chaotic demonic sea, in the headquarters of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance, "First young master, the king conferral ceremony that you told me to keep an eye on will be held in 10 days. Yi Chan said with some disappointment, "I'm afraid there is no time to go. However, it should not be a problem to get father to prepare a congratulatory gift." In the Fiend Domain, Bai pestered the Fox King with a smile on his face, urging the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent to personally go to the king conferral ceremony. Outside the Tianwu Domain, there were many other places. Many people who received invitations paid attention to the most unremarkable words on the invitation. The expressions on their faces were either anger, smiles, or so on and so forth. The 3 holy masters probably would not have expected what kind of storm this king conferral ceremony would stir up. The king conferral ceremony would be held in 10 days. In the central province's Tianwu City, some famous cultivators started to appear in the streets. The liveliness of the city increased by the day. In the tea houses and restaurants, all the topics were focused on the upcoming king conferral ceremony. However, the topic was not Xiaohoju. Instead, it was the name on the invitation that no one would notice if they did not take a second look. There were some things and some people that could not be hidden even if one wanted to. Perhaps an ordinary cultivator would not notice Xiao Qin's situation. However, a cultivator with a certain level of strength would not overlook this subtle change. The 3 holy masters intentionally suppressed Xiao Qun, not letting the world pay too much attention to him. However, the more they did this, the more curious people became. "Did you hear? Xiao Qun will not be able to attend the king conferral ceremony." In a certain bustling tea house in Tianwu City, someone brought up the hottest topic of the day. Immediately, someone replied with a smile, I heard about it long ago. The rumors are everywhere. Since the moment Xiao Chun left the profound domain, he has been under constant attack. First, he destroyed the Purple Knight Sword Sex attack. Then, he forcefully barged into Strange Fire City. After that, he was blocked by the 3 sovereign noble clans. Haha, the 3 sovereign noble clans really made a big joke this time. They even used their emperor-grade secret treasures. In the end, Xiao Chun killed the scions of their 3 clans and forced his way out. However, Xiao Chun's situation is not very good now either. The people of the 3 sovereign noble clans are looking for him. Some strong, loose cultivators who want to take advantage of him also ran over. It's not just not good. He is practically in danger. The latest news is that the great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race have already charged over. This is forcing Xiao Chun to his death. Right now, there is no news of Xiao Chun. We do not know if he is dead or alive, or how he is doing. I think he is in danger. Even if he barely survives, he will not be able to rush to the king conferral ceremony. At the end of the discussion, everyone felt that it was a pity. The name white-robed Xiao Chun quickly spread throughout the Tianwu domain after that famous battle on the proud son of heaven ranking. After that, people started digging out information about Xiao Chun's experiences. The various things that happened after that made Xiao Chun even more famous. Everyone slowly accepted the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant. Originally, everyone thought that this king conferral ceremony would straighten out Xiao Chun's name. The title of Blue Dragon King would be rightfully given to Xiao Chun. Who could have imagined that there would be so many twists and turns? First, it was delayed by half a year. Then, the 3 holy masters played dirty tricks in secret. Now, the situation worsened, directly interfering with Xiao Chun on the surface. They were just short of shedding all pretense of cordiality and personally making a move on Xiao Chun. Anyone with a brain will be able to guess the reason behind it. 10,000 years ago, when the Dragon's Gate flourished and the Qing Emperor shone dazzlingly, the 3 holy masters were suppressed to the point where they could not raise their heads. The title of Holy Land existed in name only, completely ignored. Now, the 3 holy masters naturally did not want to experience that again. Amid such discussions, the king conferral ceremony approached day by day. However, all news about Xiao Chun stopped. It was like he had vanished completely. There is no news of the 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race, either. Whether they found Xiao Chun or not, what was the result of the great battle was like a stone sinking into the sea, silent. He can't make it. The king conferral ceremony is starting. On the day the king conferral ceremony officially started, there was still no news of Xiao Chun. The cultivators in the city who held expectations for Xiao Chun all sighed. How unfortunate. If we do not confer him a king this time, he will have to become a sovereign martial emperor if he wants to obtain a king conferral in the future. It's difficult. Let's not talk about whether he's alive or dead. This setback will leave a shadow in his heart. Whether he can advance to martial emperor or not will be a problem. I wonder what the king conferral ceremony will be like. Unfortunately, there are no invitations. Some people looked in the direction of the Tianwu Plaza in the city, revealing curious expressions in their eyes. The Tianwu Plaza was where the king conferral ceremony would be held. However, one needed invitations to enter. Those who could enter to watch the king conferral ceremony were either people from the 9 ranks of the great families or famous experts. There were many people who met the requirements. Nearly all the people who were invited were present. Nearly all the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the Kunlun realm were present. Some of the factions that had a good relationship with the White Emperor City would even send the blue-robed emperor, giving the White Emperor City a lot of face. As for Emperor Wu, he was too far away. Unless there were great benefits, he would not be able to attract them. At this moment, the White Emperor City's Xiaoju stood on a tall platform in the center of the flower-filled Tianwu Plaza. He had a wide smile on his face, looking very spirited. Many golden statues stood behind the tall platform. All of them were cultivators that the Bushin Palace had conferred the title of king, representing great glory. However, behind Xiaoju's smile, he still felt somewhat nervous. When he looked around, he saw a huge crowd. The people who came were all famous major characters of the Kunlun realm. All the famous, outstanding talents of the younger generation had rushed over. Xiaoju felt somewhat fearful of a certain person suddenly appearing and completely overshadowing his brilliance on this day when he should be in the limelight. However, Xiaoju also felt some anticipation. Now that his strength had soared, he really wanted to compete with Xiao Chun in front of everyone. Xiaoju's emotions were conflicted and complicated. The black-clad old man presiding over the ceremony smiled reassuringly and said, "Young city lord, don't worry. I received news that the 10 great grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race found Xiao Chun 5 days ago." Xiaoju rejoiced in his heart. He suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Xiao Chun is dead?" The black-clad old man replied, "I don't know about that. Right now, no one can find any news from either side. However, young city lord, don't worry. Even if he managed to escape, he would be severely injured. If he still dares to come to the king conferral ceremony, Chapter 994. At the end, the old man smiled sinisterly. Xiaoju also revealed a smile. Participating in the king conferral ceremony in such a state was definitely seeking humiliation, becoming a foil for him. The Azura race's young clan head, Lan Xiaobai, comes to offer congratulations. The Kuafu race's Run Kongjue comes to offer congratulations. 2 genius experts of the ancient races handed over their invitations. Immediately, someone called out the names of these people. This immediately attracted the gazes of many people. These 2 could be considered the peak outstanding talents of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, they came to the Bushin Palace's king conferral ceremony as well. After that, many other famous outstanding talents came. The Heavenly Starry Ocean's Xianshui sect's young sect master and even a mysterious person from the Zodiac Hall came. After that, the Fiend Domain's Peacock King's descendant, the Fox King's adopted daughter and disciple, came personally, attracting everyone's attention. Congratulations rang out endlessly. More major characters from the Ghost Domain, Corpse Domain, and Profound Domain arrived. The descendants of several sovereign martial emperors came one after another, setting off waves of startled sighs in the plaza. Even Xiaoju, who was on the tall platform, frowned slightly. Xiao Chun was still aware of his own limitations. Given his fame, he could not attract so many people. That fellow's fame is truly resounding. However, this is good as well. Today, I can use your fame to support my king conferral ceremony. In the Haotian sect's VIP stands, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu looked around, trying to find that familiar white figure. However, they withdrew their gazes in disappointment every time. Shui Lingling, who sat in the middle, bit her lip and frowned slightly. Why is this fellow in such a rush? If he still does not come, it will be too late. In the other places, the people on good terms with Xiao Chun saw that Xiao Chun was not on the tall platform. They could not hide their disappointment and worry. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the square. It was Di Wuk and Goddess Tianyu, she who came to congratulate them. Under everyone's gaze, Di Wuk had a confident smile on his face as he arrived at the Protoss VIP seats with Tianyu Shi. The fact that Di Wuk would actually come was out of many people's expectations. Glancing at the high platform, Di Wuk did not see Xiao Chen's figure. He calmed down a little and went to the VIP seats of the Protoss with Tianyu Shi. After about 15 minutes, when the black-clad old man hosting the ceremony saw that all the guests had arrived, he said eagerly, "Thank you, honored guests, for coming from afar to witness the king conferral ceremony of my Bushin Palace's new White Tiger King, young Master Xiaoju. Now that the auspicious hour has arrived, I hereby announce the official start of the king conferral ceremony." Right after the black-clad old man spoke, the huge ceremonial cannons placed in the plaza gave off loud rumbles. Clumps of light shot out and exploded, turning into 7-colored heavenly flowers that rained down from the sky. This was a man-made, mysterious phenomenon that consumed a lot of resources. Normally, they were 5-colored heavenly flowers. This time, for the sake of this king conferral ceremony, the White Emperor City's Holy Lord did not hesitate to expend a lot of resources to create such magnificent seven-colored heavenly flowers. The heavenly flowers rained down, too beautiful to behold. However, several people showed anxious expressions and did not have time to appreciate the scene. Who is it? How dare you barge into the Tianwu Plaza? Just as Bai Shui, Lingling, and the others were about to lose their patience, something strange happened. 3 explosive shouts came from outside the plaza. 3 Bushin Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages with extremely strong auras soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They wanted to kill the person barging into the plaza on the spot. Peering through the sky full of petals, one could vaguely see a white figure. The heavenly flowers rained down in a rainbow. Who was barging into the Tianwu Plaza? Did this person not know that the Bushin Palace, which was filled with experts, dared to cause trouble here? How bold was this person? The roar immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The geniuses and the leaders of the sects all directed their gazes in the direction of the roar. The 3 Bushin Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. The 3 of them executed their martial techniques, causing the sky to tremble and light to spread everywhere. The tremors caused the heavenly flowers to fly everywhere, and a strong wind blew. An indistinct white tiger image appeared behind them. That was the holy beast martial spirit. These 3 people were White Emperor City's Grandmaster-level martial sages. This person is going to die. Amid the boundless heavenly flowers, the strong wind covered the person's face. Only a vague silhouette could be seen. Although the crowd did not know who these people were, the 3 Bushin Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages were from the White Emperor City, a holy land. When they attacked, their demeanor and aura showed that they could kill an ordinary great Grandmaster-level martial sages with one strike. Based on this person's age and aura, he did not seem like a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. How could he survive? Clang! However, just as the 3's martial techniques approached that person, a saber hum resounded in the sky. A bright saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky. Night suddenly fell. Only a saber light as resplendent and bright as the moon remained. The night was flawless, and the moon was perfect and flawless. There was an explosion in the air, and the moonlight vanished. The 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages were knocked back 1 kilometer. The entire place was set abuzz. One person faced 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even knocked them back. Who exactly was this person? The white figure moved gently. His clothes fluttered, and his hair fluttered. Then, he crossed the sky, full of flower petals, and landed on the tall platform. Stop him! Whoosh! Many figures shot out from the ground. The weakest of these people were Grandmaster-level martial sages. There were also many great Grandmaster-level martial sages. If an outsider dared to barge into the king conferral ceremony, it would be a big joke. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The white figure's hair fluttered, and saber music rang out like zither music. A wondrous zither song played in the sky. Boundless saber intent reverberated in the sky. One by one, the figures that shot into the air were lightly brushed by the white figure. Xiaochun. As the crowd approached, they could clearly see the appearance of that white figure. Several people's expressions changed as they cried out in shock. After passing the final great Grandmaster-level martial sages blocking his way, Xiaochun landed on the tall platform. Then he tossed out his identity medallion and handed it to the old man beside Xiao Hoju. In a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Xiaochun said in a calm tone, "I am the Haotian sect's Xiaochun, conferred king conferral. Sorry for being late." When the black-clad old man saw the name on the identity medallion, his expression flickered. Back in the Bushin Palace, he was the trusted aide of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord. Otherwise, he would not have been the one to host this king conferral ceremony. These simple and indifferent words confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. A loud commotion resounded in the plaza. It really is Xiao Chen. He really came. Wasn't it rumored that the 10 great Grandmaster level martial sages of the deity race severely injured him? That doesn't seem like it at all. In the Haotian sect's guest stands, Shui Lingling revealed a gentle smile as she heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiaoqin came. As long as he was alive, there was hope for everything. Bai, who stood with Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, squinted his eyes like a pair of crescent moons, his face filled with a joyful smile. The ghost race's Qing Cheng smiled faintly. In the end, this fellow did not disappoint her. In the end, he still came. The Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing, the Shimin clan Shimin Bao, the Battle Realm genius Niu Deng, and the others were slightly startled, not having expected this. Despite so many traps and layers of obstruction, Xiaoqin still appeared at the king conferral ceremony, arriving as promised. Some were shocked, some were disappointed, some rejoiced, and some were strangely furious. The deity race's Di Wuk showed a sullen expression. Xiaoqin appeared alive, and the deity race's great Grandmaster level martial sages were nowhere to be found. That meant only one thing. The great Grandmaster level martial sages who forged the deity statue all died at Xiaoqin's hands. In the corpse race's VIP seats, Xingju, the personal disciple of the corpse god palace's heaven-punishing corpse god, said to Wei Hua, the underworld fire sovereign's descendant, "This person is Xiaoqin. He is the one who defeated you and Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, as well as the Iron Hand sovereign's descendant, Kuwait Do." Aside from the corpse god's bloodline, the corpse god palace had 4 other sovereign martial emperors, each of them in charge of a faction: the underworld fire sovereign, the white bone sovereign, the death fire sovereign, and the ghost fire sovereign. In the past, there was also the Iron Hand sovereign who cultivated the physical body. However, the Iron Hand sovereign had already betrayed the corpse god palace and was not counted. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "That's him." Xingju's gaze was frivolous, and his lips curled up slightly. He remained silent, thinking about something. Xiaoqin's appearance was unexpected, catching that black-clad old man off guard. He did not know what to say. "Senior, is my identity fake?" The black-clad old man recovered his wits and handed his identity medallion to Xiaoqin. "Your identity is not fake," Xiaoqin asked indifferently. "In that case, can we begin the king conferral ceremony?" Xiaohoju, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "You speak in such absolute terms. Whether you can be conferred king or not is not decided yet. During the king conferral ceremony, experts of the same generation can challenge each other. If someone beats you half to death, there is no need for you to continue being conferred king." Xiaoqin's eyes narrowed. Then, he turned his head to look at Xiaohoju and smiled. "Brother Xiaoho, since you were so confident, how about the two of us exchange moves first before being conferred king?" This provoked Xiaohoju to agree. However, the black-clad old man at the side quickly said, "Young master, don't be rash. Confer king first." At the same time, Xiaohoju sent a voice projection, "Don't fight with him first. Someone will deal with him later. Later, when everyone comes to offer their congratulations, the Holy Lord has already made arrangements. Let him make a fool of himself first." Xiaohoju snorted coldly and ignored Xiaoqin. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, it was a competition of connections. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, Xiaohoju was confident that, given the White Tiger Holy Lord status, no one in the Tianwu domain would dare to not give him face. Under the Holy Lord's pressure, aside from the Haotian sect, no one in the Tianwu domain would send a congratulatory gift to Xiaoqin. At that time, there would be an endless stream of people coming to offer their congratulations. This would be a sharp contrast to the cold and cheerless scene of the other party. The king conferral ceremony began. The black-clad old man started to recite Xiaohoju's military merits, speaking in an excited voice. "Xiaohoju, 1,000,000 military merits, a great contribution. Bushan Palace specially conferred the title of White Tiger King, 100 bottles of sage-grade medicinal pills, 1 heaven-rank cultivation technique, one king-grade secret treasure, and one set of white Tiger King armor. After detailing Xiao Hoju's military merits, the black-clad old man started to announce the rewards that Bushin Palace gave out. The long list of rewards was all worth cities. Music rang out, and beautiful girls on both sides of the tall platform stepped forward to help Xiao Hoju put on the white Tiger King armor, which shone with a bright light. Qian Yun of the Flowing Cloud sect is here on the orders of the sect master to congratulate young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby present a peak spirit vein. Chapter 995. After Xiao Hoju put on his clothes, he looked very awe-inspiring. Immediately, the sect sent their congratulatory gifts. The gift they gave was a top-grade spirit vein right off the bat. The generosity of a 9th-rank sect was indeed extraordinary. After accepting the gifts, Xiao Hoju smiled faintly and gave Xiao Chen a playful look. The Thousand Mysteries sect congratulates young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of black pattern gold. The Clearwater Gate congratulates young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of 1,000-year-old profound iron. The Bloodsaber Pavilion congratulates young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send a peak king-grade secret treasure. Given the connections of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord, the 9 ranks of the great families of the Tianwu domain, aside from the Haotian sect, all sent their gifts. The scene was extremely majestic. This continued for 1 hour before the Tianwu domain's gift-givers slowly stopped. Xiao Hoju smiled endlessly. He purposely waved his hand and said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, there are too many gifts. My hands are getting tired. If Brother Xiao does not receive any gifts, you can come to me to choose a few after this." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "This is the difference between a holy land and an ordinary sect. Some people are really bold, daring to be conferred king together with young Master Xia." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not understand what was there to be proud of. He only cared about the title of the Blue Dragon King. Aside from that, everything else was meaningless. As for the congratulatory gifts, Xiao Chen did not care much about them. Right now, he only cared about one thing. What was his title? Xiao Hoju was the White Tiger King. In that case, would he be the White Robe King or the Blue Dragon King? If it was the former, there was no need for him to remain in this king conferral ceremony. Xiao Chen would beat up this Xiao Hoju and vent the frustration he suffered along the way. Then, he would flick his sleeves and leave. If it was the Blue Dragon King, he could endure it for a while and vent his anger in the future. Xiao Hoju's title had been read out. Next, he would be awarded the badge and sworn allegiance to Bushin Palace. Then, he would be the real Bushin Palace's White Tiger King. He could announce his title to the outside world and receive special treatment within the jurisdiction of Bushin Palace. However, before that, they had to announce Xiao Chen's title and wait for him to accept the congratulatory gifts before they could award the Xiao Hoju the emblem. Somewhat reluctantly, the black-clad old man took out the Bushin Palace announcement and read, "Xiao Chen, 1,000,000 military merits, title Blue Dragon King, personally appointed by the Thunder King." Compared to Xiao Hoju's lengthy announcement, the black-clad old man's announcement of Xiao Chen's king conferral was clearly much simpler. His tone even seemed a little reluctant and perfunctory. However, these few words, especially the last 4 words, were personally appointed by the Thunder King. This made everyone present take a deep breath. To think that the Thunder King personally appointed Xiao Chen's title. The strongest human expert, a legend from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, actually participated in something that was not worth mentioning to them. When Xiao Hoju saw everyone's reactions, he felt displeased. He thought to himself, just you wait. Let's see what congratulatory gifts you can receive. When you receive a pile of trash, let's see how you can still be pleased. The Haotian sect's Shui Lingling congratulates Xiao Chen on being conferred king. After the black-clad old man finished reading, Shui Lingling floated up. Holding a wooden box, she walked over to Xiao Chen and said with a smile, "Junior brother, congratulations on being conferred king. This is my gift." Xiao Chen received the box, but was not in a rush to open it. He raised his head and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior sister. Aren't you going to open it and take a look?" Shui Lingling blinked. At the side, Xiahou Ju sneered, "It is just trash. How could I be embarrassed to open it?" Xiao Chan frowned slightly. He had long since resented the three holy masters, especially the White Emperor City's city lord. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Qin's path to being conferred king had been fraught with death. Fortunately, the Thunder King stood up for him, helping him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King. Right now, Xiao Chun did not want to cause too much trouble. Xiao Chun gently opened the wooden box, and cold qi poured out. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A translucent frost pearl slowly flew out from a box. Instantly, snowflakes flew everywhere, dancing in the air above the entire Tianwu Plaza. Someone stretched out his hand and grabbed the snowflake. Then, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "This is the long-lost ice Immortal Pearl. It is said to be a treasure from the Immortal epic. After refining it, one can directly comprehend the will of ice to great perfection. This thing actually exists. It is a treasure that can directly allow one to comprehend an additional will." Exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the wooden box in Xiao Qian's hand with envious expressions. Just this ice Immortal Pearl surpassed all the gifts that Xiahou Ju had received. Xiahou Ju's face darkened slightly. He had not expected that Shui Lingling would give him such a precious item. Earlier, Xiao Chun called it trash. Now, he was slapping his own face. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Xiao Chun put away the ice Immortal Pearl and smiled at Xiahou Ju. "Brother Xiahou, your horizons are really extraordinary. I wonder how many of such trash you have in your hands?" Xiao Chun purposely emphasized the word trash, angering Xiahou Ju so much that his expression turned sullen. However, he could not find anything to rebut. "Don't get cocky. I will be watching from here in the Tianwu domain. Who else will come and give you a congratulatory gift?" Xiahou Ju was very frustrated. After holding in for a long time, he could not think of anything else to say. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not argue with him. He performed a cupped fist salute and thanked Shui Lingling again. This was an important gift that even Xiao Chun found hard to reject. Bai is here to congratulate elder brother Xiao Chun on being conferred the Blue Dragon King. Just as Xiahou Ju was waiting to see Xiao Chun make a fool of himself, he saw a young girl hopping over. She was also carrying a wooden box. The girl was very beautiful, charming, and enchanting. However, she also had a youthful and lively air. Her enchanting face did not look tacky. However, Xiao Chun had never heard of the name Bai before. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, someone came over to slap his face with a gift. Furthermore, it was a name that he had never heard of before. After being embarrassed by Shui Lingling earlier, Xiahou Ju could not help saying, "Where did this wild girl come from?" "Xiao Chun, only such an unpresentable character would give you a gift." Bai directly ignored Xiahou Ju. She looked at Xiao Chun happily and said, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, open it and take a look. I pestered adoptive father for a long time to get this. He said that you would need it soon." When Xiahou Ju saw that Bai ignored him, he could not help feeling even angrier. What was his status? He was the holy son of the Tianwu domain, the White Tiger King, an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, this girl dared to ignore him, treating him like air. Xiao Chun could not help but get angry. He circulated his energy and pushed off the ground. A formless energy caused the wooden box to shatter with a bang, and cracks appeared on it. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he laughed loudly. Indeed, an unpresentable character. A box containing treasures cannot even withstand a gust of wind. Such a wooden box is definitely trash. Bang! The wooden box completely shattered, and a golden light flashed. Then, a golden dragon circled the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A drizzle fell, and golden spiritual rain drifted down from the sky. The spiritual energy in the entire Tianwu Plaza suddenly became 10 times denser, 100 times denser. Someone opened his mouth and sucked the golden spiritual rain into his mouth. That person immediately felt refreshed, and his law energy improved significantly. His expression changed dramatically, and his eyeballs nearly fell out. He said in a trembling voice, "This is a Holy Spirit vein. It really is a Holy Spirit vein, second only to a King Spirit vein. Even for most of the 9 ranks of the great families, there was only one Holy Spirit vein. It was used to stabilize one's luck. In fact, there was an unwritten rule in this world that only sects with Holy Spirit veins were worthy of the 9 ranks of the great families. With a Holy Spirit vein, it would be an exaggeration to say that establishing one of the 9 ranks of the great families would not be difficult. The entire plaza burst into an uproar. Several people directly circulated their energies and opened their mouths, sucking in the golden spiritual rain in large mouthfuls. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, only a few intersect elders could enjoy a Holy Spirit vein. Furthermore, there was a time limit. If it exceeded the time limit, it had to stop. At this moment, a Holy Spirit vein leaked out. Naturally, the cultivators who had never seen a Holy Spirit vein before could not contain their excitement. Xiahou Ju's complexion turned ashen. His mouth gaped open, and his face turned red. He was so shocked that he could not say anything. Whoosh! 2 figures shot out, each holding a seal. They quickly subdued and suppressed the Holy Spirit vein. Then they shouted at Xiahou Ju, "Xiahou Ju, how bold of you! To think that you dare to boast shamelessly before the Fox King's adopted daughter. Who gave you such courage? In your eyes, even the Fox King is a minor character." The moment these words came out, the uproar immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Xiahou Ju, revealing expressions of pity. Who could have imagined that aside from being pretty, this girl with an unsophisticated name was actually the Fox King's adopted daughter? Who was the Fox King? He was one of the 5 great experts of the Kunlun realm. He was as famous as the Thunder King, Emperor Forsaken, and the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. In terms of status, prestige, and strength, the Fox King was much stronger than the White Emperor City Lord, the White Tiger Holy Lord. The White Tiger Holy Lord was an absolute peak character of the Tianwu domain. Even when the Thunder King came out of closed-door cultivation, he did not dare to call others minor characters. Yet he, Xiahou Ju, actually said such a thing. This joke, in front of all the heroes of the world, was really too big of a joke. Xiao Chun had slapped his own face too ruthlessly. But I put away the Holy Spirit vein and smiled. Don't bother with bad people. Today is elder brother Xiao Chen's big day of being conferred king. There's no need to be angry. The black-clad old man, who was already somewhat frightened, heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party had not let it go, this matter would have blown up. Hee. Elder brother Xiao Chun, do you like it? If you do, I'll get adoptive father to give you a few more. But I looked at Xiao Chun in anticipation. When the others heard this, they could not help but vomit blood. The Fox King's adopted daughter was indeed extraordinary. Holy Spirit veins were like buns. If he liked them, he would give her a few more. Xiao Chun accepted the Holy Spirit vein, feeling helpless in his heart. He did not know how to answer. If he said that he liked them, the Fox King would probably have the urge to chop him up. How could a Holy Spirit vein be like buns? Giving him one was already a great gift. If he said that he did not like them, Bai would definitely be disappointed. Fortunately, Kong Yuan and Yuan Su were here. They quickly tried to smooth things over, pulling Bai away. Shurchin, let's go down first. There's still gifts to give later. Don't delay. Chapter 996. I saw that there was indeed a group of people below the platform. They had arrived early, but had waited for a long time. Bai Chen stuck out his tongue and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he quickly went down with the other 2. After that, there were a few people. The leader was an old man who did not have a high cultivation. He was barely a peak superior grade martial monarch and looked very ordinary. A group of people behind him carried a 200-meter-long metal box as they followed the old man with some difficulty. The old man performed a cup fist salute and said, "On the orders of my clan's young master, Yi Chun, we are here to congratulate you on being conferred king. We have prepared a small gift as a token of our respect. Yi Chun, Xiao Chun had never heard of this name before. Xiao Ju learned his lesson and asked the black-clad old man for guidance. The other party shook his head, indicating that there was no such person in the Kunlun continent. None of the leaders of the major powers in the Kunlun continent had the surname Yi. Xiao Ju was now confident that this person's invitation was definitely bought to support Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could not help but smile coldly to himself. I don't believe it. Your friends are all major characters. How high can a servant, who is only a peak martial monarch, be? Originally, Xiao Chun thought that with so many people coming to congratulate him, he would embarrass Xiao Chun greatly before he was officially conferred king. However, who could have imagined that only the Hao Ian sect of the Tianwu domain would send a big gift? However, this big gift surpassed all of Xiao Chun's gifts. Then, the Fox King's adopted daughter came to send a gift, embarrassing Xiao Chun even further. Since when had Xiao Chun ever lost so much face? Furthermore, he had lost it in front of all the outstanding talents of the world. How could he endure this? Xiao Chun raised his hand and pushed, circulating his law energy. Then, a beam of energy containing holy might shot out. The old man was caught off guard. How could he have expected Xiao Ju to attack him? He vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. Men, carefully check this person's invitation and verify his identity. Does he really think that any random person can sneak into my king conferral ceremony? What a scandal. Xiao Ju's expression was gloomy, but he was secretly pleased with himself. Xiao Chun, let's see how you're going to get out of this situation this time. You're just a character who got in by buying an invitation, and you still have the nerve to come up and give me a gift? Today, I attacked him in front of everyone. What do you do to me? Ha! A resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he slapped Xiao Chun. Intolerable. No need to endure anymore. The Holy Lord of White Emperor City secretly made a move on me on my way to being conferred king, causing me to have a narrow escape from death. I almost couldn't make it to this king conferring ceremony. It hadn't been easy for him to rush over, but this fellow had still provoked him time and time again. He had tolerated it time and time again for the sake of the big picture, but this fellow had gone from bad to worse. He had even touched the person sent by his friend to congratulate him. This was a move that no one expected. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chun sent the bona fide Holy Scion flying with one slap. Not only was Xiao Ju stunned by the slap, but everyone present was stunned as well. At the foot of the Bushin Palace, Xiao Chun directly slapped Xiao Ju into the air before everyone. The slap was very loud and heavy. Everyone in the entire Tianwu Plaza could hear it. Di Wuk, who was sitting with Tian Yushi, was somewhat stunned. He said softly, "He is too sharp. We need to stop him this time. Otherwise, he will really grow stronger." Several people thought the same as Di Wuk. Xiao Ju clearly wanted to embarrass Xiao Chun, purposely injuring the person who gave him the gift, putting him on the spot. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would be so decisive, using the most intense method to react? If you dare to hit my person, then I dare to hit your face. If you want to see who is more ruthless, then let's see who is more ruthless. The corpse god's personal disciple, Xing Ju, originally appeared calm, but murderous intent flashed on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Some of the people who had conflicts with Xiao Chun and were preparing to cause trouble for Xiao Chun at the king conferral ceremony all showed unsightly expressions. "You dare to slap me?" Xiao Ju showed extreme rage on his face. He stretched out his hand, and a tiger roar resounded. The clouds came from the dragon, and the wind came from the tiger. With this roar, a boundless strong wind blew. Wild wind. What kind of wind could truly be called wild? It had to have momentum, boundless momentum, taller than the sky, wider than the earth, vaster than the sea, and more ferocious than the river. The wind that Xiao Ju gathered with his finger could definitely be called wild. When Xiao Chun pointed, wind blew from all directions. A black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere and sucked Xiao Chen in. Rumble. A strong wind blew, and bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. The clouds pressed down, and heavy rain poured down. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The wind was in front, and the rain was behind. Thunder and lightning flashed and rumbled. The power of this finger used the wind as the foundation, materializing a complete mysterious phenomenon. This instantly increased the might of this finger tenfold. In a rage, Xiao Hoju made his move, materializing the mysterious phenomenon of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This mysterious phenomenon directly sucked Xiao Chen in. A wild aura spread out from Xiao Hoju's body. Everyone in the Tianmu Plaza could feel the sharpness and will of Xiao Hoju. There was only one word for it: wild. I really underestimated Xiao Hoju. Unexpectedly, the power of one finger is so strong. He is the Holy Land Scion, after all. I wonder how Xiao Chen is doing in there. He probably isn't having a good time. Xiao Hoju's finger gathered momentum too quickly. The wind blew, the rain arrived, and lightning followed. There is no way to dodge within 100 meters. The sudden berserk, Xiao Hoju changed the situation in the plaza. It seemed like a fierce battle was about to begin. When Xiao Chen attacked, the strength that he displayed startled everyone. Unexpectedly, he instantly sucked in Xiao Chen. Everyone wondered what was going on with Xiao Chen in there. Bright moonlight flew out from the black whirlpool. A full moon hung high in the sky. The sky slowly turned dark. A perfect night, a perfect moon, lonely, cold, and calm. A cool breeze blew, and the sabers sounded like music, like a zither or a flute. It rang out continuously as if the cool breeze was echoing at the top of a mountain. Calm and collected, unflustered in the face of danger. If he was wild, let him be wild. The bright moon illuminates the river. If he was wild, let it be wild. The cool breeze blows the mountain. One's aura will eventually run out. Look at him being wild. I will not move. When I move, the wind scatters, the rain shatters, the thunder shatters, and the lightning shatters. Xiao Hoju's expression changed slightly. The might of this finger was tyrannical to the 9 heavens. However, it was like he had struck a ball of cotton, grabbing nothing. The might of one move was, after all, only one move. If he wanted to continue, he would have to change moves. With a thought, Xiao Hoju formed a hand seal with one hand, wanting to change moves again. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen's finger's might ran out, a saber light shot out from the black whirlpool. The violent wind suddenly dissipated, and the thunderstorm that was triggered by the wind naturally collapsed along with it. The seemingly berserk attack broke when a strand of saber light appeared. Just as Xiao Hoju was about to launch his second finger attack, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and took the initiative to attack. The bright moon in the sky turned into a strand of saber chi and launched a sneak attack. Xiao Hoju could only scatter his energy to defend. This strand of saber light knocked Xiao Chen back again. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He was significantly injured. Young Master Xia, the invitation is real. The young master of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief personally sent people. Just as Xiao Hoju raged in his heart and got to his feet, preparing to fight Xiao Chen, the Bushin Palace's people had already checked the old man's invitation and announced the results. How can this be? How can this group of people be from the Northern Sea Alliance? Xiao Hoju felt somewhat dizzy. All his fighting spirit vanished, replaced by a chill. To think that he was from the Northern Sea Alliance. The Northern Sea Alliance was far from the Kunlun continent. No wonder Xiao Chen had never heard of the name Yi Chun. However, Xiao Chen had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance before. It was a super faction of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. In terms of strength and accumulations, it was weaker than Bushin Palace. However, it was much stronger than Xiao Chen's White Emperor City. Misfortune truly did not come alone. First, Xiao Chen offended the Fox King's adoptive daughter. Then, he offended the Northern Sea Alliance's people. What kind of demonic existences were Xiao Chen's friends? The gazes of the others on Xiao Hoju turned from sympathy to pity. With the various factions coming to congratulate Xiao Chun, White Emperor City had made ample preparations. The various major factions of the Tianwu domain had come out one after another, putting Xiao Hoju in the limelight. However, when it was Xiao Chen's turn, Shui Lingling immediately defeated Xiao Hoju. Not only did Xiao Chun lose face, but he also offended the Fox King and the Northern Sea Alliance, two major factions. "Old sir, are you all right?" After slapping the other party, Xiao Chun had vented some of his frustration. He could not be bothered to waste time with the other party anymore. He quickly walked over to the old man that Xiao Hoju injured. The old man smiled and said, "The injuries are not serious. After recuperating for a while, you'll be fine." Young Master said that young Master Xiao is a loyal person. Indeed, it is true. This big gift is worth it. Open the box. Young Master Xiao, please appreciate this big gift. My young master's gift will not embarrass the Northern Sea Alliance. Even with 10-odd peak martial monarchs carrying the 200-meter-long metal box, they still found it hard to do so. What exactly was in the box? Many people had long been curious about this mysterious metal box. It seemed like each of Xiao Chen's friends was more incredible than the last. The Fox King's adopted daughter already gave a Holy Spirit vein. Could the things in the metal box compare to a Holy Spirit vein? Upon hearing the order to open the box, the cultivators carrying it all heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of their hands, they opened the mechanism. The huge metal box's lid sprang open. Roar! The instant the box was opened, a dragon roar that had been suppressed for a long time came from the metal box. The surroundings trembled, and a surging dragon might spread out in all directions. This was different from the dragon might that ordinary cultivators imitated. This was the most primitive dragon might. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had been many tens of thousands of years. The voice of a true dragon. What is in there? It has such a horrifying dragon might. Could it be the spine of a true dragon? A 200-meter-long true dragon spine. That is too exaggerated. In that case, how big was the true dragon when it was alive? The bones of a true dragon were worth cities. Their rarity went without saying. Among the bones, the spine of a true dragon was the most precious. Chapter 997. Back then, Enju had obtained a rare spine and forged it into a subdivine weapon, the true dragon lightning whip. That spine was no more than 10 meters long, but it was already extremely rare and could be made into a subdivine weapon. The true dragon spine before Xiao Chun was 200 meters long. How horrifying would its value be? As the saying went, dragons lurked in the depths. This saying was true. Probably only the Northern Sea Alliance could find such a long, true dragon spine in the world. The large metal box quickly closed. Xiao Chun felt somewhat startled. This gift was too heavy, so heavy that he did not dare to accept it. Young Master Xiao, there's no need to worry. You saved my clan's young master's life in the heavenly ruin wasteland, so you deserve this gift. Furthermore, my clan's young master values his friends the most. Since young Master Xiao is conferred the Blue Dragon King, you should be worthy of this King of Dragon Spine. The black-clad old man spoke leisurely. From his tone, it was clear that he had a good impression of Xiao Chun. Clearly, Xiao Chen's earlier slap had helped this old man vent his frustrations. Not far away, Xiao Hoju's eyes popped out. He thought to himself, trash, a pile of trash. This trash was not a gift that Xiao Chun had received. Instead, it was something that he had received himself. Compared to Xiao Chun, it could not even be considered trash. Now, Xiao Chun seemed to understand what a friend was. The White Emperor City's holy lord stood at the peak of the Tianwu domain. He relied on his reputation to get the 100 sects of the Tianwu domain to congratulate him. These people were not related to Xiao Chun at all. They only came because of the holy lord. How could they really give him a congratulatory gift on the level of a charming treasure? However, although Xiao Chen's friends were few in number, they were all friendships that he had obtained with his life on the line. In the future, if these friends were in trouble, Xiao Chun would definitely help them, not hesitating to go through water or tread on fire. Of the many people who came to congratulate him, One was a casual acquaintance who congratulated him for face. The other was a friend who had gone through life and death with him. Even if Xiao Qian's friends only gave him a pile of junk, it would still be 10,000 times better than his pile of flashy but impractical things. The people of a Northern Sea alliance withdrew. The young master of the Muddy Sky Gate, one of the three-peak sects of the Primal Chaos domain, Qi Wuxue, sent someone to deliver his congratulatory gift. Xiao Ju was no stranger to the Muddy Sky sect. Its strength was almost the same as the current White Emperor city, but it lacked some resources. These were the people sent by the three overlords of the Primal Chaos domain. Xiao Hoju did not dare to underestimate them. But now, even if an ordinary person came, Xiao Hoju would not dare to do anything excessive. His face was trembling, and he didn't dare to look at the gifts that the others had given to Xiao Chun. The more he looked at them, the sadder he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what he had accepted was a pile of trash, and that he was just finding trouble in his heart. What Qi Wuxu asked someone to deliver was the beautiful mountain and river painting. Back in the heavenly ruin wasteland, the few major factions had worked together to fight over it. In the end, the Muddy Sky Gate ended up winning it. This was another valuable treasure. When everyone saw it, their eyes turned bloodshot with fervent expressions. Following that, the corpse race white-boned sovereign's descendant, the Dragon Man, delivered his congratulatory gift. However, this Dragonman's gift was rather special. It was a note. This note recorded the traces of the Despair Throne, which the Dragon Man had found in the heavenly starry ocean. This was useful and practical information to Xiao Chun. Congratulations. This lady does not have much to give, so I will give you a soul-gathering pearl. The ghost race's Qing Cheng stepped forward and delivered her congratulatory gift. Although Qing Cheng spoke casually, it still caused a significant commotion. What was the use of a soul-gathering pearl? When a person died, their 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls would immediately scatter. A soul-gathering pearl could ensure that the soul would not scatter for 7 days. If one's physical body did not deteriorate within 7 days, it could create a heaven-defying miracle of resurrection. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Xiao Chun. It was like they were looking at a human-shaped treasure trove. If anyone managed to rob Xiao Chun, they would obtain boundless wealth. Young Master Xiao, a stranger asked me to pass this painting to you during the king conferral ceremony. Congratulations on being conferred king. A fiend race cultivator that Xiao Chun did not recognize stepped forward and handed him a painting. Xiao Chun unfurled the painting, feeling somewhat confused. The painting was only black and white. It depicted the scene behind the bridge of helplessness in the 9 layers of purgatory. Behind the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, an azure-clad man was looking at the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiao Chun could only see his back, not his appearance. Aside from this, there was nothing special about it. It was just a very simple painting. With so many people, Xiao Chun found it strange. However, he did not show it on his face. He carefully put away the painting and said to the person who came, "Many thanks. This painting is very important to me. An old friend of mine gave it to me." The person who came smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao is too polite. It was just a slight effort on my part." Not many people came to give congratulatory gifts to Xiao Chun. Compared to Xiao Hoju's many sects, it was much more deserted. However, at this point, everyone knew that the main character of the king conferral ceremony had already changed from Xiao Hoju to Xiao Chun. Or rather, the main character had never changed. This was Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony. Just when everyone thought that the shock was over, a congratulatory gift from the chaotic demonic sea shocked everyone again, flabbergasting them. The newly crowned empress of the chaotic demonic sea's merfolk race sent a congratulatory gift for Xiao Chen's king conferral. The emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown. This was a bona fide emperor-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it was a secret treasure that Neptune used back then. As Xiao Chun received Neptune's crown, he knew that Yao Yan already had the Thorn Sovereign Circlet, and that this Neptune's crown was unnecessary. However, this was an emperor-grade secret treasure, an emperor-grade secret treasure that Neptune used in the past. Yet, Yao Yin gave it away just like that. It looked like Xiao Chun felt guilty about what happened in the Neptune Palace. The segment of congratulatory gifts finally came to an end. Compared to the two, Xiao Hoju was utterly embarrassed, like a joke. In the distant honored guest stands, the Phoenix's Passion Palaces Nuan Muyun and the Divine Martial Gates Feng Wuji both revealed expressions of lingering fear. Back then, the three holy masters intended to send out one person to suppress Xiao Chun. Because the two did not have much ambition, they did not care about it. So they gave it to Xiao Hoju. If they had not rejected it back then, the one standing on the platform would have been them. When they thought about what happened to Xiao Hoju today, they all trembled in fear. Wan Miyun sighed softly. Xiao Hoju is a little too obsessed with these external things. He places too much importance on these external things. If his heart is a little more relaxed, with his talent, his strength can go a step further. Feng Wuji shook his head and said, he has always been the strongest person of the human race's younger generation. When he met with Xiao Chun, who appeared out of nowhere, his mentality became unstable. Actually, this is understandable. Today's matter might not only be bad for him. Nguyen Miyun looked around and said calmly, this Xiao Chun is indeed strong. However, he has made too many enemies, and his sharpness is too strong. There might be variables in his king conferral. What variables? Nguyen Miyun pointed in a direction and said, look over there. That pale-faced youth in black is the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's personal disciple, Xie Zishuan. From the moment Xiao Chun arrived, the killing chi in his eyes never disappeared. Look over there. That is the Corpse God Palace's heaven punishing Corpse God's disciple, Xingju. He is the strongest person of the corpse race's younger generation. When Xiao Chun made his move earlier, I also noticed the killing chi in his eyes. There is also Diwuk. Even now, I still cannot see through him. I wonder what he is planning. The backers of these three are the strongest experts of the Kunlun realm. They are the most ambitious. How could they just watch as Xiao Chun is conferred king? As for the descendants of the other sovereign martial emperors, there is no telling if he can successfully obtain the Blue Dragon King's insignia. Feng Wuji looked in the direction Nguyen Muyun pointed. When he heard what she said, surprise appeared on his face. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chun to have so many strong enemies. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, Emperor Forsaken, and Xing Tian were all experts who were as famous as the Thunder King. Before Diwuk and the other two came, they might have received instructions from them. Next was the conferment of the king's insignia. With this insignia, Xiao Chun would gain the Bushin Palace's recognition. Xiao Chen's conferment of the Blue Dragon King would be thoroughly acknowledged. Xiao Hoju should be able to obtain this insignia very easily. However, if Xiao Chen wanted to obtain it, it would be somewhat difficult. Before obtaining the insignia, the Bushin Palace allowed cultivators of the same generation to challenge the conferment of king. Under normal circumstances, on account of the Bushin Palace, they would stop at a certain point and exchange pointers. However, right now, the Bushin Palace, which was under the control of the three holy masters, clearly did not support Xiao Chun, nearly shedding all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chun could no longer rely on the big tree that was the Bushin Palace. He could only rely on himself now. A pretty maidservant stepped forward, carrying a tray with the White Tiger King's insignia on it. It flickered with a silver light, giving off a treasured light. This was an extremely high-quality secret treasure in itself. After the oath of loyalty was completed, the pretty maidservant picked up the White Tiger King's insignia and prepared to pin it on Xiao Hoju's chest. Once it was pinned on, Xiao Hoju would be able to openly call himself the White Tiger King from now on. When the insignia was completely imprinted on Xiao Chen's chest, it turned into a white tiger and merged with his clothes. His white tiger battle armor also underwent some changes, seeming to be filled with more spirituality. As expected, he was successfully conferred king, and no one came to challenge him. Standing at the side, Xiao Hoju glanced at Xiao Chun and said, please, according to the Bushin Palace's rules, once you fail to be conferred king, all the congratulatory gifts will have to be returned. I look forward to your exciting expression at that time. This kind of person would always wait to see you make a fool of yourself. As long as you stumbled slightly, they would hit you while you were down and mock you with all their might. The maidservant brought the Blue Dragon King's insignia. The insignia was green in color and had the image of a dragon engraved on it. It gave off a faint green light, misty and dreamy. Under the guidance of the black-clad old man, Xiao Chun completed the oath of loyalty ceremony. After the old man recited some cumbersome words, he said, "Time has passed. The Blue Dragon King's insignia has been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years. Now, I bestow it to you. I hope you cherish it and take care of it." Humph! How noble is the title of Blue Dragon King. To think that the Bushin Palace would so casually bestow it on a nobody. I, Ren Kongjue, will not accept this. A cold shout rang out, and a tall and sturdy figure landed heavily on the platform. It was the Kwafu clan's Ren Kongjue. Bang! When Ren Kongjue landed, it was like a mountain crashing down, creating a loud sound. Dust flew up, and a shock wave split mountains. The compressed space rippled like water as it surged out. "It's here," Xiao Chun thought to himself as calm as still water. "It's here. The one that should come finally came. I will settle all the grudges of the past in this king conferral ceremony. Anyone who obstructs me from being conferred king will be defeated by me. No one will be able to escape my defeat." Who was Ren Kongjue? He was an outstanding talent of the ancient Kwafu clan. He had appeared in recent years. The moment he appeared, he shone brightly in the starry heaven Silver Lake, daring to compete with Diwuk. The sand and dust that Ren Kongjue kicked up could split mountains. One could easily imagine how strong he was. Chapter 998. Bang! Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pointed. A saber light flashed like the moon, easily splitting the sandstorm surging over in half. Ren Kongjue was tall and stout, with a thick waist and strong legs. Just by standing there, he gave off an intense pressure. When the black-clad old man saw the situation, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "My Bushin Palace has always been fair when conferring kings. We never fear challenges from others. Xiao Chun, if you embarrass the Bushin Palace, then there is really no need for you to wear the Blue Dragon King's insignia." Shui Lingling bit her lip, showing a grave expression. The most crucial hurdle had finally arrived. The other party used the righteousness of the Bushin Palace to suppress Xiao Chun. He was clearly a vile person, but his words were righteous and dignified, making it impossible for Xiao Chun to find an excuse to rebut him. Although there had been challenges in the past conferring kings, the Bushin Palace had always used its strong influence to inform the various experts in advance. All they needed to do was to stop when necessary, and there would not be any major chaos. Now that Xiao Chun was being conferred king, the Bushin Palace naturally would not stand up for him. If they were not careful, they would not be able to continue with the conferring of king. The three holy masters could not openly stop Xiao Chun from being conferred king. They could only use some underhanded moves in secret. However, it had to be said that this move was very effective. First, they sent people to block off Xiao Chun, not letting him arrive on time. Even if he managed to arrive, he would still face the challenges of various enemies. Eventually, they would run out of manpower. Then, they would exhaust Xiao Chun, forcing him to give up on being conferred king. I Wei Hua am not convinced either. Seeing the black-clad old man's clear attitude, the underworld fire sovereign, Wei Hua, made up his mind. He leaped up and arrived at the platform. I, Kuei-do, am not convinced either. Xiao Chun, you are not qualified to be conferred king. The Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant's figure flashed and arrived at the platform as well. Immediately, three outstanding talents stood on the platform. All of them had very scary backgrounds. Behind them stood sovereign martial emperors. The cultivators and the surrounding spectator stands were all startled. Xiao Chun's friends were all ridiculously monstrous, but his opponents were also all terrifyingly valiant. If an ordinary person offended one of them, they wouldn't have a good life in the future. However, Xiao Chun had offended three of them in one go. Now, Xiao Chun's path to becoming a king would be somewhat uncertain. So, It was not over yet. Two people flew over from the sky. They were the primal chaos domain's heavenly music sects, Xiat Danyang, and the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan. The two stood side by side and said simply, not convinced, expressing their stance. The heavenly music sect and the Frost Moon Palace were peak factions of the primal chaos domain. These two sects had sovereign martial emperors. Even in the entire Kunlun realm, they were extremely strong factions. F*CK, isn't this a little too exaggerated? 5 absolute geniuses appearing at the same time. Who among the same generation can withstand such a lineup? This is too extreme. It looks like the Bushin Palace did not intend to let Xiao Chun be conferred king from the start. Otherwise, they would not have sent these people invitations. The Blue Dragon King's title will probably continue to be covered in dust. Such a conferment of king is probably the most difficult in the history of the Bushin Palace. In the next moment, Xiao Chun, who had enjoyed boundless glory, fell into dire straits before everyone's eyes. Many people sighed softly, feeling that it was unfair for Xiao Chen's situation. In the distance, the disciples and inheritors of the East Mountain Ghost Monarch, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, and the East Mountain Ghost Monarch, the corpse god Xingju, and the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign did not make a move, watching coldly. These people had very sharp eyes. They could tell that Xiao Chun was somewhat different today, so they did not rashly make a move. However, once they saw an opportunity, they would not hesitate to kill. If the people outside knew that these 3 people were dissatisfied with Xiao Chun being conferred king, who knew how shocked they would be? When Xiao Hoju saw this scene, he could not help but rejoice. Heaven is helping me. In the end, I, Xiao Hoju, am still the main character of today's king conferral ceremony. Xiao Chun, no matter how many friends you have, no matter how impressive your congratulatory gifts are, you still have to return them if you fail to be conferred king. If you fail to be conferred king, it will probably be a shadow in the other party's heart, preventing them from advancing to martial emperor for the rest of their lives. The black-clad old man was slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected so many people with powerful backgrounds to be dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's conferral of king. The black-clad old man could not help thinking, although the Thunder King does not care about anything and is in closed-door cultivation most of the time, if the Thunder King really kills the person that the Thunder King appointed, it will be hard to explain to the 3 holy masters. Xiao Chun, it looks like you do not have enough prestige. So many people are not satisfied with you. You should leave the Blue Dragon King's insignia to the Bushin Palace for now, the black-clad old man said after some thought. The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice as he put away the Azure Dragon badge. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he retorted rudely, "It is just a few nobodies barking here and there. It means that I do not have enough prestige. Old mister, I think you're either senile or blind." Xiao Hoju berated, "Xiao Chun, how bold of you! You are not conferred king yet, and you already dare to speak rudely to the seniors of the Bushin Palace. The old sir could not bear to see you beaten to death by others, so he advised you kindly. However, you do not appreciate it. Instead, you insulted him. How bold of you!" Xiao Chun could not help guffawing. "What a great, I do not appreciate it. You know the truth in your heart. If you think that I am bold, then I'll be bold for once. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of being conferred the White Tiger King." Bang! Ignoring the 5 people at the side, Xiao Chun turned around and charged at Xiao Hoju instead. Xiao Chen's body was like a saber, its sharpness changing. His simple palm strike was like a saber everywhere. The wind blew in all directions, and the saber's edge was endless. Xiao Hoju felt that Xiao Chen's palm strike was filled with killing intent. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. However, Xiao Hoju's cultivation was deep. He was already a Grandmaster-level martial sage, so he did not panic. He believed that he would not have any problem exchanging 100 moves with Xiao Chun. After 10 moves, the 5 people at the side would definitely not be able to resist attacking. At that time, they would be able to cripple Xiao Chun. Xiao Hoju pointed, and a strong wind blew. A strong light shot out, tried to block Xiao Chun. However, something strange happened. While Xiao Chen's palm strike looked ordinary, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It swept away all of Xiao Hoju's attacks. By the time Xiao Hoju reacted, Xiao Chun had already stretched out his hand and grabbed his wrist. Instantly, thousands of sabers flew over. Xiao Hoju's white tiger battle armor flickered with light, riddling it with thousands of holes. The white Tiger King insignia that Xiao Chun had just imprinted on fell off with a cassier sound. Xiao Chun swung his hand, and 25,000 tons of force burst out. Xiao Hoju flew back like a meteor. Before he could react, he was flung away, disappearing without a trace. As the crowd watched, it seemed like Xiao Chun flew past the vast Tianwu city, continuing to fly forward without stopping for a long time. Xiao Chun crashed into a mountain 50 kilometers outside the city, splitting it in half. Xiao Hoju vomited a large mouthful of blood as he struggled to push aside the heavy rocks on his body. Then, he looked around in confusion. Strange peaks rose up in the desolate mountains, stretching out endlessly. Grass and trees supported the sky, but there was no one in sight. After coughing twice and vomiting a few more mouthfuls of blood, Xiao Hoju cursed. Damn it! What is this place? 1 second ago, Xiao Chen was still in the bustling Tianwu Plaza, filled with flowers. How did he end up in a desolate mountain range in the next second? This was a completely different world. Xiao Chun could not think straight. Xiao Chun turned his gaze back to the Tianwu Plaza. Although Xiao Chen's attack was short, when he used his full power, his cultivation was completely exposed. Great Grandmaster level martial sage. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun is already a great Grandmaster level martial sage. No wonder he could defeat Xiao Hoju with one palm strike when he was caught off guard. Everyone was startled. A great Grandmaster level martial sage. Xiao Chen actually reached great Grandmaster level martial sage without anyone noticing. Even the peak of the younger generation was only a Grandmaster level martial sage. How exactly did this person cultivate? The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Hoju, who had been tossed somewhere. He trembled in anger and said, "You are really bold. You even dare to make a move on the newly advanced White Tiger King of the Bushin Palace." Xiao Chun held the White Tiger King's insignia and said calmly, "The Bushin Palace has always been fair and it does not fear challenges from others. Is old sir's words just nonsense?" The black-clad old man felt stifled. He was indeed the one who said those words. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would immediately challenge Xiao Hoju and even toss him away in one move? Xiao Chun could not be bothered with this black-clad old man. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then, he stabbed the scabbard into the ground. Bang! The top of the scabbard struck the ground heavily, and cracks spread out. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he grasped the saber hilt. A boundless aura surged out together with this heavy sound. Ren Kongjue and the others could not help but take a step back. Who still dares to say that they are not convinced? Xiao Chun said indifferently as he looked calmly at the 5 people before him. Who still dares to say that they are not convinced? Xiao Chen's words were very casual. His gaze was as calm as still water. He only looked at the 5 people before him indifferently, not showing any sharpness. However, that flash of the aura of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage easily broke Xiao Hoju's fingerwind. All of this put a huge pressure on them. Ren Kongjue and the others felt a sense of oppression, like something was stuck in their throats. They could not say that they were not convinced. Silence. When they looked around, no one said anything. Nearly everyone was shocked by Xiao Chen's words. One person, one saber, and one sentence pressured the 5 outstanding talents to the point that they broke out in a cold sweat and lost all their sharpness. Isn't it just a great Grandmaster-level martial sage? It's not like I have never killed great Grandmaster-level martial sages before. This old man is not convinced that you're the Blue Dragon King. What you dare to do? The Kwafu race had always had a fiery temper. Ren Kongjue could no longer endure this oppressive aura, so he roared loudly. All outstanding talents had the ability to fight above their cultivation realm. As a peak superior grade martial sage, Xiao Chun could fight against great grandmaster level martial sages. Ren Kongjue was a grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, the Coiffer race had a horrifying physical body. Naturally, he could kill some great grandmaster level martial sages. Ren Kongjue's words were not false. However, he seemed to have forgotten. Perhaps he had forgotten on purpose. Like him, Xiao Chun was a demonic genius. Xiao Chen's talent, comprehension ability, and luck were higher. How could he compare to an ordinary great grandmaster level martial sage? Even if Ren Kongjue had not advanced to great grandmaster level martial sage, Xiao Chun would still be able to hold his own against him. Now that Ren Kongjue had advanced to great grandmaster level martial sage, he would not stand any chance of victory against Xiao Chun. After Ren Kongjue cursed, he charged at Xiao Chun. Ren Kongjue's body was like a mountain. When he moved, it was like a mountain was uprooted. Loud rumbles resounded in the air. Chapter 999. The momentum of Ren Kongjue's charge caused space to tremble, forming lake-like waves. Regular opponents did not even need to get close. Just this momentum alone would be enough to defeat them and cause them to vomit blood. The strong ancient races did not have any innate abilities. How could they be called a strong ancient race? Xiao Chun was not surprised at all. He had been waiting for Ren Kongjue. These people before him were just appetizers. The true powerhouses were seated behind, watching coldly. If Xiao Chun could put in less effort here, he would have a higher chance of victory. If these 5 people attacked together, even though Xiao Chun was a great grandmaster level martial sage, he would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with these prepared, outstanding talents. It would be much easier to deal with Ren Kongjue alone, a raging Ren Kongjue at that. The wave-like space pressed down on everything. However, it did not have much effect on Xiao Chen's rank 4 sage body. He did not move at all. His eyes focused on the trajectory of Ren Kongjue's attacks. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the lunar shadow saber under his palm spun quickly. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks on the platform. The calm Xiao Chun suddenly burst forth with a torrential aura. As the lunar shadow saber spun, this aura slowly expanded. The compressed space before Xiao Chun reversed. Ren Kongjue, who was charging over like a tall mountain, paused. He was clearly caught off guard by the reversed wind. Bang! The instant Ren Kongjue paused, less than a tenth of a breath, the spinning lunar shadow saber under Xiao Chen's palm stopped spinning as well. Then, a saber light lit up, looking as resplendent as the sun. The entire platform was encased in white light. When the light vanished and everything calmed down, everyone saw that Xiao Chun was holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber. The tip of the scabbard tapped Ren Kongjue's forehead. Blood flowed out of his forehead and covered his face. In the time it took for a spark to fly, aside from a few people, no one could clearly see when Xiao Chen's saber stopped spinning and when he attacked. Ren Kongjue only saw a flash of saber light, and then extinguished it. The insufferably arrogant Ren Kongjue did not even dare to move a single step. He panted heavily, his complexion pale. "You don't even have the right to make me draw my blade, and you still dare to be dissatisfied?" Xiao Chen's voice was cold, like the god of death. "Go back." The lunar shadow saber pressed down and pressed against Ren Kongjue's chest. Ren Kongjue spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He landed on the ground and rolled a few times before falling off the king's ceremony stage. Kuei-do, Wei-hua, and the other 3 who were still standing on the platform felt like they were standing on pins and needles. This was especially so when Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the fore. They were in a dilemma. Who could have thought that Xiao Chun had advanced to the great grandmaster level martial sage realm? Who could have thought that Ren Kongjue would be defeated in one move, rolling back, beaten until he did not have the slightest temper? Who dared to say that they were dissatisfied? The 4's words echoed in their ears. After what happened to Ren Kongjue and Xiao Hoju, how could they dare to say that they were dissatisfied? However, before so many pairs of eyes, they put down their pride and retreated. The 4 thought about how they had displayed their sharpness before coming here. They had said the words, I am dissatisfied very loudly and energetically. Now, they had to run back with their tails between their legs. How unbearable would that be? Who dares to say that they are dissatisfied? White-robed Shao Chun, with such boldness, no wonder you even dared to kill the people of my astral palace. A cold voice resounded, and starlight filled the sky. A pretty figure walked over from outside the king's ceremony stage. This figure wore long black clothes that looked like night draped over her body. It showed off her charming figure, inspiring wild and fanciful thoughts. A pale white star was embroidered on this figure's clothes. It gave off a cold light and flowed with starlight. This set of clothes had an extraordinary origin. This figure slowly walked over resplendent starlight. As night fell, cold chi assaulted everyone, turning their breath into frost. Soon, this figure arrived at the platform conferring king. She stopped, and the starlight stopped. Then, she introduced herself, Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongyao. Whether you are conferred king or not has nothing to do with me. However, you killed the people of my astral palace. Today, you have to give me an explanation. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of her before? Most people did not recognize Fu Hongyao. However, they vaguely felt that she was extraordinary. This was especially so for the astral robes she wore, which were definitely extraordinary. When Wei Hua and the other three saw that someone had appeared to distract the others, they quickly slipped away, not willing to linger. Fu Hongyao. Unexpectedly, she is here as well. She is the successor of Zodiac Hall's Moon Palace. Zodiac Hall was a huge faction of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. It occupied the southern Heavenly Starry Ocean. With its strength alone, it could contend with a giant like the Northern Sea Alliance. The Zodiac Hall had more than 100 astral palaces under it, some strong and some weak. The Sun Palace and Moon Palace were the two strongest factions. Some people in the Primal Chaos domain had heard of Fu Hongyao's name. There were still people in the Tianwu Plaza who recognized her. This was a major character of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's younger generation. Fu Hongyao went straight to the point. Did the senior brothers of my Big Dipper Palace die at your hands? There was nothing wrong with admitting it. That group of people wanted to kill him, so he casually killed them. He did not feel any guilt, so Shao Chen admitted it honestly. Fu Hongyao's gaze turned cold. She said coldly, "You are rather straightforward, not showing any fear. However, you still have to die." Right after Fu Hongyao spoke, she clenched the air with her right hand and waved. The dark astral robes she wore turned into a lunar astral banner in her hand. A beam of starlight shot down from the mysterious lunar astral banner in the distant starry sky. After losing his outer clothes, Fu Hongyao's snow-white skin was exposed. She waved the banner pole, and the night-like banner encased Shao Chun, trying to suck him in. This sudden change caught many people off guard. They all cried out in surprise. Fu Hongyao's move was too unexpected. How could Shao Chun dodge it? However, even though Fu Hongyao was fast, Shao Chun was even faster. The instant Fu Hongyao waved the banner pole, Shao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber with his right hand. Instantly, a boundless saber intent appeared. The saber light was like the sun and the night, scattering. The astral banner in Fu Hongyao's hand flew out of his hand. After sheathing the saber, Shao Chun waved his right hand and pulled the astral banner over. If I had any fear in my heart, how could I have come to this king conferral ceremony? If you want to take revenge for those people, you alone will only be sufficient for me to draw my saber. I'll help you call a few more people over. Xiezi Xuan, Xing Ju, Diwuk, how long are the three of you going to keep watching? Are you not even comparable to a woman? Shao Chen's gaze went past Fu Hongyao and looked at the inheritors of Dongyue, Ghost Emperor, Xing Tian, and Emperor Forsaken. Then, he directly challenged them. The moment Shao Chun said that, everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Shao Chun did not care about Fu Hongyao at all. He directly challenged the three most talented, outstanding talents of the same generation. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to fight against these three powerful, outstanding talents alone? When Fu Hongyao saw Shao Chun stretch out his hand and grab her lunar astral banner, he did not even look at her. Instead, he looked outside, completely ignoring her. She could not help but become enraged. Lunar Astral Banner, come back! Fu Hongyao shouted, and the lunar astral banner turned into black clothes. Then, like a clump of black mist, it left Xiao Chen's hand and flew towards her. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, he did not stop her, letting her take it. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it back into the ground. Then he propped it up with one hand and looked at Diwuk, Xiezi Xuan, and Diwuk. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Chen had his own considerations for challenging these three people in one go. After weighing the pros and cons, he would only expose his trump cards one by one, leaving the last person a chance to take advantage of him. Xiao Chen might as well fight all three at once. With his cultivation as a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, rank 4 sage body, vital chi of 5 dragon force, and magic energy that filled his sea of consciousness, he had at least a 50% chance of victory. This king conferral was a great opportunity for Xiao Chen. If he succeeded, his king grade true dragon's luck could turn into an emperor grade true dragon. From then on, his luck would flourish, and no one in the younger generation would be able to compete with him. If he failed, he would not be able to escape this calamity. His luck would fall to rock bottom, and it would be very difficult for him to climb back up. Anyone who tried to stop him from conferring a dragon would be defeated by him. The title of the blue dragon belongs to me alone, existing only for me. Since Yuan dies so much, then I, Xiezi Xuan, will grant you your wish. Xiezi Xuan, who could no longer hold back his killing chi, shouted coldly. He left behind a clump of ghostly fog. Then the ghostly fog flashed, and Xiezi Xuan appeared on the platform with 8 sabers on his back. Xiao Chen's other movement techniques were unfathomable. This is ghostly shadow steps, the famous martial technique of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. It requires extremely high talent to practice. Xiezi Xuan is not even 30 years old, and he actually managed to practice it. I heard that this movement technique creates a ghostly shadow with each step. Each ghostly shadow is a clone. After reaching great perfection, one can walk 99,000 steps, unfathomable and unending. The moment Xiezi Xuan appeared, his strange movement technique attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Chen's gaze turned sullen as he looked at Xiao Chen, not hiding his killing chi at all. Previously, in the 9 layers of purgatory, Xiao Chen had just advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage, and his cultivation was unstable. Due to his carelessness, he got severely injured by Xiao Chen's 20 Dragon Force Punch. That incident was still fresh in his mind. Furthermore, this person before Xiao Chen was very close to Ghost Empress Shi Sun's faction. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, he absolutely could not let the other party succeed in being conferred king under his nose. I have long heard of the Blue Dragon King's descendant, the White-Robed King Xiao Chen. I, Xingju, will come and test you out as well. The first disciple of the Xingtian Ghost Emperor, Xingju, smiled faintly and took a step forward, landing on the platform. At this moment, only Diwuk did not move. Everyone immediately focused their attention on him, wanting to see the leader of the younger generation. How would Xiao Chen react after being looked down on by Xiao Chen? At this moment, Diwuk felt very complicated. The person who was once like an ant to him actually dared to challenge him before everyone. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not challenge Xiao Chen alone. He even added Xiezi Xuan and Xingju to the challenge. I'll go with you, Tianyu Shi, who was at the side, said softly. When Diwuk heard that, he felt stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said, there's no need. If he challenges us one by one, he might survive. If he challenges us all together, he will not stand a chance at all. Boom! Diwuk stood up, and the image of a deity's nation appeared behind him. Thousands of praises rang out. Diwuk did not land on the ground. Instead, he stood on the divine kingdom and flew to the platform, looking down at Xiao Chen from above. Diwuk is making a move as well. 3 powerful geniuses and Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongxue. This is going to be a good show. From the start of the king conferral ceremony until now, there have been many twists and turns. After one wave came another. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that Xiao Chun, who came in a hurry, would embarrass himself greatly in front of everyone's congratulations. Who knew? He would snatch away Xiao Hoju's limelight from the start. Chapter 1000. The people at the back were not convinced. The descendants of several sovereign martial emperors went up the platform together, trying to force Xiao Chun to give up on the Blue Dragon King title. However, Xiao Chun attacked in a rage, displaying the aura of a great grandmaster-level martial sage. With one strike, he left Xiao Hoju in the dust. The story should have ended here. However, Xiao Chun challenged three powerful, outstanding talents again. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Normally, it was rare for Xie Zishuan and the others to gather together. It was impossible for them to deal with someone of the same generation at the same time. Today, such an impossible scene had appeared on the king's ceremony platform. Xiao Chun's chances of victory were pitifully small. However, no one dared to say that Xiao Chun would definitely lose. If this person, who had created many miracles along the way, won today, he would surpass the young Qing emperor. Don't fight with me. I can deal with this brat alone. He is just a great grandmaster-level martial sage. I do not care about him at all. To think that he dares to say that he is not convinced. Today I am not convinced. Xie Zishuan smiled coldly and took the initiative to charge over. He was proud and arrogant. When he saw Xiao Chun reveal his cultivation, he completely revealed his trump card. He felt that Xiao Chun was only SOSO and that he could fight alone. The others were happy to let him do as he pleased. However, if they found an opportunity, they would definitely make a move to kill Xiao Chun. Bang! 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 The 8 sabers on Xie Zishuan's back unsheathed. He took 8 steps, creating a ghostly image with each step and a clone with each step. Eventually, his movements became unpredictable. It was hard to tell which was the real one. The 8 ghostly image clones each used a different saber technique. However, they were all connected to each other, giving off ghostly howls. A new world seemed to appear on the platform. It was like a ghostly deity was descending. Black chi surged out, and the might of a ghostly deity spread out. Ghostly howls resounded, and black light shone everywhere, shocking everyone. Up in the sky, Diwuk, who stood on the divine kingdom image, frowned slightly. The Avicii saber technique already reached small perfection. No wonder he is so confident. The moment this saber technique appeared, not only did Diwuk's expression change, but also shocked the invited cultivators. The Avicii saber technique was an inherited martial technique of the ghost race. It was all-encompassing. Even a famous ghostly shadow steps was just a branch of it. Xiao Chun already knew that Xie Zishuan practiced the Avicii saber technique, so his expression did not change. He grasped his saber hilt with his right hand and carefully stared at the 8 clones. However, he did not pay much attention to the Avicii hell that Xie Zishuan was about to summon out. As the black chi spread throughout the platform, death chi poured out endlessly. Xie Zishuan's 8 ghostly image clones already looked solid. They looked like they were about to seal Xiao Chun and kill him on the spot. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun squinted and fixed his gaze on one of the clones. Then, he quickly drew the lunar shadow saber with his right hand and turned into a purple saber light flashing out. Thunder roared, and the saber might gathered. Dang! Xiao Chun knocked away the saber in that clone's hand. Saber lights flashed continuously, and purple electric light crackled and blossomed. In 3 breaths, thousands of afterimages of saber lights appeared in the air. Xiao Chun's speed was simply too fast. That clone could not react in time and was struck by the saber. He vomited blood and went flying back. The other 7 clones that rushed over to help shattered one after another. They turned into beams of black light and returned to Xie Zishuan's body. The Avicii hell, which was about to take shape, shattered. The death chi turned into countless clumps of light. That's impossible. How did you discover my true body? Xie Zishuan vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. The difference in mental energy was too great. As long as there was a slight difference, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could easily distinguish the real from the fake. This was not difficult for Xiao Chen. However, Xie Xuan had a confident expression on his face. How could he not lose? Naturally, Xiao Chen would not explain this to Xie Xuan. Spring thunder roared, and everything revived. Xiao Chen turned around and chopped with his saber. Peach blossoms bloomed for 50 kilometers around, filling the air with the fragrance of flowers and falling leaves. This saber strike contained boundless life force, sweeping away the death chi on the platform as it headed for Xie Xuan. However, just as the saber light was about to strike Xie Xuan, a beam of starlight bloomed. Fu Hongyao charged over holding the lunar banner. Xing Ju opened his hand, and a huge axe appeared in it. The huge axe spun around his fingers like the wind, looking incredibly berserk. When the tip of the axe reached its peak, Xing Ju leaped up and chopped down at Xiao Chen's head. The voice of the divine kingdom image rang out. Diwuk had a solemn expression as he formed hand seals with both hands. The Tianjin Emperor's world eliminating imprint opened the first heaven, second heaven, third heaven, all the way to the 99 heavens. The Tianjin Emperor stood upright like a mountain. As he shouted, he formed the world eliminating imprint and smashed it at Xiao Chen. Although Xie Xuan wanted to fight Xiao Chen alone and did not allow others to interfere, Xiao Chen was very cautious. However, Xiao Chen was very cautious. How could he really not pay attention to those three? The moment the three launched their attacks, Xiao Chen sensed them. He sheathed his saber and retreated, dodging the strike of Fu Hongyao's lunar astral banner that carried a boundless cold light. The moment Xiao Chen retreated, a 1,000-meter-tall icicle with overwhelming cold chi soared up from the ground where he had been standing. If Xiao Chen had been too slow, this extremely cold astral energy from the lunar astral banner would have frozen his soul into ice shards. Xiao Chen had just dodged when Xing Ju's huge axe descended from above. There was no space or time to dodge. Since Xiao Chen could not retreat or scatter, he would break it with force. His body merged with his saber, and his long hair spread out. Xiao Chen circulated all the law energy in his body. Rings of bright purple light appear behind him, reaching the horrifying level of 10,000 rings. When Xiao Chen waved his saber, he sent out a long beam of purple electric light. The electric light looked like a dragon as it carved itself deep in the air. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Thousands of years later, this scene would probably be remembered by everyone, never to be extinguished. Xing Ju looked down from above, preparing to unleash his peak strike. When the huge axe descended, it seemed like it could shatter space and shatter the sky. Xiao Chen was at an innate disadvantage on the ground. Instead of thinking of defending, he wanted to use force to break. Clashing head-on with force was simply seeking death. The saber and the axe clashed in that instant. Dang! Xing Ju, who was charging over with a ferocious momentum, got knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber strike that was launched later. A loud sound echoed in the sky. The platform made of solid rock completely shattered. Countless boulders soared into the air behind Xiao Chen. After sending Xing Ju flying with one saber strike, Xiao Chen did not relax at all. He roared ferociously and burned his magic energy, executing the dragon tone art. An incredibly huge dragon head peeked out from the clouds and roared as Xiao Chen roared. This was the roar of a true dragon, containing the might of a true dragon, the world-eliminating imprint that Diwuk formed shattered layer by layer. Xiao Chen shattered the Zhu Tianjin Emperor's image again. While Diwuk had improved, Xiao Chen did not remain stagnant, either. He was now a peak Yuanying. His magic energy filled his sea of consciousness, becoming much denser. Xiao Chen dodged Fu Hongyao's attack, knocked back Xing Ju, and broke Diwuk's Zhu Tianjin Emperor's world eliminating imprint with one roar. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly, so fast that no one could clearly see what happened. Xiao Chen broke the three's combined attacks one by one. Huge boulders flew everywhere, dragon might spread out, divine light shone, and starlight covered the platform. Xiao Chun ran quickly, charging towards Xie Zishuan. A white figure held the cold lunar shadow saber in his hand. Xiao Chun had a grave and stern expression as he nimbly weaved through the huge boulders. Ding, ding, dang! The wind blew Xiao Chun's hair, and the sound of countless sabers rang out. A boundless saber intent spread out, lingering for a long time. This startled Xie Zishuan, who had just gotten up. At first, he thought that he saw a true dragon charging at him. By the time Xie Zishuan reacted, Xiao Chun had already arrived before him. He swung his saber, and 50 kilometers of peach blossoms appeared. The petals were like sabers, dancing endlessly. When Xiao Chun chopped down, 10,000 flowers bloomed. Spring thunder rang out endlessly, and life force was inextinguishable. This firmly suppressed Xie Ziwen's death chi. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 1,000 saber strikes. They were so fast that it was dazzling. Figures soared through the flower petals, sending out saber chi everywhere. After 100 moves, 10 saber wounds appeared on Xiao Chun's body. Black chi lingered around the wounds, so deep that bones could be seen. Blood flowed everywhere. However, saber wounds covered Xie Zishuan's body. Blood flowed endlessly from his vital areas. Xie Zishuan paled as he looked at Xiao Chun with some horror. He said in a trembling voice, You are really ruthless." The spectators all felt fear in their hearts. They broke out in a cold sweat. Even at the risk of being struck, Xiao Chun could not stop. "If you attack me once, I will attack you 10 times. Hence, Xie Zishuan suffered 100 saber strikes, and Xiao Chun suffered 10. Xiao Chun watched as Xie Zishuan fell and ignored him. "If I am not ruthless, how can I make you lose your combat prowess in such a short time?" 1. Xiao Chun counted in his heart. Then, his figure flashed, and he dodged Fu Hongyao's attack again. Hundreds of 1-kilometer-long icicles covered the dilapidated platform. These were the attacks that Fu Hongyao launched at Xiao Chun when he fought Xie Zishuan. However, Xiao Chun dodged all of them. If not for Fu Hongyao's harassment, Xiao Chun would have at least half of the saber wounds on his body. While Xiao Chun and Xie Zishuan clashed, Di Wuk and Xing Ju did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Xing Ju moved his fingers, and the 1-meter-long axe moved nimbly on his fingertips. As the huge axe moved, wind blew at him from all directions. At first, the wind was formless and colorless. However, something strange slowly appeared in the wind, turning it into a black wind of death filled with ghostly wails. Di Wuk closed his eyes and sat on the image of the divine kingdom. Praises turned into holy light soaring into the sky. Every strand of Xiao Chun's hair looked crystalline. His handsome face looked holy and perfect. Bang! A cold light flashed, and a cold wind blew. The starlight was dazzling. Without needing to guess, Xiao Chun knew that this was Fu Hongyao's killing move flying over. Xiao Chun saw the astral banner spread out. It was as dark as night, like the vast night sky as it flew over silently. A dazzling cold light appeared in the night sky. This was the ancient lunar star. Xiao Chun's gaze sank. This woman is really relentless. He casually stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and formed hand seals with both hands. A chessboard of fate appeared above his head. Space and time crisscrossed, and stars dotted the space. The trajectory of every star was arranged by the heavenly Tao. If the chessboard was moved, it would cause chaos and fate, forming a starry heaven storm. Xiao Chun moved 10 stars, forming an intense black storm that clashed with the night sky, formed by the astral banner. Chapter 1001. The night sky stirred, and the stars shattered. Then, the lunar star and the banner exploded. When his life magic treasure shattered, Fu Hongyao vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned incredibly pale, making him look very pitiful. Bang! A figure of light appeared in the dark starry heavens. Xiao Chun punched this lovable face, sending Fu Hongyao flying out of the platform and falling to the ground. Fu Hongyao covered his face with one hand, feeling very embarrassed. This was the first time he had met such a ruthless man. He clenched his teeth and said, "We will meet again. Xiao Chun, don't let me run into you again." 2. Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then he flipped his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand again. Xiao Chun ignored the other party and charged at Xingju, who was closest. Black wind blew, and ghostly cries rang out. The huge axe continued to dance around Xingju's fingers. When Xingju saw Xiao Chun charging over, he laughed boldly and said, "Good timing. Let's see who will send who flying this time." The huge axe suddenly stopped dancing. Xiao Chun grasped it firmly with one hand. The storm that had been accumulating for a long time covered Xingju's entire body like a storm battle armor. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Flawless 4 seasons, growing and multiplying endlessly. As Xiao Chun ran, mysterious phenomena appeared around him. By the time he met Xingju, the 4 seasons Tao had completely materialized. When he swung his saber, it grew and multiplied endlessly. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the entire king's ceremony platform shattered into pieces. Xingju's black storm battle armor shattered. Then, Xiao Chen's aura knocked him high into the air. Xiao Chen's momentum did not decrease. He soared into the air, taking advantage of Xingju's falling aura to launch a frenzied attack. The two in the air seemed to move in slow motion. Every move they made was clear to everyone. This was the most berserk way of fighting, relying on absolute strength to exchange moves with moves. In less than 10 moves, he'd struck space to the point it shook like waves, and it formed numerous spatial storms that whistled to and fro. This startled everyone who saw it. If a regular martial sage was swept by this spatial storm, they would die instantly. Thud! With another move, the huge axe in Xing Tian's hand flew away. Then, Xiao Chun swung the back of his saber and sent Xing Tian's stout body flying like a sandbag. 3. Just as he finished chanting in his heart, Diwuk, who was on the Divine Kingdom, suddenly opened his eyes. The Divine Kingdom under his feet solidified, bringing with it a boundless godly light as it pressed down, ready to crush Xiao Chun with a single blow. Loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The solidified image of the Divine Kingdom covered the entire king's conferral platform and pressed down like lightning. When the Divine Kingdom descended, Xiao Chun looked extremely small. The entire Tianwu Plaza trembled violently. However, Xiao Chun paid a huge price for this attack. After the Divine Kingdom descended, the entire Divine Kingdom vanished. Even the image no longer existed, unable to be summoned. Diwuk hovered in the air, radiating a dazzling light as his white hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chun looked at the ruined platform, he smiled coldly to himself. This meticulously prepared attack prevented him from summoning the Divine Kingdom for 3 years. This primordial treasure. Even the blue-robed emperor was severely injured. What more, a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Even if Xiao Chun did not die, he would be crippled. Sorry, I was too heavy-handed and accidentally destroyed this Bushin Palace's king's conferral platform. Diwuk performed a cupped fist salute and said indifferently to the elders in the distance, "It is time for the king conferral ceremony to end." It ended just like that. The cultivators present all felt dissatisfied. They had seen Xiao Chun defeat 3 people in a row and thought that victory was in sight. However, Diwuk's lightning-quick strike extinguished the hope that had just rekindled. The Divine Kingdom was a primordial emperor treasure. It was a supreme existence with a long inheritance. Few in the world could rival it. Diwuk drained his mental energy and paid the price of not being able to summon the image of the emperor treasure for 3 years. When Xiao Chun materialized the image of the Divine Kingdom and executed a peak strike, even the blue-robed emperor would be severely injured. However, that was only in theory. In a real battle, the blue-robed emperor would definitely not give Diwuk that much time to prepare. It was only because Xiao Chun was delayed by Xie Zishuan, Fu Hongyao, and Xingju that gave Diwuk the opportunity to make his move. Otherwise, in a one-on-one fight, victory would be hard to determine. Is it over? The black-clad old man hosting the ceremony held the Blue Dragon King's insignia in his hand and muttered, "This price is rather high." The king conferral platform had turned into rubble. Xiao Chun had stripped the insignia of Xiao Ho Ju, whom the three holy lord had placed their hopes on, and tossed it somewhere. For the sake of preventing a certain name from appearing, the price was rather high. Diwuk's final strike was too exaggerated. Xiao Chen's loss was not unjustified. While it was unjustified, it was too unfortunate. Xiao Chen's path was arduous, and he fought many battles. Many outstanding talents and various experts fell to his saber. However, he lost at the final hurdle. This makes one sigh. In the end, a miracle is impossible. Xiao Chun bore the brunt of this attack. I believe that with his strong physical body, he will not die. However, he definitely does not have any combat prowess left. Whispers resounded. At the final step, Xiao Chun fell at Diwuk's feet. Everyone felt that this was unexpected, but also reasonable. In the VIP stands, Shui Lingling quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. The path to King Conferral was filled with obstacles, resulting in such an ending. Even if Xiao Chun managed to survive, his heart would be dead. The Azura Race's Lan Xiaobai opened his mouth, feeling strange. He wanted to say something, but did not say anything in the end. Some of the people who were on good terms with Xiao Chun showed sorrowful expressions, sighing endlessly. Ha ha! Unexpectedly, I rushed back after so much difficulty and saw this scene. In the end, Xiao Hoju, will have the last laugh at the King Conferral ceremony. A disheveled figure quickly descended from the air. This was the Xiao Hoju that Xiao Chun had tossed out for hundreds of kilometers. Xiao Hoju ignored his injuries and rushed back in a hurry, not even bothering to change his clothes. However, the instant he returned, he happened to see Xiao Chun being suppressed by the Divine Kingdom. He immediately rejoiced. Sometimes, happiness came so easily. The black-clad old man was also overjoyed. He quickly took out the White Tiger King's insignia and headed for the rubble. Just at this moment, a tiny strand of golden light shot out from the boundless rubble on the King Conferral platform. In the next moment, beams of golden light blossomed like bamboo shoots after the rain. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of beams of golden light soared into the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. No one dared to look at them directly. Xiao Hoju showed a shocked expression. What's going on? The expression of Diwuk, who was preparing to leave, changed slightly. Confusion appeared in his eyes as he stopped in the air. Boom! Golden statues burst out from the rubble, emitting a brilliant glow. The statues all had different appearances and weapons. The only similarity was the king's might that flowed from their bodies. The might of hundreds of statues overlapped, inspiring fear in one's heart. That scared me. So, it is just a group of king statues. Upon seeing the situation, Xiao Hoju heaved a clear sigh of relief. He thought that Xiao Chun had come out again. That's not right. Diwuk's expression changed drastically. He saw Xiao Chun standing among the hundreds of statues with his eyes closed. His entire body shone with golden light as his injuries slowly recovered. Xiao Chun had already taken off the Neptune headscarf on his forehead. He now gave off a boundless king's might, even stronger than the hundreds of king statues around him. The Blue Dragon King, the King of Kings. The little blue dragon in Xiao Chen's dantian roared ferociously. Dragon might and holy might gathered into a supreme king's might. Under the pressure of this king's might, the many golden statues prostrated themselves, forming a golden path in the air, forming a king's road. Xiao Hoju's expression changed dramatically. Shock filled his eyes as he thought quickly. Right now, Xiao Chun was just an empty shell. The scene of Diwuk injuring him was definitely not an illusion. Even the blue-robed emperor would not be able to put up a fight. Although Xiao Chun was severely injured and did not have time to recover on the way here, he should still be able to deal with this fellow who was putting on a false front. At this thought, a ruthless look flashed in Xiao Hoju's eyes. He laughed loudly. What a great Xiao Chun! At the crucial moment, You actually completely awakened the dragon might of the blue dragon martial spirit. Unfortunately, the one to be conferred king today is me, Xiao Hoju. Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and a boundless aura appeared. A strong wind that was taller than the sky, wider than the ground, fiercer than the river, vaster than the sea gathered behind him. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qian arrived before Xiao Qian. Then, he quickly pointed at Xiao Qian's forehead. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qian raised his right hand and instantly grabbed Xiao Hoju's wrist. Boom! A bolt of divine thunder roared. What kind of thunder was this? Just the sound alone made the entire Tianwu city shake like there was an earthquake. Buildings collapsed. The eardrums of the low-ranked cultivators shattered, and they fainted on the spot. A strand of electric light tore through space. A great rock made of lightning appeared in the sky together with the divine thunder. The great rock spread its wings, and a strong wind blew. The Bushan Palace, which was hidden in the clouds, seemed to move. This is the will of thunder of the Thunder King, sang Mu. How could Xiao Qian execute it? Everyone was startled. Their complexions paled as they trembled before this thunder rock, their eyes filled with confusion. Why did Xiao Qian execute the manifestation of the Thunder King's will? Hey, Ao Jiao, there is no need for you to cause such a huge commotion, right? Hee. I just woke up and am not familiar with my own strength yet. However, after not seeing you for a long time, there are many more strange things in your body. Please, I was forced to let it occupy my body. Can you stop looking around? All right. Just focus on recuperating. Leave the rest to me. Hey, I was so focused on talking to you that I nearly forgot that I'm still dragging someone with me. I'll toss him away first. Whoosh! On the Sovereign's Road, paved with golden statues, Xiao Qian casually flung out Xiao Hoju, who was already charred by the lightning, and turned into a meteor flying far away. No one knew where he went or where he landed. Xiao Qian did not even look at this person. Then he shifted his gaze to the exhausted Diwuk. His lips curled up in a mischievous smile that only Ao Jiao had. Diwuk felt a chill. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with Xiao Qian, like something had changed. However, he could not tell what was wrong. However, when Diwuk saw the strange smile on Xiao Qian's face, he knew that he had to leave. Xiao Qian's mental energy was drained, and he was in a weakened state. He was no match for Xiao Qian now. Chapter 1002. A light flashed, and Diwuk quickly flew towards Tian Yushi. When Tian Yushi saw Xiao Qian place his hand on his saber hilt, his expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Keepers of light, protect the prince." Bang! 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 Beams of light quickly shot out from behind Tian Yushi. The 13 keepers quickly arrived behind Diwuk and drew their weapons. They all gave off a bright divine light and merged into one, summoning out an illusory deity's nation to help Diwuk block the space behind him. The deity's nation had just formed when Xiao Qian, who was on the Sovereign's Road, drew his saber. The lightning bird in the sky quickly landed on the saber. Then, a saber light made of electricity swept through the air. The divine kingdom turned into an illusion in that instant. The light formed by the 13 keepers quickly shattered and shattered. The saber light knocked them back and made them vomit blood. The saber light did not lose any momentum, chopping down on Diwuk's back and chopping him in half at the waist. Tian Yushi sent out a gentle and holy white light and reconnected the two halves of Diwuk's body. Then, he carried him and quickly left. Painful wails came out from Diwu's gap continuously. That voice was heart-wrenching, filled with endless regret and pain. Xiao Qian, don't think that this will end after you are conferred king. Just you wait. When I forge my deity statue and absorb the power of faith from the 900 deity realms, I will return today's injuries to you 100-fold. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber, and the world turned quiet. Then, he walked forward step by step on the king's road. Bang! The statues under Xiao Qian's feet shattered one by one, turning into ashes that spread out in the air. It was like they were demonstrating the people that Xiao Qian had killed and defeated on this road. Those who defeated me were defeated by me. Those who wanted to be defeated no one could escape. When the last step was completed, all the statues had been shattered. Golden dust pervaded the air behind Xiao Chun. It was colorful and beautiful. Dust billowed, as if a new statue was being formed. The blue dragon emblem in the black-clad old man's box trembled. He desperately tried to suppress the box, but to no avail. The medallion flew towards Xiao Chen's chest. With a flash of azure light, it entered Xiao Chen's white clothes. The white robes started to change. Soon, they turned into magnificent azure battle armor. The dragon insignia on the chest was very eye-catching. I want to be conferred the title of king. Is there anyone else who is unconvinced? Who would dare to be unconvinced? Even Di Wuk had been cut in half. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? No one responded for a long time. Then, the golden dust filling the air took form. A golden statue of Xiao Chun stood on the dilapidated king conferral platform. Indomitable spirit, awe-inspiring might. Hundreds of golden statues had been reforged. These statues were 1 kilometer tall, and the might of a supreme king spread out in all directions. The statue had a stern expression. A lunar shadow saber hung at its waist as it stared at the sky. Many golden dragon images swam around the statue, adding to the strange scene. The blue dragon king really succeeded in being conferred king. The dreamlike statue of a king was chopped in half. The fleeing Di Wuk was in a sorry state. The Xiaoho Ju was tossed into the air again. The Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongyao was beaten until he covered his face. The Xiaoho Ju was beaten hundreds of times. The Xing Ju defeated his opponent with brute force. I want to be conferred king. No one dares to object. This person cannot be conferred king. Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang out. A huge hand transcended time and space, grabbing at Tianwu City from the distant deity domain. The golden hand was intertwined with countless divine runes. Everywhere it passed, flowers fell from the sky. Rainbow-colored sacred flowers fell from the sky like rain. It crossed billions of kilometers from the distant deity domain all the way to the Tianwu domain's central province's Tianwu City. Then it grabbed at Xiao Chun ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's words were like the truth, reverberating in the world. Countless holy sounds echoed and reinforced it. Emperor forsaken. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Aside from Emperor forsaken, there was no one else in the deity race who possessed such strength and could bring out such a scene. Xiao Chen's attack was very sudden, so fast that no one could think. As the huge hand stretched out under the boundless emperor's might, everyone in the plaza became extremely insignificant. This scene was very similar to the sea of bitterness behind the bridge of helplessness in the 9 layers of purgatory. It looked like Xiao Chun would be squashed to death by this huge hand like an ant. A bolt of divine lightning roared, and a strand of electric light illuminated the sky. Then it chopped down like a berserk saber, directly chopping off this huge hand. However, the huge hand did not immediately scatter. It paused for a moment before continuing to grab at Xiao Chun. Take out the blue dragon medallion. Xiao Chun quickly ordered in his heart. Ao Jiao did not say anything else. She controlled Xiao Chen's body and ejected the blue dragon medallion. The blue dragon medallion hovered above Xiao Chen's head, and his body recovered to normal. Then, he leaped into the air and dodged the divine hand strike. Without the blue dragon medallion to help him block the might of the huge hand, no matter how high he jumped or how far he jumped, he would still be squashed to death like an ant. Di Qiqian, are you trying to start a war between the 2 races? A ferocious roar came from Bushin Palace. The broken hand that Emperor Forsaken left behind crumbled and vanished. In an instant, the setting sun was like blood, and the broken hand turned into light particles. It was like many divine kingdoms collapsed. Angels fell one after another. Countless life forms and deity race cultivators died at this moment. Everyone in the square returned to normal. They were all panting, and their eyes were filled with fear. Emperor Forsaken. This was the strength of the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent. Even from millions of kilometers away, He could kill people like they were ants. Xiaochen looked at the disappearing motes of light in the air and entered deep thought. This was the scene that he had been longing for. If he watched carefully, his dusk of deities would definitely rise to another level in the future. In the distant deity domain, Emperor Forsaken, who sat on his divine throne, sighed. His earlier strike had burned the lives of 3 million believers of the deity race in the lower realms. This was very different from an ordinary strike. Originally, Emperor Forsaken thought that he could deceive the Thunder King and kill Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen had a treasure that could block the Emperor's might of a sovereign personage. However, no matter how overwhelming your luck is, you will not be able to be conferred king today. Dressed in divine robes, Emperor Forsaken looked like he was wearing the moon and the stars. Then, his gaze sank, and a clone formed from nowhere. Then, he brought the divine kingdom to Tianwu City. Emperor Forsaken had rushed over with a will clone because of time constraints. If he used his true body, even if he traveled through a space-time tunnel, he would need half a day to cross such a long distance. Unless he continued burning the lives of his believers in the lower realms, he had to be careful. Descending with his true body before the eyes of the Bushin Palace was not a good idea, no matter how he looked at it. In the sky above Tianwu City, Emperor Forsaken's will clone had a hazy white light around it, preventing others from seeing his appearance. Thunder King, the one who started the war, is you, not me. This person absolutely cannot be conferred king. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly as he looked at the clouds, at the Bushin Palace, which seemed to drift between reality and illusion. If you say so, then I won't be conferred king. Do you really think that I'm about to die? A thunderous roar came from the Bushin Palace. The voice was like thunder, shattering the divine light, drifting in the surroundings. What if I join? A ghostly fog appeared in the sky. A skinny, pale-skinned, middle-aged man in white descended steadily from the sky. Me too. A burly man wearing black battle armor walked over from the horizon, carrying a huge axe. Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xingtian. Another will clone of a major character had arrived. The situation was no longer at a level that Xiaochen could interfere with. Leaving his fate to fate was not a good feeling. Ao Jiao, do you think I can reach the level of these people one day? Nothing in the world is impossible. The path to being conferred king has just begun. One day, not only will you reach the level of these people, but you will even surpass them, treating them like ants. Several major characters arrived at Tianwu City, discussing his life and death. However, Xiaochen, dressed in azure, stood on the rubble of the platform, looking at the sky with an indifferent expression. Ao Jiao was right. The path to being conferred king was not the end, but just the beginning. Emperor Forsaken, Xingtian, Dongyue Ghost Emperor, with just a few words, you want to decide my life and death. One day, I will decide the life and death of the three of you. Even if you're the strongest experts of this world, you will not be an exception. 3 powerful experts worked together to force Xiaochen to not be conferred king. He had already brought the conflict in the dark and his fear of a certain name to the surface. Although the Thunder King was strong, having been in the same generation as the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the limits of a sovereign martial emperor. He could be called a prime, a cultivation that ordinary cultivators could not imagine. However, when facing 3 powerful experts who were also primes, Xiaochen felt even more pressure. This was especially so for Emperor Forsaken, someone who could absorb the faith of the masses. It was hard to avoid the pressure. The 3 of you are really awe-inspiring. To think that you are so afraid of the Qing Emperor, making things difficult for a child. Are you not afraid of the world laughing at you? Clear laughter resounded. A handsome and elegant man walked out from behind the Bushin Palace. Some fiend race cultivators immediately recognized him. This was the Fox King, the strongest expert of the fiend domain, one of the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent. He was also a powerful sovereign martial emperor. This was a major matter. Unexpectedly, the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun realm all appeared, all for one person's king conferral ceremony. The appearance of the Fox King undoubtedly reduced the pressure on the Thunder King. Right now, both sides were at a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. Emperor Forsaken frowned. Clearly, he had not expected the Fox King to appear at the last moment. The Fox King, it is useless even if you come. No matter what, you cannot be conferred king today. I absolutely will not allow a second Qing Emperor to appear. Right after the Fox King spoke, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Xingtian both took a step forward. Based on their stance, it looked like they wanted to take him away forcefully. Humph. In that case, go ahead and try. I do not mind letting everyone die before the demonic calamity arrives. The thunderous rumble resounded once again. The Thunder Sovereign's voice shook the heavens. The lightning that descended tore several pitch-black cracks in space, looking extremely frightening. Chapter 1003. The Thunder King's strength was unexpected, and it made Emperor Forsaken feel a little suffocated. What are the three of us afraid of? I don't believe that his real body is here. I don't believe that the three holy masters will choose to fight with us. He's just an old man. Let's see what you're afraid of. Xingtian was extremely disdainful. He said coldly, "Let's fight. We have an 80% chance of winning." Although he was about to attack, he did not show any signs of doing so. In the end, this was just a negotiation tactic. He was still a little cautious. Even if he did not kill Shao Chun, he would force Shao Chun to remove his title as the Blue Dragon King. Why don't you try? As the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the Sky Marshal Plaza clearly changed. There were already people who began to quietly slip away, afraid that there would really be a great battle. If the shock waves swept over them, then it would be too much. Just as the atmosphere was so tense that it made everyone feel thirsty up in the sky, a sun descended and materialized the might of a supreme Haotian emperor. A Wu clone that was no weaker than the 5 powerful sovereign martial emperors appeared. With a cold smile on his face, he slowly descended along with the sun. What's going on? Why is there another expert no weaker than 5 powerful sovereign martial emperors in the Kunlun continent? The appearance of this person instantly caused a huge commotion. The appearance of this person broke not only the balance of this place, but also the balance of the various factions of the Kunlun continent. The Wu clones that suddenly appeared displayed a prime emperor might that was not any weaker than the 5 experts, surprising Shao Qin. The newcomer gave Shao Chun a sense of familiarity, especially the mysterious phenomenon of the supreme sky, might under the sun. Could it be the sect master? Shao Qin asked uncertainly. There was another word in front of Hao Ian, which was Taishang. Taishang Hao Ian meant supreme. Many years ago, the Hao Ian sect had its own glory days. The founder of the sect had left behind the supreme Haotian scripture, which allowed martial artists to transform into the heavenly Tao and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Because it was too ethereal, after the ancestor, no one else succeeded in cultivating it. Fortunately, the ancestor had lived his entire life and was invincible. He left behind countless scriptures and martial skills, all of which were extremely precious existences. As such, even though no one managed to successfully cultivate the highest Haotian scripture, the sect did not decline. It had always been one of the top 9 ranks of the great families, and it had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Now, the luck of the Holy Land was boundless, and elites emerged in large numbers. It looked like it would surpass the Holy Lands and become a king sect. All Shao Chun lacked were sovereign martial emperors and king spirit veins. If this person in the sky was really the Ying Zongtian who cultivated the supreme Haotian scripture and became a sovereign martial emperor, then the Ying Zongtian in the sky would be a sovereign martial emperor. The Tianwu domain was really going to change. The entire Kunlun continent would change because of this. 2 prime sovereign martial emperors might even be able to compete with the deity race, which was known as the 3,000 deities. As the person descended, his appearance became clearer. It seemed like there was a clump of white fog blocking his view. However, that silhouette and back view were clearly that of the Haotian emperor that Shao Chun was familiar with. Hey, that sect master of yours really was conferred king. He actually gained the strength of a prime after advancing to Sovereign Martial Emperor. He is really patient. Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's heart, confirming Xiao Chen's guess. Xiao Chen felt excited. What's wrong? Have you met him before? I definitely have. Otherwise, I would not have gotten you to agree to the Hao Ian sex invitation back then. He is no weaker than the Thunder King back then. Back then, when Sang Mu was conferred king, he immediately gained the strength of a prime. However, the one he challenged was the Thunder King, so he lost in one move. Xiao Chen could not help feeling somewhat envious. This was a true conferred king. He was still far from it. However, as long as he could maintain his title as the Blue Dragon King today, he would gather supreme luck and an Emperor True Dragon. Sooner or later, he would be able to reach this step. Ingzongtian, the Xingtian Emperor, was slightly astonished. The Donyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken also felt incredulous. Ingzongtian had not been conferred king for 1,000 years. Now that he was conferred king, he became a prime. What kind of outstanding person was he exactly? Such a prime might not be able to compete with veteran primes like them in the short term, but he definitely had the strength to put up a fight. With the addition of Ingzongtian, as well as the Thunder King and the Fox King, it was almost impossible for them to touch Xiao Chen. They had no advantage at all. Deity Sovereign, let's just forget about this matter. You and I both know that this demonic god calamity is extraordinary. Internal strife is not worth it. Just at this moment, two figures walked out from behind Ingzongtian. The Saber Sovereign, Wu Xiaotian, held the coiling Monarch Time Saber. The Sword Sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun, held the Scarlet Firmament Void Sword. The two of them stood behind Ingzongtian, one on the left and one on the right, clearly expressing their stance. Although the Saber Sword two sovereigns were stronger than regular sovereign martial emperors, they were still a distance away from primes. However, when the two of them worked together, even primes had to avoid them. Hence, the situation in the sky turned around. Not only did Emperor Forsaken not hold the advantage, but he was also at an extreme disadvantage. If they really fought, Xiao Chen would not have any chance of victory. Nearly all the strongest experts of the Kunlun continent gathered in the turbulent Tianwu city. Who could have expected that a human's king conferral ceremony would affect the entire Kunlun realm, nearly causing a huge change? Of all the past conferred kings, only Xiao Chen could create such a grand occasion. Why are you still not scramming? Don't you feel embarrassed standing here? Of all the primes, only the three of you dare to suppress a junior. A thunderous voice shook the sky. The Thunder King's voice, filled with disdain, resounded once more. Thunder King, let's see how long you can live. Let's see how long you can protect this brat. Emperor Forsaken's voice was filled with rage. With the rise of a second Qing emperor, his deity race's plan to unify the Kunlun realm would be delayed for a long time. Ha! Brat Shitian, when I was conferred king, your grandfather was not even born yet. How dare you say this to me? You can forget about leaving today. The Thunder King's loud laughter came from Bushin Palace. His laughter sounded like 10,000 peals of thunder. Cracks immediately appeared in the sky like a waterfall. A scarlet lightning hammer flickering with countless heavenly phoenix talisman scripts flew towards Emperor Forsaken's will clone in the sky. Phoenix blood, thunder, divine hammer. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. He quickly tried to use the divine kingdom image under his feet. However, he suddenly discovered that the divine kingdom image no longer listened to him. When Xiao Chen saw the vast and ethereal Bushin Palace, he suddenly realized that the Bushin Palace before him was a primordial secret treasure in itself. Perhaps the divine kingdom's main body could defeat it. However, it absolutely could not defeat the image. It is just a will clone. So what if you kill it? Nothing can change the fact that you do not have much lifespan left. Ha! As Emperor Forsaken reared his head back and laughed, the Phoenix Blood Thunder Divine Hammer smashed the will clone into pieces. In an instant, the divine kingdom crumbled. Cries of anguish rang out as strands of scarlet light turned into huge fireballs and fell to the ground like meteors. The Fox King and Ing Tianzong made a move to prevent the Scarlet Light from falling to the ground. Otherwise, the entire Tianwu city would have turned into rubble. Xiao Chun stared at all this without blinking. His understanding of the myriad heaven divine fists dusk of deities deepened, and he vaguely comprehended something. However, the Dongwei Ghost Emperor and Xingtian left quietly. Destroying the Will clone was not as easy as Emperor Forsaken made it out to be. No matter what, the main body would still be affected. Xiao Chun, today I officially confer you the title of Blue Dragon King. Are you willing to accept it? The Thunder King's voice rang out again after he withdrew the Phoenix Blood Thunder Divine Hammer. This time, he addressed Xiao Chun directly. A beam of light immediately descended from the gloomy sky and landed on Xiao Chun, drawing everyone's attention. The Thunder King personally made an appearance to confer the title of king. This was an earth-shattering event. Everyone held their breaths and focused as they looked at the dazzling youth in the beam of light. Many thanks to Senior Thunder King for bestowing the title. Xiao Chun is filled with gratitude and is willing to accept the title of Blue Dragon King. Ha ha ha. Good. After 10,000 years, the title of Blue Dragon King has reappeared. This is a grand occasion. From today onwards, Xiao Chun is the new Blue Dragon King, the Blue Dragon King of my Bushin Palace, and the Blue Dragon King of all the humans of my Tianwu domain. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the thunderclouds in the sky scattered, and sunlight shone down. 7-colored heavenly flowers began to fall like heavy snowflakes. These were the purest essence of energy in the world, reaching the level of 7 colors. The Thunder King used his own cultivation to sprinkle them down. They were very different from the illusions of the cannons. The 7-colored heavenly flowers drifting in the sky looked dense and colorful, lingering for a long time. This showed what level the Thunder King's cultivation had reached. Immediately, countless cultivators cheered and soared into the sky, starting to fight for the boundless 7-colored heavenly flowers in the sky. It was very lively. Hee. Elder brother Xiao Chun finally succeeded in being conferred king. Big brother Kong Yuan, big brother Yuan Su, quickly helped Shurchen snatch the flowers. Xiaobai laughed happily and pulled Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, wanting them to help her snatch the flowers. Kong Yuan and Yuan Su could not help but feel helpless. The Blue Dragon King reappeared in the world, and the Thunder King personally appointed him. Under the bright sun, heavenly flowers fell in a deluge of 7 colors. This path had been very difficult. There had been countless life or death situations, indescribable bitterness and tiredness. Finally, there was a happy ending. As Xiao Chun looked at the many familiar figures in the sky, he memorized their smiles and smiled in his heart. The path was still long. The end of the king conferral ceremony was just the start of another path to prime. However, the hot-bloodedness in his heart did not extinguish. He worked hard for it, even if he had to endure 1,000 kinds of loneliness. However, there would come a day when he reached the peak. His smile was like a flower, like today, when heavenly flowers fell and the bright sun shone. Even the most wondrous song had its end. The boundless heavenly flowers would not be truly endless. When the song ended and the flowers fell, the noisy and bustling king conferral ceremony started to come to an end. In a tall building outside the Tianwu Plaza, Xiao Ju, who had changed his clothes and washed off the dust, looked at the various cultivators who performed cup fist salutes and said their goodbyes to Xiao Chun amid the scattered heavenly flowers. All sorts of emotions welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. Who would remember that this king conferral ceremony was prepared for him by the 3 holy lords? Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Hozun, was still in the room. He sat alone at a table, drinking wine, his expression unreadable. Father, didn't the holy lord say that the Thunder King would not come out? Why did he still come out? Xiao Hoju said through clenched teeth and clenched his fists. Chapter 1004. Xiao Hozun said indifferently, well, if he fails to be conferred king, naturally he will not appear. Never mind, don't take it to heart. The Holy Lord will still give you the title of White Tiger King after this. However, What I want is not just a title, Xiahou Ju said through clenched teeth. Xiahou Zun's expression turned somewhat sad. After some thought, he said, recuperate from your injuries first. After you recuperate, the 3 holy masters will meet you personally. Remember the humiliation you suffered today. You have to put in the effort to get what you want. Xiahou Ju's expression turned startled. The 3 holy masters wanted to meet him personally. The Holy Lord was an aloof existence in the Holy Lands. Even though Xiao Chun was a Holy Lord, he rarely had the chance to meet them. Now, the 3 Holy Lords wanted to meet him together. Could there be a chance for things to change? Don't overthink. The matter of Xiao Chun being conferred king is already set in stone. It cannot be changed. The only thing that can change is yourself. This is your chance. Grasp it properly. Xiahou Zun said this before he left. Back in the Tianwu Plaza, Ao Jiao no longer possessed Xiao Chun. She had returned to the Immortal Spirit Ring. Only when Xiao Chun regained control of his body did he realize how severely injured he was. Diwuk's final strike had been very ruthless. Even with Xiao Chun's rank 4 sage body, he was severely injured and on the verge of death, becoming incredibly weak. If not for Ao Jiao suddenly waking up, his path to being conferred king would have ended there. Xiao Chun stretched his arms and legs. He felt that he would need at least half a month to recover to his peak state. This is your conferred land and the king medallion. The black-clad old man stepped forward and handed Xiao Chun a map and a medallion. Then, his figure flashed, afraid that Xiao Chun would make things difficult for him. Xiao Chun smiled carelessly. He wasn't in a hurry to check his fief. After putting away the map and the token, he boarded the Hao Hian Sex battleship with Shui, Lingling, and the others. I'll heal my injuries first. Senior sister, please help me reject some people's disturbances for the time being, Xiao Chun said immediately after boarding the ship. Shui Lingling nods and calls for someone to lead Xiao Chun to the resting room on the ship. Half a day later, Xiao Chun managed to suppress his injuries. His movements were no longer hindered, and his complexion had calmed down. Only then did he take out the map of his fief. Looking at where the map was pointing, he could not help but frown. What's wrong? Is the size of the conferred land too small? Were there no resources? Or what? Ao Jiao asked from the Immortal Spirit Ring. No, see for yourself. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and unfurled the map. The map was made of precious divine materials and engraved with formations to outline the terrain. With a thought, the map could change directions. It was much more convenient than the electronic maps of Xiao Chen's previous life. Ao Jiao's gaze lingered on the red dot on the conferred land. Then, she smiled and said, it looks like the 3 holy masters still played some tricks. To think that they managed to toss you so far away. Unexpectedly, the location marked on the map was not in the Tianwu domain. Instead, it crossed the primal chaos domain and the chaotic demonic sea to an island in the heavenly starry ocean known as Heavenly Star Island. The island was very vast, no smaller than a province in the Tianwu domain. There were also a few subsidiary islands, which covered an even vaster area. The island did not lack spirit veins. It also produced some ore, so it was not too barren. The Bushin Palace was such a huge faction. If they had their own stronghold in the starry heavens, they would definitely have their own stronghold in the heavenly starry ocean as well. However, Xiao Chun had not expected the other party to toss him so far away. However, this was also good. They would not meet each other, and he could focus on his development. He could rely on the resources from the king conferment ceremony. With the resources from this king conferral gift, he could even develop a desolate land and use it as the foundation for reviving the Dragon's Gate in the future. Coincidentally, according to long phase information, there was a throne in the heavenly starry ocean as well. The hidden dragon abyss was also the place with the most secret treasures containing dragon souls. That's not right. This place is a treasure land. Even if it is far from the Tianwu domain, the 3 holy masters would not blame you for giving it up for nothing. Ao Jiao said in confusion as she stared at the map for a long time. Xiao Chun took back the map and entered deep thought. This made sense. This time, he embarrassed the 3 holy masters greatly. How could they let him off so easily? Since the king title was already decided, the Thunder King would not come out of closed-door cultivation so easily. He would definitely not ask about the conferred land. This was a good opportunity for the three holy masters to do something. Should I ask first senior sister? Perhaps she would have some information. Xiao Chun, can I come in? Just as Xiao Chun was thinking about Shui Lingling, first senior sister knocked on the door. Xiao Chun could not help but smile faintly. Then, he got Ao Jiao to open the door. This was the first time Shui Lingling saw Ao Jiao. It was hard for her to not be startled. She looked at Xiao Chun with a complicated expression. Clearly, she had not expected Xiao Chun to have a girl by his side. Furthermore, it was such a pretty girl with a fiery figure. It was hard for her to not get the wrong idea when a man and a woman were alone. After Xiao Chun explained, the other party understood. Then, she asked about her doubts. Shui Lingling received the map and gave it a few glances. After thinking for a while, she said, "This place is in the west of the heavenly starry ocean. That is the most chaotic sea region of the heavenly starry ocean. It is not like the other directions, where there are overlords like the Northern Sea Alliance and Zodiac Hall. However, if that is all, it should not be a big problem. I feel that there are other hidden dangers. I will only know the details when I go there." Shui Lingling was not sure, either, so she did not think about it for now. "I am here to inform you of something. Master just returned from meeting the Thunder King. He wants to meet you now," Shui Lingling said with a smile as she returned the map. Zongtian was the newly advanced prime of the Kunlun continent. He had brought the Saber Sword Two Sovereigns to Tianwu City to help Xiao Chun chase away Emperor Forsaken's group. Logically speaking, Xiao Chun should meet him. At the bow of the warship, Xiao Chun saw Zongtian, who had been waiting for him for a long time. The other party wore blue robes and looked very carefree. He did not give off any emperor's might. Zongtian turned around and smiled. "Huh, congratulations on being conferred king. I have seen all the hardships you've faced along the way." Xiao Chun could not help feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sect Master's conferment of king is the true conferment of king. Once one becomes a king, one becomes a prime. In a later martial epoch, only Sect Master can do that. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zongtian did not show any elation. Instead, he appeared very desolate. He smiled bitterly and said, "What is there to be happy about? This is as far as I can go in this life. After working hard for 1,000 years, I still succumbed to the heavenly Tao. Your king title is much more important than mine." The three words Blue Dragon King represent a kind of luck. Just look at how anxious Emperor Forsaken and the other two are. Xiao Chen smiled but did not dare to reply. "After you recover from your injuries, leave the Haotian sect," Zongtian suddenly said after thinking for a while. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. "Sect Master, what do you mean by that?" "Naturally, it is to let you out. My Haotian sect cannot keep you here. Now that you have your own conferred land, you could do whatever you want. If you need anything, you can go and look for Lingling at any time." Xiao Chen showed doubt on his face, feeling extremely confused. Zongtian's elegant face seemed to be able to see through everything. He smiled and said, "I know what you are wondering about. You are wondering what I want from you and what I want from you." That was right. This was exactly what Xiao Chun was wondering about. Everything in the world revolved around benefits. Without sufficient benefits, why would Zongtian help him for no reason? Xiao Chun had helped Xiao Chun too much, be it in the open or in the dark. Many times, if not for this martial emperor behind Xiao Chun would have died a miserable death. From ancient times until now, every outstanding talent has their own Tao protector. I am your Tao protector. My desires are different from the others. The Fox King did it because the Fiend domain is declining. He wanted to use his adopted daughter to build a connection with you. The Saber Sword Two Sovereigns did it because of the impending demonic calamity and did not want any internal strife. The Thunder King did it because of a promise. As for me, I only have one wish. If one day you surpass my current cultivation, tell me if there is a martial god after Prime. Was there a martial god after Prime? Even someone as strong as Zongtian did not know if there was a martial god in this world. Xiao Chun could not help smiling. Is there really no martial god? Zongtian smiled and said, there should be. However, no one in this world has ever seen a martial god. There are no accurate records, only some groundless rumors. They are not very convincing. At least, I do not believe them. Sect Master, you are an outstanding talent, yet you are unable to break through to Martial Emperor. Why do you believe that I can? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Zongtian thought for a while and smiled. Is it because you are the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Is it because of the name Qing Emperor? No matter how strong the Qing Emperor was, he still died in the end, Xiao Chun said somewhat helplessly. Zongtian smiled, but did not reply. After a long time, he handed Xiao Chun a bottle of medicinal pills. 10 heavenly essence pills, king-grade medicinal pills. Given your physique, you should be able to recover faster from your injuries after consuming these medicinal pills. Consider it a small congratulatory gift from me. Xiao Chen opened the bottle and took a whiff of the medicinal fragrance. Then, he swallowed one medicinal pill on the spot. His internal organs immediately felt refreshed. His damaged cells and ruptured meridians recovered at a rapid pace. It was not as easy as Zongtian had described. Where's the conferred land that Bushin Palace gave you? Heavenly Star Island. When Zongtian heard the name Heavenly Star Island, he thought for a while before smiling. Heavenly Star Island, that is really far away. That place is very chaotic. How about I send a Supreme Elder there? The Supreme Elders of the Haotian sect were all at least as strong as the blue-robed Emperor. There were even some old antiques with the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Unless the sect faced a great calamity, they would normally be in bitter cultivation. Many thanks, Sect Master. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He did not know what strange existences existed on Heavenly Star Island. If he had a blue-robed emperor to help him, it would be much better. Zongtian shook his head and smiled. You're no longer a member of my Haotian sect. If you do not mind, you can call me Big Brothering. In that case, many thanks, Big Brothering. In the future, if Xiao Chun is fortunate enough to break through to Prime, I will definitely repay this kindness. At first, Xiao Chun was startled. This was a great advantage for him to recognize his big brother. However, he was a free and easy person. Furthermore, Zongtian was clearly not one of those stubborn experts who clung to seniority. Hence, he did not have any misgivings. All right, I'll wait for you. A light flashed in Zongtian's eyes as he threw a palm strike at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun took advantage of the momentum and threw a palm strike as well. This was a promise between men. One day, they would understand whether there really were martial gods in the world. Unexpectedly, Zongtian is such a stubborn and pure person. Back then, he stubbornly stood behind you just for this reason. Chapter 1005. After returning to the recuperation room, Ao Jiao could not help sighing. Indeed, compared to others, Zongtian's stubbornness was somewhat pure, inspiring respect from the bottom of one's heart. After consuming the Heavenly Essence pill, Xiao Chun discovered that his injuries recovered much faster than expected. He would probably recover completely in less than 3 days. He did not know if this was the effect of the king-grade medicinal pill or his physique. Since Xiao Chun no longer had to work on treating his injuries, it was time to do something else. The king conferral ceremony was over. Naturally, the most important thing now was to take inventory of the congratulatory gifts. The first gift was the heavenly ice pearl that Xiao Chen's first senior sister gave him. After consuming it, one could directly comprehend the will of ice, a precious treasure. Xiao Chun mainly cultivated the will of thunder. However, the more wills he had, the better. With an additional will of ice, his combat prowess would become more well-rounded. In the future, if he came across any ice-attributed saber techniques or cultivation techniques, there would be no need to sell them. He could hold them in his hands and practice them. Next was Bai's great gift, a Holy Spirit vein. Clearly, with Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could not consume a Holy Spirit vein yet. However, he could use it on his conferred land. Together with the remaining 30-odd peak spirit veins, he could already rival some of the weaker 9 ranks of the great families. This way, if anyone was willing to follow him to Heavenly Star Island, he would not treat them badly. Next up was Yi Chen's Great Gift, a 200-meter-long true dragon spine. This great gift stunned Xiao Chun on the spot. Even if this was not a true Dragon King, it was not far from it. Xiao Chun knocked on it and did not extract the dragon marrow. He immediately rejoiced. Perhaps the dragon marrow could solve a problem that had troubled him for a long time. Xiao Chen's vital qi had already reached 5 dragon force long ago. Through deities descending, his combat prowess increased tenfold. In theory, he could reach 50 dragon force. 50 dragon force? What kind of concept was that? Even the blue-robed emperor would feel pain when he was struck. Among cultivators of the same generation, no matter what great grandmaster-level martial sage you were, you would explode with one punch. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body could not keep up. A rank 4 sage body could only erupt with 20 dragon force at most. Anymore, and there would only be one outcome: exploding and dying. Before he could unleash his strength, he had blown himself up. However, now that he had so much dragon marrow, things were different. Xiao Chun had long since experienced the effects of dragon marrow. If he could refine the dragon marrow, his fleshly body would definitely become stronger. It was not impossible for him to easily burst out with 50 dragon power. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Chun found the beautiful mountain and river painting, the legendary Immortal artifact. After a careful inspection, he was slightly disappointed. This was not a complete Immortal artifact. The simple and unadorned painting scroll was missing a corner, so its power was greatly reduced. However, this did not affect the value of this painting. It was still an extremely precious treasure. If he sold it, he could exchange it for 10 million black astral coins at any time. After that, Xiao Chun counted the gifts from Qing Cheng, Yao Yin, Ying Qiong, and the others. It had to be said that the value of the gifts he received this time was extremely terrifying. Any blue-robed emperor will be tempted by this. If anyone manages to rob you, they will become extremely rich. Every single item in this painting will be a treasure, Ao Jiao said with a sigh. Xiao Chun smiled and did not refute. How could he just become extremely rich? Right now, his wealth was equivalent to that of a complete rank 8 sect. What is this? Ao Jiao asked, feeling it was strange when she saw an ordinary painting among Xiao Chen's many gifts. Even Feng Xingsheng, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and the other old friends did not send such ordinary things. The painting was black and white. There were only 2 colors, black and white. At the end of the sea of bitterness behind the bridge of helplessness, an azure-clad man looked at the reincarnation fragments, leaving behind a somewhat desolate back view. Ao Jiao said softly, "Strange, there is something wrong with this painting. The Yellow Springs land only is black and white. Why is this person's clothes azure?" "Because this person is the Qing Emperor," Xiao Chun answered calmly. He had seen the Qing Emperor's painting of drawing the saber and the Qing Emperor's painting of climbing high and seeing far. He immediately recognized the azure-clad man's back view in this painting. Who gave this painting? I don't know. Xiao Chun shook his head. He had been to the reincarnation fragments before. There, he resolved a knot in Qing Cheng's heart and resolved a knot at his heart. Xiao Chun did not know what this person's intention was in sending this painting. Actually, Xiao Chun had a vague answer in his heart. He guessed who it was, but he did not dare to be sure. "There seems to be a note in this painting," Ao Jiao suddenly said. A note in the painting? At that time, there were too many people, so Xiao Chun did not have time to look at the painting. Now that he heard Ao Jiao's words, he could not help getting excited. Xiao Chun circulated his spiritual sense, and indeed, there was an extremely thin note in the painting. He carefully pulled it out and saw that it said, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao, on being conferred king. If you have time and want to know the origins of this painting, I will wait for you at the largest inn in Haotian City." Ao Jiao did not understand. Who is this person? Why did he not even leave a signature? Xiao Chun carefully put away the note. At this moment, He was already certain who sent this painting. Whether his answer was correct or not, he would immediately find out when he arrived at Haotian City. The central province was more than 10 provinces away from the Haotian province. Even the Haotian sect's warship would have to fly for 7 days nonstop before it could rush back. A great Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to fly nonstop. That would be too taxing and would take at least 10 days to arrive. If it were a superior grade martial sage, it would take 1 month. Inferior grade martial sages would need 3 months. Martial monarchs would need half a year to 1 year. Back then, when Xiao Chun set out from the Haotian sect and took the shortcut to Hunluo province, it took him about half a year. Now, the world was still the same. The sky had not changed. However, it had become insignificant in Xiao Chen's eyes. This was the broadening of one's horizons that came with an increase in strength. At different heights, the world in one's eyes would be different. Xiao Chen did not know how the world that he saw now was different from that of Emperor Wu or those primes. After 7 days, Xiao Chen's injuries had completely recovered. He had returned to his peak. His eyes flickered with a bright light, making others feel a strong deterrent. Even though Xiao Chun had not done anything after battle, his aura had changed imperceptibly. Xiao Chen's every action had the air of a grandmaster. If not for his youthful face, others would have mistaken him for an 80 to 90-year-old old man. Xiao Chen's current cultivation was that of a peak great grandmaster-level martial sage. If he had more opportunities, he would have reached the bottleneck of the blue-robed emperor. The blue-robed emperor was already close to being an emperor. He could be considered an influential person anywhere he went. His every action could stir up a storm. Xiao Chun had returned to his natural state, the air of a grandmaster. He had already advanced to a higher level, the heart of an emperor. Others could no longer see it. Junior brother Xiao Chun, Haotian City has already fallen. Just focus on comprehending your gains from this trip. I will handle the miscellaneous matters for you. Shui Lingling spoke to Xiao Chun as the warship hovered above Haotian City. Miscellaneous matters? Xiao Chen's thoughts moved as fast as lightning. Soon, he guessed what Shui Lingling was referring to. He would not be able to remain in the Haotian sect for long before heading to Heavenly Star Island. There were several disciples in the sect who were willing to leave with him. This should be what Shui Lingling was referring to. In that case, I'll have to trouble first senior sister. Shui Lingling said, Yu Chenxi and the others have already told me about this long ago. However, the procedures are very complicated and involve many rules. It will probably take some time. Xiao Chun still had some misgivings. If these people leave with me, it will be a huge loss to the sect, right? Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, It is not really a loss. Even today, we have not finished using the medicinal pills refined from your blood. Who knows how many elite disciples you have nurtured for the sect? Compared to this, it is nothing. In the heavenly dew divine spring, Xiao Chun had absorbed several times more divine liquid than the geniuses of the other races combined. The Haotian sect's current prosperity was closely related to Xiao Chun. Without the medicinal pills refined from Xiao Chen's blood, there would not be so many elite disciples who could quickly advance to martial sage. With Shui Lingling's explanation, Xiao Chun relaxed. After the two parted, Xiao Chun headed straight for the largest inn in the city. Haotian City was the central city of the Haotian prefecture. Aside from the inner city, which only the sect disciples could enter, most of the people in the outer city, aside from the Haotian sect disciples, were cultivators from other places. The streets and alleys were bustling and bustling. The inn was bustling with business. There were no empty seats. The place was very noisy. If one listened carefully, they would find that all the discussions were about the king conferral ceremony. The news spread very quickly. Now, all the cultivators in the entire Tianwu domain knew that Xiao Chun was conferred king as the Blue Dragon King. With 5 primes gathered in the Tianwu domain, Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony became even more widespread. The entire Kunlun continent discussed this matter. The Blue Dragon King, who had been covered in dust for 10,000 years, reappeared before the eyes of the world. There were all sorts of rumors about the king conferral ceremony at the king conferral platform. Xiao Chun stood outside the inn, his azure robes fluttering in the wind. After thinking for a while, he raised his leg and entered. Soon, he would find out who gave him the Yellow Springs painting. After walking past the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor, Xiao Chun stopped going up. He found an empty table and sat down. After ordering some food and wine, Xiao Chun started eating and drinking, not in a rush at all. Since the other party said to look for him at the largest inn in the city, the other party would notice him the moment Xiao Chun entered the inn. If it was really the person Xiao Chun guessed, there were many ways to hide from the other party. So, he just had to wait. Haha, Brother Xiao, congratulations on being conferred king. At some point in time, all the guests on the third floor had left. The instant Xiao Chun raised his head, a person was already seated across from him. This person wore blue robes and carried a sword on his back. He still had that same carefree smile on his face that had not changed for 10,000 years. Chu Chaoyan. Indeed, this person was the one who gave him the Yellow Springs painting. After not seeing him for so many years, Chu Chaoyan still looked the same as before. No matter how he changed, he always gave off an indifferent and relaxed feeling. Even now, Xiao Chun still could not figure out the mysteries of this person. After not seeing him for so many years, Chu Chaoyan's cultivation had already reached Grandmaster level martial sage. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's cultivation had soared, and his strength had advanced.